And there we go. Over to the other room, everybody. It just went off air. Everybody, other room. Yeah, I'm both at once too, Roy. Yeah. Patrick, over to the other room. I'll start hiding you all. Over to the other new hangout. New hangout. Yeah. Okay, well. Have a good night, Steve.
Holy drunken Patrick Batman.
Alright, I'll try external text chat first.
Can you hear me, Nadia?
I'm not finding Tim Panda. Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
So what was your point,
Well,
Justin?
since you're here, Justin, I was just going to say that that's the point. That's the point is that you're asking us for something that we cannot give you, or we are asking you for something that you cannot possibly give us.
Exactly.
That's the
Thank
point.
you.
That's the point of religion. In other words,
No. That's not the point of religion. That's
it is deliberately unprovable. That's the point.
No, it's not. Otherwise, me and Roy would not be standing before you professing God.
But you cannot give us the evidence. That's the point.
You don't want the evidence from me. You just said
No,
it.
it's not.
God
I don't
himself
want
to
it.
present it to
We
you.
do want it, but you cannot present it to us. You have never given us that evidence.
I can't give you. I can't. I'm not God's event coordinator, bro. He's not going to do what I tell him to do. You have to go to him. And like just for grins and a couple others admitted.
Don't you get it?
Nadia,
no possible way.
Can you turn his mic off or something? He's drunk and he keeps talking. I'm just.
You do not have the capability of showing me the evidence.
Alright, go for it.
Jeez, I just all I'm saying is this. Just for grins and a couple other have already admitted this. We cannot give you the evidence. The only evidence that will suffice is from God himself, and you guys admit this. Okay? So it's arbitrary to say, well, prove to me God exists, when the only proof you'll accept is from God himself. Does that make sense, just for grins?
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, I already was a Christian for a while, and I was asking questions, and I moved from Catholicism to Calvinism because that made more sense. And then I was non-denominational Christian because I didn't want to believe in what anyone really told me God meant. And from there, I, moved away from Christianity and eventually moved.
All right, let me help you out. I don't know. I've never spoken with you just for grins. We've been in the same hangout or something like that.
Roy, I've talked with him on numerous occasions, and he's a really cool kid, man. He's got a good head on his shoulders, and
right
I just want to preface that. So
right, thank you very much for that. Absolutely. So listen, I may come off a little strong. I may come off a little rude. But I assure you, my heart is in the right place. I would not be sharing this with you if I was just going to, slap you down and hurt you. Listen to me very carefully. What I'm hearing you have done is you've treated the God of the universe with religion. When you say, I was a Christian, I was in love with God. That's not possible. You can't say that. There's no was situation. If you are in love with God, if you are God's child, nothing can remove you from that, not even your own unbelief. Does that make sense? Has anybody ever shared that with you?
I mean, I guess, but I can tell you right now that I fully believed it until up to around 5 years ago. I didn't have any question or doubt about it. But I didn't believe it as fundamentally as some people. Again, like I was taught by my parents who believe in evolution and taught me that evolution was true, but also coincide with God and things of that nature.
Let me just leave this on the table, and I'll leave it to the others in the room to help you on this. Here's what I know for a fact, just because of how you're talking. You came to God through evidence. When you do that, when other evidence, new evidence, better evidence hits you, you make yourself the judge of that evidence and say, oh, no God, when you said God at one point. When you need evidence and use evidence to define God, the God of the Bible, that's not the God of the Bible. There's no evidence necessary. My sheep hear my voice, says Jesus. When you hear, you will reply. That means you're sheep, you know? And I'm saying this to you in the most loving way possible. I want you to understand that evidence is not the way to the God of the Bible. If you need evidence, it's the wrong God. Even if you are convinced, oh, God exists, I shall worship him, you might as well worship navel lint, because that's not God.
I know. I understand what you're saying 100%, Roy, and that's why I'm not. That's why I do not believe in that God.
Just
Because
for grins.
not about. I'm a rational person. I need rationality in my universe or worldview, so I can't.
Well, it sounds like you made some rational decisions in your faith. You went from Roman Catholicism to Calvinism, which I would say is a more, I don't know, I'm not a Calvinist by any standard, so I think they're both irrational when you contrast them with the Bible. Did you ever read and study the whole Bible?
My belief, and the reason why I made the move from Calvinism, or to Calvinism, sorry, is because I believe that predestination, if there was a God, had to be true.
Okay.
The all-knowing.
Right, that God foreknows, therefore he foreordains, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's one that a lot of Christians can't, self-professing and people that love Christ actually still can't wrap their mind around the idea that God gives us full control to choose him, even though he already knew what we were going to do. So Calvinism, yeah, I can see how that, I can see why you went to Calvinism over Catholicism, but at the same time, Calvinism to me it's not a really solid doctrine. But all that aside, did you ever actually read the Bible for yourself?
I haven't read the entire thing in one sitting or anything like that, but I've read big chunks of it.
Like the Gospels, you've read the Gospels and stuff?
Yeah, it was a long time ago though. 5 years ago.
Yeah, so basically what, I've made this statement quite a few times when I say that Roman Catholicism breeds atheism, and I know that sounds really strong, and a lot of atheists may even take offense to that, but the reality is that most of my family was atheist, or not atheist, Roman Catholic, and when they all came to Christ, they realized that they didn't ever know Christ. You know what I'm saying? Now, that's not the no true Scotsman fallacy. I need to get that up front, because the Bible specifically tells you if you know Christ or not, if you have the truth or not. And what I've noticed is in Roman Catholicism, for example, there aren't a lot of studied Roman Catholics. They don't actually go home, study the heck out of their Bible, put it all to good use. Not all of them. I'm not saying that about every Roman Catholic. I know some very well-studied Roman Catholics.
I agree. They're cafeteria-style Christians, is what we call them.
Yeah. So
they even call themselves that.
Right. So when I encounter them, I say, "Do you have a head knowledge of Christ, or do you have a heart knowledge?" And when I say heart knowledge, I mean, did you actually have a relationship with Christ? And I get very, very different answers. I had one girl tell me recently that she was a Christian for 30 years. She held to very, really, really extreme doctrines that I am not familiar with, and things that I don't find biblical. But have you noticed how far the church has gone from what the Bible teaches, the gospel? Have you ever noticed that? Have you ever wondered why that is?
The Catholic Church specifically?
No. I'm not saying. Oh, I'm not saying like the Roman Catholics or the Protestants. I'm saying the picture of the Christian faith that we have today compared to the apostolic Christianity. Okay, what the apostles taught, what Christ taught. For example, I'll give you just a few examples. When you see Christians persecuting homosexuals and they're screaming, hellfire and brimstone, and you see them standing outside abortion clinics, holding up their signs of damnation, do you think that that's what Jesus Christ wants us to do?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. So why are Christians doing that?
Those are not representative of the majority or even a very, very small percentage of Christians.
Hold on, I understand that, but do you see where I'm going? There's Christians that are holding to beliefs that aren't found in
And they're usually on the fringe of the religious denomination.
Extreme fringe.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I'd say there's a lot of Christians who don't actually understand how we're supposed to approach people and teach people through love first and foremost, not through condemnation. Because I see Christians throwing around hellfire and brimstone a little bit too much.
Justin, if I may really quick, guys, what Justin is talking about, I would equate to the passage that says, "But Lord, didn't I go to an abortion clinic in your name?" And Jesus will say, "Get away from me, you worker of iniquity." And here's the key: I never knew you, which means he never had a relationship with these people. These people are doing all of these things in the name of Christ, but aren't of Christ. Go ahead, Justin.
How exactly do you know that?
Well, the Bible says you know them by their fruits. So when you see Christ, the cool thing about the Bible is the whole no true Scotsman fallacy doesn't work. You know why? Because the Bible in the whole New Testament, it tells you exactly how to spot when someone's doing contrary to what Christ taught. Okay? If the Christian is out there doing something that the Bible specifically doesn't outline, and I'm not saying there's not a situation that's not actually in the Bible. What I'm saying is that when they're going against the teachings of Jesus Christ, okay? I'll give you a couple examples. Well, I've given you a couple examples regarding how to treat people. First of all, we are not to be out bashing, criticizing, doing all of these things and threatening people with hellfire and brimstone. That's not what Jesus wanted us to do, okay? There are some very specific things that some churches do. For example, Roman Catholics will refer to their priest as father. Christ specifically said, "Call no man your father, but he which is in heaven." So I can go down a whole list of things that the church does that is contrary to what the Bible actually teaches. That's why it's hard for me to go to church. And that's why I run Bible study out of my house with people from all denominations who just want to hear the truth, because it's very simple. Christ is so simple.
So basically you think you're one of the very few real Christians.
Well, no, but I know Christ. Okay, I do have a relationship with Christ. He saved my life. Listen, I was on the other end of this, guys, for most of my life. I was railing against Christians. All the arguments I've heard on this channel and in all these other channels, I was right there with you guys. I was making the same case. And then I did something. I asked God to reveal himself to me, and he did. What happened to me, what happened to Roy, what happens to all these other Christians, it can happen for every one of you, but you are the barrier. And like most of you say, when I ask you, what would it take to prove God's ontological nature? You guys say, well, you can't prove it. God has to prove it. Okay? Well, I did that, and God proved it to me. But if you say, you're sitting there shaking your fist at him and he doesn't exist, you've already made it up in your mind. He's waiting. The barrier is you. Okay? I'm telling you, man, I argued against Christianity for a long time, saying the same things that you guys are saying now, only to find out that I was wrong. Okay, whether you believe me or not, I don't care. But that's what happened to me.
Well, the counter argument is how lucky you are that you were in a Christian country.
What does that have to do with anything? I was against Christians.
That matters not. God can show up in any country, and he does.
Yeah, I got a Bible. The Bible is. I read the Bible. I prayed to God, and I got exactly what was promised to me. And guess what? You know what? When that happened to me, the first problem I ran into was the church. I started going to different churches, and I started asking them questions. And apparently, asking preachers too many questions can get you.
How's everybody doing today or tonight?
Hello. Well,
put that in the side chat, and people will answer you in the side chat. That was kind of rude. Just saying. Go ahead, Justin.
Well, if he had something he wanted to say, that's fine.
Yeah, but you need to wait until somebody's finished, not in mid-sentence. But that's okay. If Justin is relinquishing the floor to you, go right ahead.
Oh, no,
I mean, was he aware that was he aware in terms of like sound technical issues of whether or not Justin was speaking or anything?
it's possible he didn't.
Well, I was just saying that the old argument is, well, you're a Christian. How great that you grew up in a Christian community and you're a Christian. If you were
Hold on.
No,
Islam
Gary, hold on.
He was talking about like how he was asking his churches like questions and like
I wasn't
like
raised.
then you said keep going.
Yeah, I didn't. Gary's.
No,
I think he's saying.
keep going to the story.
Yeah, keep going. I was just using an old argument. Go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah,
right. Yeah. Hold
hold
on. What you're proposing, though, it had nothing to do with it. The Christian Church rejected what I was saying because I asked them questions out of the Bible and why they weren't following them, and that's where I got the pushback from. That's why I started a Bible study out of my house, Gary. It wasn't because, well, I'm just saying, it wasn't because I went out and got brainwashed. If I got brainwashed, I did it to myself, but I chose that myself. I chose to believe in God, and God, He made Himself manifest in my life. He changed my life. And that was a result of me submitting to Him, because I didn't believe that, I'm like, well, who's this God?
What is submitting to Him? What does that mean?
What?
Submitting to Him. What does that mean?
By coming to Him humbly, not we just, like Roy just said in the last hangout, he asked him, he said, well, what if God appeared to you, would you worship Him? Half the atheists said no.
It seems like you're saying, Justin, that belief in God comes, all you have to do to believe in God is believe in God. It seems like you're submitting.
That's it. You got it.
It's more or less exactly just that. When you stop you stop railing against Him, when you let Him come into your life, which He will, because He did it for me. If He can do it for me, He can do it for anybody. Okay?
Well, I also used to be an agnostic until I was 22, and my sort of conversion experience is very similar to Justin's. But I actually kind of disagree with him in the sense that he seems to be a bit of exclusivist, like he's saying only a very small percentage of Christians are real Christians, and I disagree with that. I think
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that, yes, the church has fallen. The Bible warned that this was going to happen. Okay, Christ said, many are called, few are chosen, and that's exactly what's happened. That's why the false doctrine
narrow is the road and find it. So we're not saying what you think we're saying, D. What we are saying, though, is there are very few of us, and we also know, as the passage I just quoted, that many will think and believe that they're saved, but they're not, because Christ will reject them. He'll spew them out of His mouth, as He says in Revelation, and also as He says, "Get away from me, I never knew you." So
yeah,
that's all we're saying.
The whole the chapters 2 and 3 of Revelation is Christ not rebuking non-believers. He's not giving non-believers a hard time. He's rebuking the church. Okay, that's why the Bible says in the latter times many will fall away from the faith, giving heed to seducing doctrines. Okay, ideology that came from the mind of men injected into the church that has no place in the church. That's why Christians are falling away left and right. That's why Christians are doing hypocritical stuff, because they're not following with the simplicity of the gospel. Okay, that's it in a nutshell. Christ will not return until this church is so completely broken apart and so completely against what He came to teach. Okay, it's not going to happen. It's a broken church.
Well, honestly, I think Christians have been more hypocritical in the past than right now, because 500 years ago you had the Crusades, you had witch burnings. Right now you don't have any of those things, so I think...
Yeah, but we have 50,000 denominations with Christians who can't agree on anything, but they all claim to use the same Bible. Come on, man.
I can agree with you on 99% of things, and I think you're a Christian, so, I mean...
And it's funny because the atheists, they see that. They see that. They look at the church and they laugh.
Don't you see that it's because people who are exclusivists... Because I can agree to the fact that you're a Christian. I actually agree with 99% of Christian doctrine. So why are you saying that Christians who belong to the Catholic Church aren't real Christians.
I'd never said that. There are plenty of real Catholic Christians. And I would say that they are
Yeah,
probably
you can say that.
the most studied. They're probably the most studied examples of the Roman Catholics. But my wife, her family, when they accepted Christ, they'd been to Roman Catholic Church their entire life, didn't know a thing about who Jesus was. They knew they were supposed to pray a rosary, go and confess their sins, and do all the physical stuff, the traditional stuff, but they actually didn't have a clue who Jesus was.
Let me reiterate exactly what Justin just said. I know several people, and here on the Plus is where I met them, and they came out of Catholicism and said the exact same thing. I didn't know I was supposed to have a relationship with Christ. I was never taught that. And so the Catholic Church is notorious, as Justin said, for breeding atheists, because
Yeah,
you're
I don't
taught a
think that's
religion.
Yeah, I disagreed with that.
There are
Like,
definitely statistics showing that Protestants are deconverting at a lot higher rate than Catholics. If anything, the Catholic Church.
I'm not. Okay, you guys are missing the point. That's okay. I think Justin and I have made the point. If you want to argue, that's fine. I'm done. Justin,
Well, no,
you got anything else?
I want to agree with what John just said. I want to agree with him because the Roman Catholic Church, yes, I have issues with their doctrine because I don't think it's biblical. However, Calvinism and a lot of these other Protestant denominations, they have the same. It's like they take the same approach. Pick and choose what you want to believe, and hope the rest falls in place. But that's why the Protestant church is so divided right now. You know, the true church, the true body of Christ, is spread across multiple denominations. It's people who have a saving knowledge of Christ. They have a relationship with Christ. They know Christ. They know how to witness to people.
Levels of evolution.
I'm sorry?
Sort of like different levels of spiritual evolution.
Yeah, I guess. I'm not sure what context you're using that in.
Well, some people are just.
Oh, okay. No, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Some that are more mature in their Christian walk, you know, because I believe a lot of Roman Catholics believe in Christ. You know,
Yes.
I think it'd be hard for them to claim. If anything, they believe in Jesus. That's almost like if they didn't, then why would they even call themselves Catholic or even Christian? You know, that'd be kind of dumb.
Some people truly believe, and some people just do the spiritual hokey pokey.
Right? Yeah, that's the traditions of men.
Heal,
Yeah,
and
I'll
then
go so
think they
far.
accomplished something.
I'll go
Right.
so far as to say there's Christians everywhere in Mormonism, in Jehovah Witnessism,
Exactly.
in Catholicism, in paganism. It's not broad and sweeping. When somebody comes to me and says, "Roy, are like Mormons Christian?" I go, "No, I don't know. Put one in front of me and let me find out." Just like I did the other day.
Exactly.
Let's
Mormon
talk to them.
doctrine.
You need to talk to
Mormon
them
doctrine is
individually.
flawed. Mormon doctrine is flawed. However, there are Mormons who do hold to the truth. They know they've read their Bibles because they do use the same Bibles. We all have the same Bibles. Who's actually reading their Bible and contrasting what they're seeing in their church with what the Bible says? You know, Christ warns about this. Study to show yourself approved. Okay, not go and listen to somebody tell you what they think it says. Study for yourself. Find out for yourself. Because if not, you're listening to some other guy who wants to line his pockets half the time, and it's very easy. And you just get caught up in the Sunday ritual, and you never actually have a saving knowledge of Jesus Christ. You go through the rituals, you show up on Sunday, you do whatever. You do all the physical actions. You know, Christ warns about being a lukewarm Christian. He says, I'm going to spit you out of my mouth. Okay? He's like, I'd rather you be hot or cold. Okay? But than to be a lukewarm Christian. Because he's going to spit you out of his mouth. He's going to say, I never knew you. He's talking to the church. He's not talking to the atheists. He's not talking to the agnostics or the people that reject him. He's talking to the church. Do Christians actually take that serious? I mean, we are called to have a relationship with Christ, and not only that, but exemplify that. And by doing that, go ahead.
Yeah, the belief in that would also be irrelevant to us because, I mean, it's irrelevant to us. It's unnecessary. So, yeah, we don't. I would just throw that out there that it's kind of irrelevant to us.
No, it's very relevant.
But I can see the point in their how they value it. I can see how they value it. It's just.
Let me say this. Let me say this really quick, guys. Justin, I don't know if you said lukewarm Christian. But I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. In the book of Revelation, when the Lord says, I will spew you out, he's not talking about a Christian, right? When God spews you out, you're not a Christian.
Well,
So
right.
I
No,
just
no.
want to make sure that everyone here is on the same page and doesn't think that, you know, they're a half-baked Christian. No, when God says, I'll spit you out, that means you're not. Those are the people. Yeah, go ahead, Justin.
Well, yeah, Christ is talking to the church of Laodicea, right? And he says, "Unto the church of Laodicea write, These things saith Amen, the faithful and true witness, the beginning of the creation of God. I know your works, that you're neither hot nor cold. I wish you were hot or cold. But because you're lukewarm and neither hot nor cold, I will spew you out of my mouth. You say you're rich, because you say you're rich and increase with goods and have no need of nothing, but you don't even know how wretched, miserable, and poor and blind you are." Okay? Christ, all through Revelation, Christ is warning the church. He talks about 7 churches. He says, I have this against you. And he's rebuking the church. And he's telling you, go back to your first love, which is Jesus Christ. You know, not all this doctrine, not all the, you can cross your heart, do all that stuff. You can show up on Sunday. You can go to these giant worship mega churches. That will not save you. That will not save you. That's just, that's politics and you know, traditions and things that have nothing to do with salvation, you know, and that's exactly what it was. Go ahead.
I don't think Catholics actually believe that tradition only saves you.
Yeah, that's not
Tradition
not
doesn't
what
have any,
Catholics believe. They don't
right?
think.
Well, yeah, tradition doesn't have anything to do with it, with salvation. Like a Roman Catholic Church, I don't know, you know, I'm trying to explain this from my wife's perspective. You know, they went in, they confessed their sins, they did, you know, they took the Eucharist, they prayed the Rosary, all that stuff. That has nothing to do with salvation. None of it. That's not going to make you holier. It's not going to do anything for you. You know, you have to actually read the gospel, read what Christ says, have that relationship with Christ, and exemplify that. Go out into the world, and instead of beating people up and throwing hellfire and brimstone at them, love them. Love that person. Who cares if they're a sinner? Who cares? Love them. You know, quit going out and accusing people of stuff. Go look at yourself first. You know, Christ says, why are you out, you know, trying to look at the log in someone else's eye? Why don't you check yourself first? But what do you see? Christians out condemning people. It's like you're trying to scare them into the faith, but that's never going to work.
That's not going to work. Just because you sin differently than I do doesn't mean I need to come down on your sin, and I never do. You know, for those who know me and know me well, you realize I'm here to just be your friend first and foremost, make a friend first and foremost. If you'll have me as a friend, Allah, cool. Not Allah God, but yeah, hallelujah, good. Then if we have any differences in our core beliefs, we can simply share why that is. Because you know what happens when two people who are now friends start to share their core beliefs and start to share their heart and start to say, you know, when I was a kid this happened, or when I was an adult that happened, and it shook my faith at the core, and here's the road I took, and here's what happened. You know, when you start to hear things from a different perspective from a friend, someone who knows that they've got your back, that they've got your heart, it's different than just coming into these great debate rooms. And I wish you guys who do have that mindset, this is not a great debate room to me. This is not a great debate community to me. This is a religious discussion for me. And everybody's my friend, even if they don't like me, even if they don't want to like me. It's okay. I'm good with that. I'm not here to beat you up. I'm here to share my story, his story, and hopefully our story. Enough said.
I can give you a good example of what you was talking about. On a recurring commenter in my videos is this one rather deranged lady who keeps insisting I'm going to hell because I'm an atheist. Contrast to that is my boss, who is the nicest guy who ever walked this earth. I mean, he is one of the he's very religious, but he doesn't inflict his faith on others. Whenever he does come around to bringing it up, he's not whacking you upside the head with it. He shares it and he moves on.
That's probably because you find the most extreme Christians on YouTube. I mean, not all of them, but I'd say 80% are the most like the fundamentalist, evolution denying Christians.
Oh yeah, she's ridiculous.
D, are you a
I
Christian?
called her on it on the last
Yeah,
last comment.
yeah. Actually, I'm a Catholic.
Okay, right on. Okay, cool. So
Do you guys think I'm that person that you just
Hold on.
described, that type of Christian?
Hold
Just yes
on,
or no, and then move on, Justin. Because
No,
I'm a
I think you're like a real Christian.
I'm a fundy. I will buy that. I'll say I'm a fundamentalist. You know.
Yeah, but at least you're not really insulting, or you're.
Well, see, that's what that means. I think fundamentalist has now become the complete reverse of what it was. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, fundamentalist is adherent to the gospel.
Yeah. Go ahead,
That's
Justin.
what fundamentalist means. Your reverence is for the gospel. That's it. Now, I know the fundamentalist term gets thrown around a lot, but for D and I think it's John. Yeah, you guys are Catholic, right?
Yeah, I am.
I'm Eastern Orthodox.
Okay, right on. Yeah, John, I've talked to you a couple of times.
Yeah.
And you guys believe that Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, where does our faith come from? Does it not well, where does our faith come from? What do the scriptures say?
Faith comes by hearing.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
they're different. I mean, that's not really, I think, a question that has like one.
Well, it doesn't, but you get what I'm saying.
Like,
Faith,
I mean, that's
right. Faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God, right? Or Christ, depending on the translation that you have. It also says that let God be true and every man a liar. Now, we're Christians, and I'm not saying automatically start rejecting everything science tells us. I'm not saying that. I would have been out of a job if that was the case. What I'm saying is that we hold to Christ as the truth, right? So things like evolution that are contrary to Christ's lineage, if you believe that Jesus was a real person, if you believe that Christ really existed, and you believe that Adam is the first person in his lineage, but you believe in evolution, you're looking outside the Bible. You're looking outside of Christ for your truth. And God warned against that. You know, he specifically gives us scripture that warns against false knowledge, falsely so called. Okay, God says the wisdom of man is foolishness with God. Yes, you've got all these humans running around trying to make sense of this world the best that they can, but they're using it with their eyes, their physical eyes. You know, we're Christians, so we hold the truth to be Christ at all costs. Okay, that doesn't mean, well, I believe just the one part of the Bible that talks about Jesus. That's it. No, we encompass the word that God gave us through the prophets. That's where we get our faith from, is from the scriptures. That's how we come to know Christ. And the more we study his word, the more we have a relationship with him that builds, and through prayer. Prayer is huge. You know, if you're not a praying man, I'd really question your faith. You know, if you don't take that time with God every day to be in his presence, to know him, to have a conversation with him one-on-one, to feel him put his arms around you. Okay? That's what being a Christian's about. And then go out into the world and not condemn people, but to love people. You don't have to love their sin. You don't have to go out and start accusing people of, oh, well, hold on. You're not, that's a sin and you're going to hell. That's not how this works, man. We're called to love first. You know, yes, if somebody wants us to explain our beliefs, we'll tell them this is what we believe is a sin based on what we're told in scriptures and through God's conviction. God convicts us. That's why we're not out killing people, because we're convicted not to. That's why we're not out stealing, is because we're convicted not to. But a true Christian is also convicted not to go out and start beating up homosexuals or you know, picking on somebody because they're, you know, for anything that they're doing that we find sinful. That's not what we're called to do. You're not supposed to.
I think also the main thing I know, but like just in the fact with being in a secular nation, you know, it has just that thing entails equality for a better equal ground for human rights and stuff like that. So.
What's that?
I said in addition to that, you also live in a secular nation, which entails like a democracy, like just a better.
Right on, yeah.
For equal rights between folks, so you know that's another thing too.
Right, and we are allowed to operate within the confines of the law too. For example, we can vote against something, or we can vote for something, or we don't have to vote if we don't want to. That doesn't have anything to do with our faith. You know what I'm saying? But here's what we're not supposed to do. We're not supposed to be that Westboro Baptist Church, you know, screaming hellfire and brimstone to people. That's not what Christ. That's a contradiction of the scriptures. You're calling yourself a Christian, but you're doing exactly the opposite of what Christ called you to do. And I believe that anybody that holds Christ in the forefront of their mind will come to understand this truth. The more you keep your eyes on Him and you pray, that's all you have to do. You pray. You have a relationship with God. You let that conviction guide you.
Justin, can I ask you a question, man? I really believe that the real deal with it all is that atheists and other different type of people or religious
like agnostics
or whatever. Yeah, I believe that they're envious to the fact that you can pray to a deity and he responds to you. Now, see, I'm not a Christian. Hey, I'm serious. I mean, I'm not a Christian. I have more of a deist belief, but I believe that you said that Jesus put his and all these different things. I've never got that experience from like a supernatural hug or anything like that. So I believe that people are quite envious of not experiencing such, supernatural encounters.
Yeah, it works the same with people. You can approach God in a humble way. If you start railing against God, you're going to get the same response as if you rail against another human being. They're going to look at you like you're crazy, and they're going to walk away from you. They're not going to want to talk to you. They're not going to deal with you. You can go up and scream truth right in their face. You can yell and scream the sky is blue as loud as you can, as vile as you want. They're not going to respond to it, even if it's true. They don't care. It's how you're approaching them.
I just want to say, Mob 100, is it? Yeah, I just gotta say, dude. Well, I appreciate your the response. It's that seems like a very subjective analysis. Right?
And don't speak for others.
Well, I'm not
for one, we're talking about you sound you're talking about like the supernatural experience, right? Like an experience with a deity. That's basically, you're talking about spirituality, which is subjective by definition. You're not, your view of spirituality is going to be different from the next person, from that person, and so on and so forth. I mean, it's not going to be exactly the same for everyone else. So, and in fact, people, even secular people, are capable of having this. That's not, of experiencing the luminous. That's not impossible. But to say that people are envious of it, it's ridiculous. It's that doesn't exist at all. It's just a straw man.
As far as the Westboro Baptist Church, we have more prominent people to worry about, like the Pope saying that transgender people are like nuclear weapons, and apparently Michael Savage, who has a enormous video on, said transgender rights will destroy society. Linda Harvey, of course, says transgender people are, or Laverne Cox was legal to devil. Brian Fisher says, we're possessed by Satan or something like that, and so on.
Well, Michael Savage is certifiably insane, so I don't.
Could you quote
Seriously.
Could you provide the exact quote where Pope Francis says transgender people are like a nuclear weapon?
Yeah, I don't think he would say that.
Numerous articles.
Even still, guys, the point is, it doesn't matter what. Pope Francis is just as dependent on salvation as you guys are, as all of us are. He's just a human. He has no more.
That wasn't the point. That wasn't the point. Was that I was asking Nadia to provide a source.
No, I understand that, but what I want to focus on, how can we have this impact in our lives? Forget what the Pope says. The Pope makes up his own rules. That's fine. Okay. What we're talking about is salvation, something that the Pope is just as desperate for as all of us. Not one of God's not a respecter of persons. That's Scripture. It's, none of us are better than the other. We're all desperate for salvation. Now, I wouldn't focus too much on the Pope or what a preacher says in a Protestant church or any of that stuff. Because you're going to be the one that gives the account. And I'm talking to the Christians right now, but you're going to be the one that gives the account. You're not going to be able to say, well, I listened to the Pope or I listened to my preacher and I didn't know because he misled me. That's not going to be an excuse with God. You had the Scriptures, you had the truth, and you turned from that. I did the same thing, man, and I spent my whole life trying to rail against Christianity, only to find out that I was the problem. And not only was I the problem, but I was listening to what people were telling me instead of what the Bible so simply says. Christ says, my burden is easy. My yoke is light, you know. Being a Christian is the easiest thing in the world to do. However, we complicate it with all these doctrines, the things that Christ warned about, the doctrines of men creeping into the church. And now you have all these things you have to do. You know, try going to a church dressed like a scrub, you know, dressed like a ragamuffin. And you'll notice they will not treat you the same because of how you're dressed. That's exactly.
Unless you go to my church. Hold on, let me say this.
That's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous.
I've seen it, though, bro. I've seen it.
I know, not all churches, but you're right for the most part. My church, if you've got sandals, flip-flops, shorts, and a T-shirt, you're welcome. That's it. That's all you basically need. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
so
that's California.
Not all churches.
That's real nice and all. And
I've seen dozens of homeless people.
You know, John.
That's real nice when somebody's interested in your religion. In the meantime, those of us who need paychecks to survive, like all of us, or particularly those who, like me, have a difficult time getting hired when you got slander coming from like huge figures like the Pope and people with audiences of millions. So, yeah, it's a drumbeat, a daily drumbeat.
Yeah, but it's not. You're like labeling us all like we're all the Pope or something. Like we all have the same view as the Pope, and that's just not true. That's just not true. The Pope is living in luxury. Okay, he's doing the exact opposite of what Christ called us to do. And then they parade him around with all of his humble acts and all this stuff. Same as Kenneth Copeland for the Protestants. Same as Joel Osteen for the Protestants. You know, the exact opposite of what Scripture teaches.
Robert Gilden.
You're just basically railing against Catholics again, and you're just saying that you're
anything you own to follow Jesus. Like, I mean, that, you know, if we're going to say, like, you know, I mean, if Scripture is so like self-evident and, you know, I guess self-exegeting or whatever, like, I don't see that many people.
What does the Bible say? What does the Bible say? Who teaches all things?
Well,
fair question, I think.
Huh?
Yeah, I think it's a fair question. Like,
no, it's a fair. It says it in Scripture. It tells you who teaches you all things as a Christian.
The Holy Spirit.
Okay.
Amen.
Okay. So the Holy Spirit is what convicts us and teaches us. Trying to read the Bible without petitioning God, without being in prayer. You know, I mean, dude, the Bible didn't make sense to me at first, and I prayed over it. I said, God, you know, can you reveal this to me? I don't understand some of this stuff. Reveal it to me. And it's taken 2 years to get where I'm at. I'm a much different place than I was when I first came to Christ. But I pray.
All knowledge and wisdom is in Christ. If you're not in Christ, you can't know knowledge and wisdom.
Why do you think it says if the gospel's hid, it's hid to them that are lost?
The
gospel's hidden in plain sight.
Yes, it's hidden in plain sight.
The main thing is, it's more of a call to police your own. Because, there's like these wackos pumping out slander who are operating under the banner of your faith, right? Hey, would you mind policing your own? So, hey, stop doing that. So
I've often asked that.
Well, it might be too late for me, but I'm sure there are maybe probably close to 1 million trans people in the U.S. Who would appreciate it too.
Being a Christian must be so awesome.
Not really.
No, I think Aaliyah Alcorn was.
Well, and Xander Mahaffey as well. And Bree Gelluck, I think.
So kind of.
And this is for the other Christians in the room, and we all have different denominations that we come from. 2 Corinthians 11:12 says, "But what I am doing I will continue to do, so that I may cut off opportunity from those who desire an opportunity to be regarded just as we are in the matter about they that are boasting." This is Paul talking about false apostles. He goes, in verse 13, "For such men are false apostles, deceitful workers, disguising themselves as apostles of Christ. And no wonder, For even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. Therefore it is not surprising if his servants also disguise themselves as servants of righteousness, whose end will be according to their deeds. Okay? This is a warning to the church. You're going to have Joel Osteens and Kenneth Copelands making millions of dollars preaching a false gospel, okay? Leading people right behind him like the rest of the sheep off the edge of the cliff. You know why we're called a flock? Because when one sheep wanders off the edge, the rest of the sheep follow blindly like idiots, and they all go tumbling over the edge of the cliff. And that's what we do. We don't pay attention to we don't keep our eyes on the shepherd, which is Christ. We just follow what the other people are doing. Well, everybody else is dancing and singing in the church, having a rock star time. Why not? Why can't I do that? I'm going to do that. Maybe that's how I need to worship. That's not going to save you. The gospel is so much simpler than that. Going and doing all these physical things, man. You don't have to do that stuff. All you have to do is have salvation and go out and witness to people.
But you realize that's a complete straw man.
Yeah, no, Catholics and Orthodox, many Protestants seem to have this belief that we believe somehow that if, on the last day, right, we stand before the throne, we're going to be able to say, oh, well, I fasted this many days, or I said this many prayers,
no.
or I put this many icons in my house, so you have to let me. No one actually believes that, though.
That's a complete straw man position.
Okay, so you guys don't believe that stuff, right?
No, of course not. We don't believe that
and
physical
neither
things
do
save us.
I can't really speak very at length for Catholics, but or authoritatively for Catholics, but I would imagine that informed ones who actually read the catechism of the church, they would never try and make that kind of argument, right?
Right, John. Justin and I are both saying that yes, you are right, but I believe that I'm hearing Justin correctly to say not every Catholic does that, and his wife was one of them. So
yeah, and he was informed about what Catholicism actually teaches.
Right, and that's
so
what he's saying.
That's not a problem. That's a problem of people's what's the word, catechesis.
They didn't teach her. She was never taught to read her Bible.
She was never taught the truth, so she was following blindly those other sheep that were never taught the truth.
Here's a sign. Here's a sign that your faith is in a good place. Christ tells you, "Blessed are you when men revile you, when they persecute you, when they shall say all manner of evil against you for my sake." Okay, the Christian walk is not about farting puppies and butterflies and sprinkles. Okay, it's about you're going to be hated. You're going to be hated by everybody that does not have this truth. Even other people claiming to be Christians are going to hate you because you have this example. That's why Christ says, "Blessed are you when men shall hate you, when they shall separate you from their company." Okay? Why do you think people get on here and rail against us and break protocol and start cussing at us and giving us all these evil names and all that crap? That's when you know you're doing the right thing. If you got an easy Christian walk and you're not dealing with any persecution...
Yeah, Justin, you're garbage. Yeah, you're garbage for having your own view and your own opinion in a free country.
Darn and other harsh words, Justin.
What's
that?
Harsh words, sir.
You're garbage for that.
I guess I'm not understanding what you guys are
saying.
Yeah,
we're both lost.
It's trying to be funny.
It's satire, basically. I'm basically... I'm building off.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Satire is the right word.
I guess I missed that.
And let me be quick to add that when Justin read that passage, there's a lot of people like the Westboro peeps that, they're getting all of this as well, but justly so. And what Justin is saying, no, us who are doing this and we're receiving unjustly so, the criticism that is not supposed to be there. But for some, yes, it's rightly there. So you guys, we're doing the same thing. We're rightly dividing the Word of God. I don't say all Catholics this. I don't say all Mormons that. But a lot of so-called Christians and even Christians do that. They say, "Oh no," and it's like, why would you say that when it's an individual thing? Because Christ didn't say, I'll throw away all Mormons, I'll spew out all Mormons. No, I'll spew you out. It's an individual thing. It's a personal relationship. So, we know there are good peeps and saved peeps in the Catholic Church.
And that's why I say the true church is spread across all denominations. It's the believers that are it's the invisible church, the true church, which has believers from all denominations, people who have that relationship with Christ. My wife's grandmother, bless her heart, she was a Christian, Roman Catholic, devout Roman Catholic. But I've got her Bible, and when I was going through her Bible after she passed away, I noticed something. This woman read her Bible and took notes, and she was into the Word. And her character exemplified that. The Mother Teresa type. You know what I'm talking about. You know, that's the Christian that has that relationship, and not only has that relationship, but other people can see that relationship that you have in Christ. That's where your confidence in your salvation comes from. You know, it's really simple. I don't know, man. I went to all the Protestant churches. I wasn't impressed by a lot of what I saw. You know, and I'm not saying those are all bad. You know, find a good preacher. Find a good preacher, someone who feeds you spiritually, someone who teaches the Word. You know, your spirit will bear witness to that person. But if you're not getting fed, you know, and they're just telling you, oh, well, give me your 10%. How many Christians in here don't know there's no command for us to give 10% to the church? That's a Levitical priest. That has nothing to do.
That's just a modern thing.
Right, yeah. Christ said, give according to the measure of your heart, not under compulsion.
Free will giving, right? Not
what about Buddhist children?
Giving. Yeah.
What about Buddhist children that grow up in a society where they don't know anything about Christ for real?
Doesn't matter. God still calls them. See, that's the whole thing. Listen, Jesus says, "No man come unto me unless the Father draw them." See, this is a spiritual war that we're in, guys. It doesn't matter where you live on the planet. You're not beyond God's reach. The Father will pull you towards Christ, and the Holy Spirit will push you and point you to Christ. Now, if you reject that, suppress that, now you're in trouble. And it doesn't matter where you live or whose family you come out of.
That's why we have Christians in every nation right now witnessing the gospel. You know, there's Chinese Christians, Japanese Christians, there's Indian Christians, there's African Christians. It doesn't matter where you go. This gospel is going to go out to the world. Many are going to reject it. Many are going to accept it.
The gospel didn't go on to the world peacefully. I mean, it's everywhere through brute force.
What are you talking about, man? That's not in the Bible.
Christianity came to places through violence, but more often than not, it came just through more peaceful means.
Why was the African continent Christian at one point before they went Islam? They didn't willfully become Christians through war.
You have to willfully become a Christian. You can't be forced into Christianity, or else that's a false faith.
Christianity came quite peacefully to Egypt and Ethiopia, Eritrea, Tunisia.
The Coptic Christians in Egypt. I mean,
I'm not saying that they accepted it. What I'm saying is that the word of Christ was spread through war.
Yeah, and
it wasn't
like Christianity. Those are like rare examples. Those are like rare examples of Christianity being peacefully introduced to those civilizations outside of West and Central Africa.
Wait,
like typically there were Christian missionaries out there that are actually used for the actual colonialization of said continent.
Hold on. First of all, I would like to ask which war or thing is going on that Christianity was spread under, and then what relevance it has if they were disobeying Christ.
Well, all I'm saying is that, I mean, you know, there's separate wars. I mean, you can't disregard the Christian Crusades.
Whoa. Crusades?
You know what the Crusades were about? You can look up the torture. You can look up the torture devices that they use to convey.
No, you're talking about the Inquisition.
They had people sit on razor pyramids.
Okay, the Crusades were a response to centuries of tyranny from Islam. Defense of self is a biblical concept. Now, did the Crusaders do some evil things in the midst of their, I think, noble crusades? Yeah, they did, but that's a side note. It's like, you know, American soldiers can start stuffing bananas up the people's butts and taking pictures and abusing their prisoners of war. But that doesn't make... And I'm not saying I agree with what's going on with America in other countries because I don't know the reason. But I'm saying if a campaign was for a good cause and it produced good results, that some people did atrocious things in the process is another case. The Crusades themselves were,
you're using the
out of
Crusades.
self-defense, and if I think you guys should thank God for the Crusades in some sense, because if not, we would probably all be under Sharia law tonight.
As an Eastern Orthodox, I wasn't a huge fan of the fourth one, but
and not only that, but the Crusade was not
Wotan or any other alternative belief system back in the day. There was lots of belief systems back in the day.
And there still is today, though. But here's the thing: why are we? I keep hearing it all go back to the Crusades. It's like the Crusades is the defining moment for all of Christianity, when in fact it has very little to do with Christianity. Okay.
No, there's different wars. I mean, like the Roman-Jewish War, when in 70 A.D. I mean, there's different wars that took place.
Yeah, but the Romans were not Christians then, back in 70 A.D. That was not nothing to do with Christianity.
But there's Roman Catholic, there's Romans in the Bible. I mean, you got to take all this into consideration too.
Trust me, I do. But what we're saying is that while the Roman Catholic Church killed 115 million Christians, but that's not what you're seeing today. You've got one Roman Catholic and another Eastern Orthodox, right? Eastern Orthodox, John?
Yeah, I don't think they killed 115 million.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Well,
I think the Pope apologized for that. Yeah, you guys got to understand, the first 300 years of Christianity was Christians being slaughtered, but they went to their deaths. They didn't fight back, because that's what we're called to do. We're not called to fight. Christ says, you pick up a sword, you're going to die by the sword. That's scripture. I'm not saying in a moment you might not defend yourself, but here's the thing. We're called to love our enemies. You can't love your enemy when you're killing your enemy. Okay? That's why Christians ran.
So that's a contradiction.
I think you're probably talking more about like the witch trials, the Inquisition.
Yeah, but if you're defining all of Christianity by a few isolated events with Christians that none of us in this room even know because they've been dead.
Across Europe. It went all across
Europe. Do you know how few witch burnings there were on record?
Probably less than a dozen, maybe.
No, wait, it's like in the 20s or something like that.
Not that makes it. But the numbers get inflated to like hysterical levels.
Right.
Where I've seen people claim that there were 30 million witches burned or something.
I mean,
I think there was like 18 or something like that.
No, it was higher than that, but it was also often done by secular authorities, and oddly enough,
plus there's a hypothesis that witch burnings don't have anything to do with religion. It can be tied to there is a fungus which grows on wheat or rye. I forget which.
I've heard that.
Which produces a substance which is very... Just let me finish.
I'm not saying religion really was the cause. I'm saying it was an excuse. It was a shelter. It was...
Why don't you let me finish?
Sorry.
So basically there's a substance which is produced by mold, which is very similar to LSD. I think it's called... damn, I forget what it's called. But it produces hallucinations and it grows on rye. And there's basically a correlation between witch burnings and outbreaks of that mold which infects rye. So basically the root cause isn't even religion, it's just hallucination.
Yeah, there's a lot of ignorance and stigma to people with psychotic disorders as well, and thinking that they're got something that can infect the rest of the people or are demon possessed or whatever. But I still don't know what all this discussion has to do with the merits of Christianity itself.
I mean, you said them to be psychotic. I mean, wouldn't somebody be deemed psychotic today if they said that they were the son of God and they were going around trying to perform miracles?
Well, if they succeeded in performing miracles, then that might be a different thing.
Yeah, if you're actually doing the miracles. But yeah,
Chris Angel does miracles, so I mean, if he says that God gave him the power to do that, then that makes him Jesus or make him the son of God. I've seen Chris Angel walk on water with people in the pool.
Yeah, I'm not really convinced in parlor tricks.
Well, how do you know that they're not parlor tricks? I mean, he was missing for 18 years.
Well,
okay, so hold on. If you're willing to believe that Chris Angel can walk on water, then if I told you Christ did it, you shouldn't have a hard time believing that either.
But see, my mind. See, today we sort of just know that it's an illusion because we're more of an advanced culture than 2,000 years ago. I mean, Chris Angel, I've seen him with my own two eyes. Would it appear like he walked on water? But I know to myself that it was an illusion.
Do you know?
Yeah.
Maybe he did.
Okay, well then he's the son of God.
For the levitation trick.
If you believe that, then go ahead and
No,
start.
you're missing the point. The reason you know Christ is who he said he is not because he did miracles, because your life is transformed. That's the ultimate miracle.
That's what I'm trying
The
to.
rebirth of the human soul.
I think that you underestimate the power of the mind. You talk about when you sit and pray and things get better. How do you know that your mind is just not helping you get better? Why do you discredit the mind so much?
It's not about things getting better. If you have an easy life as a Christian, you're not being persecuted, you're not suffering for your faith, I would question whether or not you have that relationship, because it's not, dude, your whole life as a Christian and witnessing, people come against you. They're in opposition to what you're bringing into the table is truth. You know, yes, we pray for things, but for me, something little is a blessing. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's not easy being a Christian in the sense that, like, yeah, I love coming on here and being told that I'm not logical or I'm not rational because I don't buy into evolution. I didn't buy into evolution before as a Christian. It has nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? It's like we can't even love certain people because they don't even want to be loved. They don't like that for some reason. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, but science aside, one of the things you said, like they disagree with what you bring to the table. I mean, wouldn't you agree that is in regard to a particular context, right? Like
sure.
say with regard to excuse me, like things like decisions made in like the public sphere, and like what the basis of what those decisions and ideas are, like what the basis are, they like what evidence that they lie on and stuff like that, you know, whether it's of a private view rather than something that's publicly verifiable, you know, things like that.
Yeah, but the only thing I'm preaching is Christ and Christ crucified, and to have that relationship with Him, to know Him, to have your life transformed the same way it happened to me. It's just my testimony. Now I've already demonstrated that atheists they can't really ask us for proof of God because they don't even know what proof would suffice. So therefore, the only proof they're going to accept is from God Himself. That's what it's going to take to convince them. When I figured that out for myself, that it wasn't going to be someone in the Christian church that convinced me that God was real, and it was going to be me actually taking that first step. That's when it happened for me. That's when the transformation began. And
so through your personal experience, that's what you conclude from your own experience, like transitioning and stuff like that.
Can you ask me that again? I'm sorry.
So like that was your acknowledgement of you only going through this personal experience yourself is how you come to this spiritual truth. That's what you conclude from your personal experience.
Right. You can't. What I was doing was railing against God and railing against Christians. I was never going to accept a Christian saying, "Oh, well, this is true and this is what I believe. Therefore, you need to believe it." And okay, yeah, I'll just believe that because you told me to. How's that? You know, that to me was what I was being presented, the way that I viewed it. But in reality, it's when I went to God, I made that step, and I said, Lord, you know, I understand that I'm a sinner. I understand the things in my life are a result of my separation from you, and I'm making the first step. And that's when it happened, okay? And I think every believer in here who's had that experience, who actually has been bathed in the Holy Spirit, knows exactly what I'm talking about, and it comes from submission. That's why I say the biggest barrier between us and God is ourselves. And I can't prove God to anybody any more than anybody else can. I can show you through character. I can show you through how Christ has changed me, and you'll see that. And even that may not convince you, but ultimately you have to go to God. You know,
Justin,
take that chance.
Justin, how do you know that it was Jesus and not the law of attraction?
First of all, do you believe in the law of attraction?
I believe that our minds have potential that we do not understand as of today. I believe that we can develop, and our thoughts can develop to a point that are just superior to what we believe they are, because I believe that mankind is still at a bit of an infancy when it comes to conceptual understanding of things.
Listen, man,
So,
I was into the law of attraction, meditating, all that stuff, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's a deception. Okay?
No, it isn't.
Hold on. Let me finish. When I was doing that stuff, when I was meditating, when I was thinking about everything, that's when I was making the most money in my life. Okay? That's when the most opportunities were opening up for me. Okay? I understand what the law of attraction is, but I also know that it's a one-way ticket to yourself, and ultimately right into the hands of the enemy. Okay?
why?
He wants.
For this, not to interrupt, but for, I guess, my sake and the sake of any other listeners out there in the dark, what exactly is the law of attraction?
The law.
Basically,
Go
I probably could explain this fairly well because I got caught up in it. In recent times, basically, they call it the secret, the law of attraction. Basically, it's everything Satan promises if you focus on what you want in life, how you can be pleased, and what the universe can do for you. Okay, Christ is the antithesis of the self. The law of attraction is no different throughout history of selfishness. It's ultimately selfishness. Now, Satan is the god of this world. Let's not make any mistake. The Bible teaches this.
I got a brief definition in there for you. You know, it's from the New Thought movement, basically.
Well, I was into the whole,
about something
yeah.
will make the cosmos suddenly manifest for you.
Right, yeah,
Go
manifestation.
ahead,
I was in the whole New Age mess, bro. I got caught up in that, and guess what? That stuff works, bro. You want to get rich real quick? Focus on yourself. Focus on what you want, and watch how quickly this world orchestrates itself around your selfish desires. Okay? You want money? You'll have your reward here on Earth. I promise you. You want to be famous? You'll have your reward. I promise you. But it'll be here. All right?
But that just sounds like magical. That just sounds like magical thinking. Like
exactly. It's a deception, man. What did Satan say?
I tried a whole lot on it.
Yeah, you can magically think all you want. You still have to work your ass off to get all that stuff.
Well, I'm not saying that there's not work involved, but it does open up opportunities. For me, I became one of the most, man, I don't even want to get into this right now, man, but I'm telling you, dude, I got to the point where I was meditating for 3 hours at a time, and the last time I meditated for 3 hours, something happened, and I lost control of the functions in my body. Something was happening to me that scared the shit out of me, bro. And I said, okay, I'm done with this. My life was in shambles. I had all the money. I was making 10, 15 grand a month, and I was the most miserable I've ever been in my life. You want all the things in this world? You go get all the things in this world and see how happy they make you, bro. That's not where happiness is. That's not where joy comes from. All right?
Justin, I do it for pain management. I meditate from pain management. That there is some benefit from it.
Yeah, but the word meditation is kind of vague. There's different styles or methods. I want to know what he was doing that got him consumed for 3 hours worth. That was valuable in some way and producing money, and it was also something that freaked him out, like what he believed was going on and why.
Ultimately, I was opening myself up for possession, straight up. That's what happened. That's why
you're opening yourself up.
Because, man, if anybody in here knows what I'm talking about, the third eye stuff, bro, there's more reality to that than most people can understand. And if you've actually been there, if you've actually experienced that third eye stuff, you're in like a spiritual tunnel of sorts in your own mind. It takes a lot of focus, bro. It started out 15 minutes, 30 minutes, and I got to the point where I was like zoning out for hours on end and didn't even realize it. And then it got to the point where I was losing control of my body. I could feel something was taking over me, and I didn't know what it was, and it did not. It freaked me out. That's when I quit meditating.
Okay, but you're thinking about nothing. You're thinking about one thing. Because when I space out, I'm like, sometimes my brain's exhausted and I space out, and that actually refreshes my mind a little bit.
Well, no, that's cool. That's cool. But what you're doing is you're clearing your mind, essentially. You're trying to go into a deep, profound state of nothingness, essentially. But it takes a while, and then you get to where you get the vibrations, and then you start seeing with your eyes shut. You can see in front of you, and then you start experiencing this, like, it's kind of hard to explain, like you can see numbers in a way. You're in almost like this in this tunnel. I mean, dude, you got to get to you get to this point where I'm just telling you, it was not a positive experience for me.
And are you using drugs while you're doing this?
No. It was
imagine yourself doing what you just described and nothing happening.
Man, I don't even know. I went through it. It's something that You know, I'm sad I went through it, but now I can warn people about it. I don't know what else to tell you.
My line of reasoning is to get you to question whether or not there was something wrong with you, or that there's something in versus or aside from stating that there's something inherently wrong with thinking about like, or letting your mind go and letting the thoughts just flow where they may. As a form of,
it was more about. It was honestly more about focusing inward on myself, like literally being as focused on my own mind as I could, and trying to quiet my thoughts so that I could focus solely on myself. And that's where it took me. That's the place that it took me to. It was not a good thing. You know, it started out good. It started out great, actually. You know, I come out of meditation feeling refreshed. I was good to go. But when I took it to another level, man, I'm telling you, to where I started losing track of time. You know, I would have music going, and I would be sitting there and like completely out of it, dude, and didn't even realize it. And you know, I didn't even when I quit doing it, I didn't think I was being like possessed or something like that. I just didn't know what it was that scared me. Since coming to Christ, I've come to understand that, in fact, what I did do was give myself over. You can't give yourself over.
Here's the thing, though. What do you think sleep does? You're totally out of it. You do hours, and it seems like a second, and you're not guarding your mind. Are you susceptible to devils while you're sleeping?
You ever have sinful dreams, Tom?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, so you know what I'm talking about.
And then also, I mean, you know, there's different phenomenon that people would experience in a dream state that they also would claim they experience in a meditative state, like
lucid dreaming.
Lucid dreaming, or I don't even know if astral projection is one of them. But
actually, I would consider what I was doing more along the lines of astral projection.
Sleep paralysis too.
It's kind of
there we go.
You know, it was some really weird stuff, bro. I don't know how else to explain it. I just know it freaked me out, and you know, I was
okay. Justin, let me say this now. Just because you were afraid does not mean that it was wrong, and becoming stressed out because you were focusing on yourself. That's pretty much what people do. Now, I'm not even going to say you. I'm going to say Christians in general. When they pray to Jesus, they say, Jesus, please give me the power to have the strength to get through this. Please help me out and give me the strength. Lord, I'm at your service, Lord, but help me, help others, but help me, help others. I mean, you're still talking about yourself.
Yeah, but that's we're asking Christ to work.
How long was it before you gave yourself over to Christ? After your meditation and you channeling with
channeling, yes, there's the word.
Mm-hmm.
That's the word I was looking for. It was probably about 6 months from, because I didn't come, that wasn't me coming, like, because of that I didn't come to Christ. That's not why I did that. It was just there was about a 6 month period of time.
But you said your life was in shambles, you were afraid, so none of those things edged you over to Christ?
Well, I had everything that I'd ever wanted, basically. I got to a point in my life, I was kind of like, I took the, Heisenberg approach. I took my understanding in plant biology, and I used it to grow pot, and I grew a lot of it, and I made a lot of money doing it, and I was teaching other people. I had them making money for me by teaching them and setting them up. I mean, dude, I got big.
Did you smoke?
Yeah, I wasn't really so big on the smoking part, man. I would smoke when I went with my, like with people that would, they'd want to try it or whatever and be like, hey man, hit this or whatever, and I'd smoke with them, but I wasn't like a pothead. I was more into growing it than I was, smoking it.
So you do know that marijuana can cause psychotic reactions, right?
I think anybody in here who smokes pot knows that's a bunch of nonsense.
That's sophistry.
I mean, what you just said, how you just describe your visions or whatever could be considered a form of psychotic.
Yeah, that's like that reminded me of what he was describing. Reminded me of a salvia trip, not a freaking marijuana, dude.
Yeah, dude. No, I mean I would smoke like I did not. No, I didn't smoke like that.
That's angel dust, Holmes.
Yeah, what you're talking about.
What Justin was doing
my whole life, and they've never got psychotic. They've got violent if you try to keep the monkeys away from them. But other than that.
Yeah, I usually got
but
tired.
studies. There's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of evidence in research that marijuana can cause psychotic reactions, and it can increase your risk of schizophrenia.
Fox News is not a source.
I meant sources. I meant sources like the British Medical Journal or the New England.
I think we've seen one too many episodes of Reefer Madness, because anybody who smokes pot,
That movie is hilarious.
I will challenge you.
Do you want me to give you a source from the Journal of Medicine, or you want me to give you a peer-reviewed source?
I've seen people be lazy on it. I've seen people get hungry. I've never seen someone have a psychotic episode.
I would like to challenge the law of attraction.
Wow.
I would like to challenge the law of attraction.
Drugs.
You want to challenge the law of attraction? I can't even challenge it. I can't even challenge it just because I know it was real.
Exactly.
Hey, before you challenge the law of attraction, if you don't mind, real quick, the psychotic does not mean violent, so don't need to defend that idea. Psychotic just means that you are having some sort of episode where you may have delusions or some sort of hallucination.
Yeah, I don't even. Hold on. I don't even think psychotic is like the correct word for it.
Formal thought disorder and
I'm sorry. Keep going. I'm sorry.
Formal thought disorder and catalepsia too.
I mean, if you take high enough doses of weed, either smoked or especially with eating it, you can have what they call a psychedelic or experience. So I guess that's psychotic in some sense.
It can induce paranoid reactions as well as probably full-blown, like acute psychotic reactions. Now, psychotic, like it doesn't mean violent. It just means you can hallucinate.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you in good consciousness the weed was not the problem.
Psychedelic, that's the word. Tom got it.
I can tell you right now, the pot was not the problem. I was not completely baked out of my brain every day, all day, like my friends were, or anything like that. Like I said, I had more of an affliction for growing than anything. I grew good product, and that's what I prided myself on that, and I made a lot of money on it. But here's the thing: when you get to where money is no longer an issue for you, you can have as much of it as you want. When you figure out how to do that, you'll realize real quick that your happiness is not associated with the money that you make. And when you devote your life to that lifestyle, you'll start pushing everybody else away from you. And it happens. It's happened to so many people that I've watched my own friends that they've done the same thing. They didn't know they never had money before, and when they got a hold of that kind of money, it destroyed their lives. You think you want money, you think you want the things in this world, but that's the exact stuff that will take you out. You focus on the wrong stuff.
So Justin, you're not as affluent now because you gave your life to Christ?
Say what? What'd you say?
You're not as affluent.
So are you not as affluent? Yes, because not because you gave your life to Christ, you're not as affluent?
I would say he could be just as affluent.
Well, I retired, and I've devoted myself to ministry. I'm no longer involved in that scene, and no, I'm not as well off as I was. But yeah.
But he could be. He would just have to do it a different way. Nadia wants to refute the law of attraction. Go ahead.
Well, first off, like does not attract like. This is. Watch magnetism for that. There's, first of all, my personal experience of having slaved away for 20 years to get the degree, to get the job, to get the money, to get the surgery. It all went to shit. And I can't get a job to save my life, and it really is a matter of saving my life.
I mean, there is truth, I think, in the idea that if you think about something enough, you're gonna, especially if it's the positive thinking,
or
negative.
negative.
It doesn't have to be. It could be negative. Just whatever you're thinking will produce action that's like suit. If you have stinking thinking, you're gonna have stinking results. If you're positive and you want to excel and climb the ladder in life, then you probably will.
Because you have to remember
that's false.
Well,
just because it's not true in your case, Nadia, doesn't mean it's not for most people.
No. This is what it is that we as man and woman, we tend to not address the fact that we are our thoughts. We always want to push that shit to the side and look at this physical shell. But if for anything to happen with us, it must originate through thought first. And
yeah,
so,
but that's inward focus. That's focusing on the
but
inside.
that's who you are. You are more your thoughts than you are your foot.
No, see, I
You are
did
more
all
your
that
thoughts
stuff.
than you are your hands. Trust me, you are in your brain.
Listen, I've heard this whole spiel. You're a spiritual being having a physical experience. That's all New Age stuff, bro. Nothing you're saying is original. You got that from another person. The New Age
I
doctrine
swear
is.
to God, I didn't. I got that from my own experience. See, that's
Yeah,
the
but you're
difference
saying the same
between-
things I've heard everyone in the New Age.
That's not my fault. This is me through my experience in life and through and I put this together. I didn't need a book to tell me this. I didn't need another person to tell me this. This is what I'm putting together, and this is what my experiences have developed and shined out, and now I have this perspective. I can't help that someone else is saying the same thing.
I mean, it sounds like typical Freemasonry,
So,
New Age philosophy type of stuff, man. I don't know. I bought into it too, bro. I'm just telling you, it ain't the truth, man.
Well, here's the thing we got to be careful of, just because you might find certain key phrases that sound like some other group doesn't mean that the idea itself is necessarily evil. For example, Buddhism teaches to try and not be having desires about external things. Well, you could say that the Bible teaches be anxious for nothing. Kind of teaches you to not really, be worried. And there's another passage that do not worry, for today has enough worry or enough troubles of its own. To kind of not be, too much in the future or dwelling on the past, but be in the present moment. Which a lot of times meditation is dependent upon what they call where you're always in the present moment. Anyway, I'm kind of losing my.
I know what you're talking about.
So there can be ideas that are expressed in other religions that Christianity also teaches in different words, and so don't be guilty of like, oh, that's because it's in that religion that I don't agree with, so therefore it's automatically wrong.
Well, no. Basically, New Age says you are what you think. It's that simple. Your thoughts become things. You are what you think. You dictate your universe. You control your reality. But that all falls apart when someone wants to shoot you. Okay, that falls apart real quick because now you've either manifested your own death through your own mind, or what you believe is not true. And actually, we are individuals. We don't control our universe. And if two people want to see a green light, go ahead. But let me know how that works out when you hit each other head on. You know what I'm saying?
There's obviously limitations to what our minds can produce for us, and there's exceptions to the rule, like Nadia. One of the exceptions.
I'm just saying the idea that our entire reality is a manifestation or a projection of our mind is not true, because if somebody kills you, then that means you offed yourself. You see what I'm saying? So yes, you are a being in a physical world. You are a real person. You exist, but you don't control your universe. You might have an effect on the universe, sure, but you don't control it because it'll take you out of the game just as quick, indiscriminately.
Can you say that?
I am in fact a typical case. There are hordes of people.
Hey, I think Mob 1's trying to talk, but I think his connection might be messed up.
If you can't think,
to people trying to become rich, and a very select handful ever do.
Well, you know what I'm saying, Nadia. I'm not saying that you're going to get what you want. I'm saying that if you have a certain mind frame, like things will follow. Now, how far it's going to get you, I don't know, but it's going to get better or it's going to get worse, I think, based on your thinking, for the most part. Now, there are exceptions to the rule.
I understand what you're talking about. If you're not motivated to get off your ass and do something and progress towards a goal, you're never going to accomplish anything. You got to get in the right frame of mind to get that enthusiasm to get.
Ultimately, all this really is victim blaming.
Yeah, but there are opposing realities. There's other people in this world.
Of course.
None of us are as big, bad, and as strong as our ego wants us to believe it is. You know what I'm saying? We're all frail. We're all very, very easily affected by others, by other events in this world. We don't control our reality. We're contingent upon it. You know what I'm saying?
Justin, you said that when you had your meditation, that you were asking for the riches. They came to you. Did you not?
They did. I knew exactly what I wanted, and I got exactly what I wanted.
So how did that happen? You're telling me that happened. You are a walking example of what you're trying to refute right now.
No. There was work on my part, bro. It wasn't just I didn't just sit around my house thinking about all the money that I wanted. It just showed up in my lap. You know what I'm saying? There was work on my part. But here's the thing. I brought my own misery by doing that, by focusing on only what I wanted. Okay? It changed me as a person. Just like my uncle. My uncle got $20 million in the bank, called me up crying like a little baby. Miserable as hell. He's got 5 car dealerships, and he's miserable. Because you would think the money, this guy's got all this money, he's got the houses and the cars, but none of that stuff makes you happy. It'll drive you crazy ultimately if you let it.
Money it can help you get to be comfortable enough to focus on other things that will make you happy, but that's the thing with like the person who maybe you could say, oh yeah, thinking a certain way is not going to deliver results, because what about all the people in starving countries where they have dictatorship rule and they are so oppressed and they can't get out of that situation? They might not be able to get out of that by thinking, but they can't.
The law of attraction works great.
Hold on. But they might be able to control the suffering that's existing in their life by their thought process. I've seen people in distraught, war-torn, or just super poor countries and are happy as can be. How do you explain that? You know what I'm saying? So like, the riches are not just in the form of money. Riches can be internal, emotional riches. Love, I think.
See, I found that out the hard way.
But it's like accepting what is.
You know, I thought that, you know, and what you're taught growing up, you know, get the job, get the money, retire, build up this nest egg, whatever, all that stuff. I took the short route. I'm like, okay, well, I figured out a way to do this a lot quicker. And the money came, and my misery also was accompanied with it, because I put my stock in money and in the things of this world, and I was miserable. Okay, now I understand. I finally understand why people are actually selfless. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not all the way there. I haven't sold my house to give to the poor. I mean, I use my house for ministry, so I mean that would be kind of contrary. But I don't live the same way. I don't have the same expensive taste I used to. Not, you know, I try to help people when I can, and I get way more pleasure from helping people than focusing on myself, because I shut everybody out. If I saw a bum on the side of the road, you were nothing but a number. Sorry, brother. That's just how the cards fell for you. That's just how I felt.
You want substance over style.
Right. Yeah. Well, now it's like I get to help people. Now I get to spend time with people, talk to people. If I can't help them financially, I like to do that. That's where I get my edification. Now that's where I get my joy. And
but you didn't need Jesus for that. You could have done that. You just were focusing on one thing. You needed to focus on happiness.
It doesn't matter.
When I gave others at the same time, simultaneously.
That doesn't matter. When I gave my life to Christ, bro, he did the work for me. He changed it. He's the one that gave me the ability to have that concern for other people.
So
if it wasn't for him.
Okay, I get it. So instead of navigating the universe through your own thought process, you gave over the keys to Jesus. And you say, here, you drive for me. I don't want to drive anymore. And you're going to let a man that you've never physically met, that you only read through a book, you're just going to
Amen, amen, amen.
your keys to the universe. That's the point that I can't agree with.
Okay, right, because you're not putting your will before God's. You know what I'm saying? When I gave myself over to God's will, is when the change happened. When His will became my will, you know. And I'm still working on that. But I'm telling you, Jesus is God. I mean, we don't differentiate the two. When I gave myself over to His will, is when I saw through His eyes, and I understood this world very differently. There is something more than the physical things that we have, the money that we want, all the, you know, the stuff we see on TV. Your entire reality is sold to you on a store shelf by people who don't care about you. That's the reality you live in. You know, there's people that run this world who could care less about you. As long as you're buying their products and you're funneling the money upwards, They're cool with it, man. They'll give you your illusion of freedom, you know, like I can't. I mean, I don't know, man. Maybe you got to get there to see what I'm talking about. I don't know. I'm just telling you, man. It ain't about the things in this world, dude. It's about other people. It's about helping people. It's about, you know, what Christ said, man. Christ was the opposite of the self. That's why he gave his life for the world. It wasn't about him. You know, he went to his death willingly, not because you know, yeah, who wants to go through what he went through, but he did it for other people. You know, that's what he came to teach. It's about other people. It's about, you know, the way I say it's like this: if 7 billion people love themselves, then you've got 7 billion units of love. But if 7 billion people love 7 billion people, that's 7 billion times 7 billion. Do you know how large that number is? Do you know how much love we're talking about when we love everybody and we put ourselves last? And you're not always going to put yourself last. Sometimes you got to eat. That requires you to focus on yourself a little bit. But, you know, that's what it's about, man. It's other people. It's about bringing everybody together by loving other people and not focusing on yourself. You don't need more than, what do you need more than food and shelter and clothes? And what kind of clothes do you need? You got to look good? You got to have the rims on your car? Do you got to have all that stuff? No, man, that's extra stuff. That's stuff that you think you need. That's just for your ego, make you feel better about yourself. Just like me, man. I went through that. I had it all, bro. I'm telling you, man. It was not. It just
but now wait a minute, peripheral. All right, look at me. I'm a pagan. I'm supposedly in the world, quote unquote, according to the Christians, but yet I'm deep in debt thanks to student loans. I can't carry a job because if I get a job, they garnish my wages. Can you live on a $2.50 paycheck and getting your tax returns taken every year? Because I can't. All right, so I'm supposedly in the world. Where's all this supposed prosperity I'm supposed to be getting? Okay, just because you're in the world doesn't mean you're going to be getting all this prosperity, and
agree, dude.
It's going to be handed to you. All right.
I completely agree.
I think he was just preaching a sermon a little bit. He wasn't really making a point against anyone.
Well, no, I'm not saying he's.
Well, no, I'm also using my experience, what happened to me. You know what I'm saying? And now, you know, now I could be, Vaughn, I could be in your shoes right now, and it wouldn't bother me. You know what I'm saying? I would thank God for that.
You don't want in my shoes, bro. You don't want in my shoes.
I wish I could be there with you. If anything, man, I wish I could be there with you, brother.
I cannot go out. I cannot go out and get a job. I can't, because as soon as I do, bam, my wages get garnished and my tax returns get taken. And you know what the bitch of it is? When they take my paycheck and when they take my tax returns, do they pay off the fucking student loan? No, they pay off fucking Rockefeller. They pay off the interest. And I've talked to these fuckers on the phone. I said, listen, you want to talk to me? You want to try and get me out of these student loans as you claim? Stop paying the money to the fucking Rockefellers and pay off the damn loan. Then we'll talk. See, they've gotten enough money off of me over the years to have paid off them damn student loans many, many times over. But they didn't pay off the loan. They paid off fucking Rockefeller. They paid off the interest. And so because of that, the loan still stays. Because guess what happens next month? You got more interest. Okay, the interest doesn't go away. In fact, not only does it not go away, it compounds on itself. Isn't that joyous? Okay, so you take an $8,000 student loan, and over a period of 10, 15, 20 years, it blossoms into $500,000.
Are you serious?
That's the fucking interest. Yes, I'm serious. Interest compounds, guys. Look it up if you don't believe me. Interest is compounded.
I never did that. I just didn't think it was that reciprocal and that.
I'm using an example. I'm just using an example. But the point is that, you know, what an innocuous loan, particularly student loans, which, by the way, you can't file bankruptcy on. Isn't that convenient? But, you know, so loans, when you get charged interest on those loans and you don't pay, or something happens and you can't pay, you know, like you end up in a hospital or whatever and you can't pay and you get defaulted on your loan, that compounded interest starts accruing immediately. In fact, it starts accruing the moment you sign on the dotted line. Okay, and so the next thing you know it, your 8,000 is now 20,000. Your 20,000 becomes 50,000. Your 50,000 becomes 100 or 200,000. Your 200,000 becomes 500,000. Your 500,000 now becomes $1 million. And you look at yourself and you're like, what the fuck just happened? Compounded interest happened. Paying off fucking Rockefeller happened. Okay? You know, but if these loan sharks, and I'm using that term nicely because I could think of other things to call them, the loan sharks had paid off the damn loan instead of paying off the interest, I wouldn't have student loans right now. Here I am, 51 fucking years old, and I still got student loans out there. Not because I don't want to pay them off. I do want to pay the fuckers off. But I also got to eat, too. Hello? You know, but I worked at, the first thing I did when I come down here to Kentucky is I went down to Anvil and got me a job working in a factory making electronic boxes. All right? I got my paycheck after, because you got to work a whole month before you get your first paycheck, right? Because it's every 2 weeks. So I had to work a whole month. All right, got my paycheck. It was $2.50. I'm like, what the fuck is this? It said student loans. I'm like, really? So but I kept working. You know, I thought maybe it was a one-time deal, you know, or something, or you know, maybe it was some kind of fluke or something. I kept working. My next paycheck, $2.50. My paycheck after that, $2.50. And I'm in that. So I went to them. I said, okay, what's going on here? They said they're garnishing your wages, man. They're taking your money. And I'm like, okay, all right. And, you know, they've been taking they took my tax returns. All those years I worked in Ohio, they took my tax returns. When I worked all over the continental U.S., they took my tax returns.
That's how they track you. With the Social Security card, you can get a job without it, and that's how they'll... Because why don't you try working under the table?
Well, what do you think I've been having to do? That's all I can do, bro. I mean, I get odd jobs every once in a blue moon. I try to sell a computer every once in a while or build one for somebody.
Hey, Vaughn.
And because of the shitty economy, even that's dried up.
Hey, Vaughn, can I say something real quick, man?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
You know, you might not be a Christian, and you might be one day, and I hope you will, and I'll pray for it. But I'm going to tell you right now, in the position that you're in with what you're talking about, and you know, that takes a great deal of humility to even admit that. And I can't tell you how many people I have seen compliment your character on Google+. Okay, there's something to be said about humility, and you know, you obviously do not put your stock in the things of this world. Okay, I get it. You know, I think you still could probably, you know, find some peace in Christ, and I would pray for that, and I would. You know, I'm not saying what you should do or not, you know, but I see it in you, man. I see something different about you, brother. I know there's something working in you. I don't know, man.
Well, I used to be
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I used to be a Christian, peripheral. I used to be a Christian, all right? And, you know, listen, you know, like I said earlier, you know, I'm supposedly in the world. I'm supposed to, you know, according to some Christian, not you, but some Christians, you know, I'm in the world. I should be making big money. I should be getting the evil should be lavishing with me with all kinds of gifts and shit. It's not happening, man. It's not happening. All right. Now, I look at Hollywood types and I look at these other types. Yeah, they're prospering. They're doing well. You know, okay, fine. But you know, for somebody that's supposedly in the world, I'm not getting jack shit except a hard time. All right. You know, that could be because there's forces arrayed, good and bad, or arrayed in my situation, and they're vying for power or whatever. I don't know. But I know that, you know, you can't live on a $2.50 paycheck. I know that much. All right. And so, you know, if you know, now there was talk that Obama was going to help us out, those of us that were in a quandary like I am in, and that he was absolutely going to absolve these loans. Yeah, well, the talk is cheap. Where's the action? You know, it never come to fruition. Okay, it was all smoke. They basically blew smoke up. All right. You know, so, you know, that's okay. And so I'm just sitting here, you know, wondering what, you know, what in the world's going on. But I don't know what, you know, I believe I received a message. I believe I received a message that said you have a great and glorious future that'll benefit all mankind. Okay, where the hell is it? I'm hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt thanks to student loans and other finite loans. You know, I've allegedly got a kid in North Dakota that isn't even mine, and nobody will take her ass to court and prove that it isn't mine. I actually went to court down here and begged the court to give me a second DNA test to get this chick off my ass. They wouldn't even do it. Said I got to go all the way to fucking North Dakota to get it done. And so that's a bunch of shit. She can do shit to me down here in Kentucky, but I can't reciprocate and get things done to her up in North Dakota? Bullshit. It should be a two-way street, but it's not. Anyways, that's another story for another day. But the kid isn't mine. It doesn't look anything like me. And she even admitted over the phone the kid wasn't even mine. But yet I'm still stuck paying child support on a kid that doesn't belong to me and isn't my blood, you know. Cracks me up. But anyway, between the child support, student loans, and all this other shit.
You can't prove that with genetics.
You gotta have another DNA test done, man, in order to get out of it. And nobody will give me the second DNA test. Nobody will do it. I begged the courts. They won't do it. Said I got to go all the way to North Dakota to get it done. They won't do it here. I wish they would. She can get it done to me down here on her end, but I can't reciprocate and get it done to her on her end. Why? I don't know, but I can't because I've tried. I got me an attorney. Went to court. Said, yeah, man, I want to get a second DNA. I want to get out from underneath this chick. Won't do it. They won't do it. I got to go all the way to North Dakota, which is retarded.
Wouldn't it be better to go to North Dakota and
road trip?
With what money? With what money? That's a $500 bus trip, bro.
Well, if you're paying child support,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I was. Yeah, I was. I can now. Once it hits 10 grand, guess what happens to me? I go to jail. I go to jail.
I think I'd rather go to North Dakota.
Well, if I can get to $500, I can go to North Dakota.
I'm just saying you're saying if it's not yours, if like you're saying, I mean, if you're making that like a
no, it's not
like
my
kid. Claim,
the kid looks
verify that to be true, you know.
The kid looks absolutely nothing like me, bro.
Yeah, like
nothing. I mean, he's got an almond.
Yeah, so I mean, DNA would probably be the best way to indicate that.
Well, he's not. I'm telling you, he's not. He doesn't look nothing like me. And like I said, she admitted over the phone that I wasn't her father. She said his father won't let him come down here. Well, I quizzed her. I said, well, you mean adopted father or stepfather? She said, no, it's father. I want the phone, and then subsequently changed her number to an unlisted number too. Yeah. So you know, what's the story there? Well, we know the story, right?
So I understand. that $500 is a lot of money, and when you're broke, but $500 is not like a huge amount of money. It's something you could do a part-time job for, or whatever it would take to absolve you from this. I mean, given the stakes.
Well, see, here's the bitch of it. If I go all the way up to North Dakota, I could still lose the court case. You know, I could still lose. You know, so
well, I mean, DNA is pretty conclusive. If you're not the father, this should get you off the hook.
Well, here's the thing. All right, the initial reason I got into this was because she flubbed the test. Basically, what we were doing is we were mailing the information to California, and North Dakota, by their own admission, admitted that they weren't observing her. They weren't, you know, monitoring the situation. So all she had to do was take some of my hair, put it in a fucking envelope, write the kid's name on it, and send it to California. California can go, no different. They're not going to know the difference. And that's exactly how she did it, too. I bet you $5 right now. That's exactly how she did it. All right, because in North Dakota, like I said, by their own admission, they did not monitor her at all. It wasn't a swabbing of the mouth or anything like that. Now, my mouth was swabbed, but all she had to do was submit DNA. Well, shit, all she had to do was take some of my hair, throw it in an envelope, put the kid's name on it, and then it comes back 99.99%, man. It's like, yeah, well, of course it will if she used my hair, you know, or a piece of my tooth or anything. She could have used anything from me, you know, because she wasn't monitored. She was not monitored at all. And North Dakota admits this. And I'm like, well, okay, fine, you know, give me a second DNA test. And now I'm hearing through the grapevine, oh, it's too late to get a second DNA test. That I missed a window of opportunity to get a second DNA test. And it's like, well,
some of these guys get DNA tests after decades of being in jail, and they're able to do so. So why wouldn't you be able to?
You got me. Here I sit. You know. I mean, I've been trying to get this matter resolved because, like I said,
I can answer that, Jeff. It's the statute of limitation, and when DNA evidence was first released or whatever, that enabled a bunch of new evidence to be more admissible to court, so that the statues were basically reopened because of new evidence.
A new method, yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
Well, I certainly would like to get out of under all this morass that I'm under. That would sure be nice.
That sounds.
If I could get out from underneath, the chick from North Dakota, get out from underneath the student loans, I can get myself up on my own bootstraps, because I'm very knowledgeable in business administration. I'm very knowledgeable in being able to acquire things, and I can get myself up by myself. But I am in such a state now that it's a recurring, it's a recycling thing. There's no way to dig myself out. And like I said, Obama even promised, yeah, we're gonna help you guys out. We're gonna bail you out. Yeah, right. They ended up bailing out the fucking banks.
We're from the government. We're here to help. Those are the most scary words.
Exactly right. We're from the government and we're here to help you.
Yeah, look out.
What other shit that is. But yeah, false promises made by the Obama administration and the Bush administration and the Clinton administration. Oh, we're going to help people that are deep in debt. We're going to give them a way out. Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
I would sit there and I would just straight support everything you just said. But however, my mother was knee deep or head deep in debt, and her student loans was taking her tax returns, everything, and she had got this letter about I'll say about 5 months ago, that said that she can start making a payment plan on her loans for $5 a month or something. And when it made her $5, so she paid $5 a month on the student loan instead of her tax return being taken, and now she's eligible for financial aid, and she's in school right now to be for coding and billing.
When was this? How far back was this?
Yes, this took place about 5 months ago.
5 months ago.
Yep.
Okay, because I went down to apply for a job, and you know what jobs are doing now? They're checking your credit history. How many of you knew that? Jobs are checking.
That's crap.
Because I went down. I just went down and applied. They're checking your credit history now. So if you got shitty credit, guess what? You're not going to get a job. All right. So obviously my credit is shitty, and so my chances of getting a job are about that much. All right. And you would think as a veteran, you would think as an ex-government worker that I should be a shoo-in to get a job, right? Wrong. Doesn't work that way. Doesn't fucking work that way. All right. It just don't. That's the truth. That's the truth. But yeah, they actually check your credit history now. And that sucks.
I've never had my credit history checked when applying for a job.
They do now. They do now.
I think it's fairly common now, unfortunately. Yeah.
They did I had a hell of a time getting a job at Verizon at one point. They checked they want to take blood. They run your background and freaking. They ask you questions. They have a person, investigators call you and stuff. It's maybe that was more of a corporate job, but still, they do this stuff. And I have heard people say that they couldn't get a job because of Facebook stuff, and it's they really do dig into you these days. I don't know, man.
Heads up to everybody then, if jobs are actually doing that. It's not in my industry, but it may be in others. Every time your credit history is checked, that negatively affects your credit.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
So it negatively affects your credit for someone to look at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if you have high credit rating in the 800s, my wife has a slightly different credit rating than I do, and we're on everything together, just about. But the hits against you and the way the scores are is. It has to do with. I guess it has to do with your income and all kinds of weird stuff.
Here's my only hope right here, man. There's my only hope. If I don't win this shit right here, I ain't gonna get nothing. This is the only hope I got left, man. This is it right here. If I don't win on this shit, I ain't gonna get nothing.
Fuck it. I'm glad I'm gonna die on the street. The faster I die, the better. this bullshit and see it pretty open.
Playing the lottery is my only chance. If I don't win the lottery, man, I'm sunk. I'm pretty much done. You know. I can't have anything in my name. If I had a car in my name right now, guess what? Repo Man would be out here to get it. If I had a house in my name, and the bitch of it is when they got my car or when they got my house or whatever it is I had, they just give it to fucking Rockefeller. They wouldn't pay off the fucking loan with it. They just give it to fucking Rockefeller. I'm tired of Rockefeller getting rich off of me. Why you guys wonder why are you so pissed at the elites? Now you know. Now you know. Because they basically have ruined my fucking life. I should be the CEO of a fucking company right now, and I'm not because of fucking Rockefeller. Now you know why I'm always so pissed off, why I always talk about the elites so damn much. It isn't because necessarily because I'm a conspiracy theorist. It's because I actually know these fuckers, and I know what they've done and how many lives they've ruined.
It's not even a conspiracy anymore, bro. They come right out and say it now. It's all over it. You know, it's already out, man. The secret's out, bro. You don't have to convince anybody. We know, you know.
Yeah.
We know what's going on now, man. It's you know, with the invention of the internet, they lost all anonymity, man. All of it.
Yeah, it's all out there now, man. It's all out there now, but it's just, you know, it's just the idea that they've taken enough money from me over the years to have paid off the student loans 2, 3, 4 times, man. But they keep putting it on fucking interest, you know.
Now, I was briefly reading over something. Oh shit, it was a little while ago, but basically, we know that the Federal Reserve note, the money is not American money. It's privately owned. It's actually up on the stock market. It's part of the Swiss bank, and the IRS, you know, is joined with the Federal Reserve note, and federal student loans they're all coupled together. And what I was reading up is saying that you can basically confront them and say that if it's not in the Constitution, then you don't have to pay them. Because see, they're doing this thing right now, where they pulling the wool over your eyes and making it feel like you have to pay them or it's breaking the law, but it's actually not in the Constitution. I got to read up more on this, but
no, you're absolutely right, bro. You are absolutely right. There's actually nothing that says we have to pay an income tax. The problem is when you first paid income taxes, when you were a kid working at the grocery store, you signed up for life when you paid your first taxes. When you started paying taxes, you signed up for life with the Federal Reserve. And yeah, you could try writing that letter. What is that called, Vaughn, where you get separation from having to pay taxes? It's called, there's a term for it. There's a legal term. But man, I'm gonna tell you right now, you go messing with the IRS, if you think that gangsters and mobs and militias, you think that those are bad, wait till you mess with the IRS. Me and my wife have gone through some stuff, and I'm gonna tell you right now, there is nothing worse. There's no more gangsters in the world as gangster as the IRS. The IRS will steal your soul if they can.
And now the Obama administration have given them armored cars and automatic weapons and all kinds of nice shit. So
yeah, all these agencies have police force like the
what's up with that? Why are they all armed?
Yeah, they're all armed. Well, because that's the nature of the state. It's not all this touchy-feely stuff about, you know, solving your problems or
they're not
problems.
Yeah, see, that's the part that just irritates the fuck out of me. They're not interested in actually solving the problem. They actually are in the business of making the problem worse, because if they solve the problem, they don't get no money off of you.
Exactly.
So they're not interested in solving it. You know, these loans are, we'll help you, we'll do this for you. No, they're not interested.
The various classes, the poor, whatever, who are being pandered to, they are of political use to those in power, and you know, that they can shore up their power by taking care of these folks and all of that. But as soon as they become of no use, you know, they'll be cut loose and they'll be told to pull up their bootstraps or whatever. You know, be patriotic and work hard and all this kind of stuff. But now it's they're of use. But just on the tax thing and the obligation, yeah, it's true. Irwin, I don't know if anyone knows who Irwin Schiff is, but his son Peter Schiff is pretty famous as an economist and as one who has predicted the collapse when people were laughing at him. If you ever watch Peter Schiff was right on YouTube. You'll see some hilarious exchanges before the crash on mainstream TV. But Erwin Schiff for years wrote books and made many cogent arguments about how the 16th Amendment wasn't valid and how he didn't have to pay taxes, and he was a tax resistor. And he made all these great arguments that probably were true, but it's like going into the den with a tiger. And Erwin Schiff now is in his 80s, and he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail. So yeah, we can, as a legal matter, we can argue this about the taxes or not. But the nature of the state is to grow and to take the Commonwealth, as much of it as they can. And so it's to go into a courtroom and say I don't have to pay my student loan or whatever.
Yeah,
you're not going to get to make your case.
You guys are seeing in the United States right now, for really the first time in history, you guys are seeing exactly what happens in every other country and has happened to the greatest empires that have ever been. They start just like they're doing now. They start with implementing the health control. Next thing you know, they're forcing this happened. Hitler did this. This happened in Cuba. Pay attention to what's happening in your Cuba. Nadia, no offense, but you're I don't know where you get your views from, but this is not something new. There's no
actual accurate history. Actual accurate history. Like there was no.
All 10 planks of the manifesto are in place in the United States today.
They are not. We've gone through it before, and I showed you that we need to not apply.
Most of them were.
Has anybody actually ever been to see the Georgia Guidestones? I lived outside of Atlanta, so I was.
Yeah, I know about something about it has like a population number on there or something about the world.
Yeah, it's kind of like the typical Freemason agenda, but on a more, I don't know. It's not really Freemasonry though. I don't think it's it's like they got like the 10 Commandments for the future world order, basically, where they're going to reduce the population and basically full on enslavement of humanity, basically.
Yeah.
But
they literally flaunt the enslavement of humankind right there in front of your face, man.
And I'm sorry, who's the source of this? I've never heard about this.
Georgia Guidestones.
The Georgia Guidestones. It's I lived in Marietta, outside of Atlanta, and it's about an hour east. But yeah, just Google the Georgia Guidestones and look at their agenda, what they put up. Hang on, I'll find
carved in stone.
They literally hello, Jackie. They literally carved it in stone what they want to do to you, man.
Hang on, let me get a link so you can see it.
That's why I crack up when a lot of people don't understand this, or try to make fun of me over this shit.
They don't want to know, man. They're turned off to it, bro.
When they literally carve something in stone, you might want to pay attention. And not only did they carve it in stone, they carved it in stone in 10 different languages or something.
Yeah, 10 different languages.
I mean, there's no denying it. There's no getting around it. I mean, the Guidestones are there, And even the person that supposedly funded it, R.C. Christian, not even a real person, man.
He's not. It was a fake entity, basically.
Yeah, it's a fake entity. Yeah.
I'm gonna list all of the doctrines of the Guidestones for him to see them. Right here in the chat here. Maintain.
They're gonna do this. They're gonna do this as long as everyone stays divided. If it, we know this for a fact that the IRS cannot do this because of the Constitution. However, we are afraid because we feel like that they're gonna bust our doors now.
What did John F. Kennedy say? He goes, as soon as you hear for an increased call for security, watch out. JFK warned about this.
Benjamin Franklin.
Huh?
Franklin said.
I'm quoting JFK's speech right before he was assassinated when he outed the New World Order.
I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I hope you guys are addressing the fact that the government is watching our phone calls and our fucking emails.
Oh, we know that.
Know that. Okay. It's not exactly a conspiracy, but fuck it, it's a problem. And the government needs to fucking back off.
Yeah, but they're not going to though. That's the thing. They've got everybody so scared right now. They've got everybody so scared, afraid to do anything.
They're
How do you
not
figure?
fucking going to. Okay,
They've done it
today.
all
Hold
throughout
on,
history.
wait. I'm drunk tonight, so just
Oh
let me
gosh.
fucking speak. Hold on. This guy, my professor today in media literacy theory, thinks that government surveillance is the best fucking thing in the world. You know what? Fuck him. Because government surveillance is the worst fucking thing to happen to our nation.
Invasion of privacy.
Well, what harm is the government
invasion of privacy. I'm not okay with the government listening to my phone calls and reading my emails. That's not okay.
Let me tell you something, Jackie. I'm old enough to remember the old rotary dial phones that we used to have back in the 60s and 70s, the old rotary style phones. You would be talking to your buddy on the phone, and you would hear a click. You would actually hear an audible click as somebody else joined the call. And we used to even make a
oh my god!
Like I said,
Fuck the government. If the government is listening right now, fuck you.
Like I said,
Fuck you.
People you can actually see hurting you are the employers who either refuse to hire or fire based on all the dredging they do on your social networks, probably by voice print as well as facial recognition.
Oh my god, I'm so pissed right now.
No,
I'm so pissed right now.
These are
corporations. Hold on, I'm sorry. I shouldn't even be here, but fuck it. I don't even care anymore. Just
the things that we used to think were out there and crazy are now happening today. Facial recognition, fingerprint identification.
And they know your retina scans. They fucking know your retina scans. They fucking know everything about you. They know where you go. They know who you talk to. And they know every single fucking thing about you. And it's not their business. They need a warrant for that. That's the constitutional legal process, and you need a fucking warrant.
Jackie, and they don't give a damn about the Constitution.
They don't give a fucking damn about anything.
No, they don't. No, they don't. They call us useless eagles. That's what they call us. They actually.
Have you seen the best Okay, there's this documentary called Citizen 4. I think it won Academy Award-winning documentary. Yeah, it's a documentary where the person is interviewing Edward Snowden, and he's talking about our risk of security, our shitty thing where you know if you use the internet you're going to be watched, and there's no way around it. There's no fucking way around it. And you know what? I had to sit through 2.5 hours today of my professor. Okay, I'm in this class called Media Literacy Theory, and my professor is pro-surveillance. He has 4 people watching everyone else. You know, he is for the government watching people, and he says that, you know, people are going to behave better and whatnot. Well, shit. You know what? You need a fucking warrant to go through this personal data. I'm not okay with the government knowing who I am in contact with. I'm not okay with the government knowing what I'm buying on the internet and who I am associating with, what websites I'm going on. The government has no business in that. You need a warrant.
They don't need a warrant
You need a fucking warrant.
They don't need a
And
warrant.
they don't fucking care about my privacy, and they don't fucking care about your privacy, and they don't fucking care about anyone else's privacy.
They care about their own privacy. If you start,
Yeah.
sniffing around.
Yeah. If you start if you question the government, then that's it.
Oh yeah. That's well. Look
Well,
at
see, that-
Edward Snowden, as you mentioned.
See, that's the irony of the whole damn thing. These rights that we have, they're not rights to protect us when we get on the internet. What these rights are for: freedom of speech, freedom of assembly.
You
All
guys
this
think
shit-
Snowden's a real person? You guys think Snowden
No,
actually really outed them?
No, Snowden's a plant.
Snowden was a controlled release of something that was bound to be realized regardless.
Hold on, wait. It doesn't matter if Snowden was
doesn't matter if
plant
he's
or not. Hold on. It doesn't even matter if Snowden was a plant or not, okay? It doesn't matter if he revealed all this by himself or some part of the government had him reveal it, okay? It doesn't matter. What matters is what the government is actually doing to our internet privacy.
Right.
Okay? It doesn't matter what roles Edward fucking Snowden plays in this. Okay? It matters what the government is looking at us. It matters what
but Jackie,
the
that's exactly the point.
Hold on. Wait, don't fucking interrupt me right now. I'm drunk and I need to vent.
Go ahead, girl, vent.
Hold on, stop. It doesn't matter what Edward Snowden, what fucking role he plays in this. The government is responsible. The government is what's invading my privacy. The government is what's invading your privacy, and invading Nadia's privacy, and invading Roy's privacy, and invading Von Helton's privacy. Okay? It's the government. It's not Edward fucking Snowden. Who cares what role Edward Snowden plays in this? Okay?
Well, here's the thing, Jackie. I've been talking about this shit for over 15 years. And I have been laughed at, harangued, lampooned.
Yeah, but I've
told
also heard you say, hold on, I've also heard you say that if this whole country went secularism, okay, that the world that we would go into chaos. And that's not true. Okay,
Well,
so don't do that. Don't do that. Okay? I love you and I love everyone to hear, but don't do that. Okay?
Well, it's true.
I'm an atheist, but I have morals. Okay? I'm not gonna go out killing people because I think that I have no consequences. Okay? That's not it. Okay? So don't talk to me. All right? The point is that the government is watching us. The government is corrupt. Our U.S. government is corrupt, and it's going to fall apart whether anyone likes it or not. Within my generation, I was born in the early 90s, okay? And maybe some of you might not see it, but I'm probably going to see the fall in the United States.
I hope I don't get to see it.
And that's fucking scary.
I hope I'm not around.
Jackie, there ain't nothing to be afraid of, okay? There's nothing to be afraid of.
To be
Everything.
afraid of the government is spying on us.
I won't live to see the next election.
Yeah, it's the Jackie. You know, I was angry at first too, but that'll wear off. Trust me, it'll wear off. But just arm yourself with knowledge. Just know what's going on. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I know what's going on, okay? I know what's going on. And you guys might think that you know it all, you know, the whole religion thing and Christianity and whatever the fuck not. But it's not about religion, it's about the government
Well, that's what I've been trying to say. The Bible teaches that this is going to happen. So, you know, it's
I
not.
don't care what the Bible says. I don't
Well,
care what the
I
fucking Bible
understand that. I understand that, but Christians are saying the same thing. We're not.
The Bible can say whatever the fuck it wants to say. And you know what? I've read the Bible twice, so you know what? I know what's in the Bible, okay? But it's not about the Bible. It's about globalization, and globalization has led to a lot of fucked up things.
Yes, it has.
And
well, yeah, you haven't seen nothing yet.
And it's not. It has nothing to do with religion. Hold on. It has nothing to do with religion, but it has to do with the progress of technology and communication. Organizations like the United Nations only come about because of globalization. The causation of globalization.
Well, they tried to form.
Hold on. It's the effect of globalization. This whole surveillance thing is the effect of globalization. It's not the cause of globalization, which I think is what some of you Christians have wrong. Globalization is caused by the closeness of
Yeah, we call it the beast in the Bible.
Okay,
it's a global world order. Yes.
Hold on. The fact that everyone is close now. The fact that you can go on a site like Omegle and talk to someone that's like all the way across the globe. Okay? I can talk to someone from India. I can talk to someone from fucking Afghanistan if I wanted to. Okay? My hairdresser at home, he's from Syria. His whole family is from Syria. And he knows people who have been killed in the war in the Middle East. He has family members who have been killed in war in the Middle East. And you know why? Because the government collects data on us, and they use that for political gain. I don't even fucking know. I'm drunk. So fucking forgive me if I sound like I'm crazy or if I sound like a conspiracy theorist, but I'm not. This shit is real. And you just need to look at WikiLeaks. Hold on. You just need to look at some WikiLeaks articles. You need to watch the documentary Citizen 4. It won Best Documentary last year. Just fuck. I don't know. I don't know. I just got out from a hangout where someone said that BrettKeane harassed a lady who helps with cleft palate people, and I have cleft palate, so I'm really fucking worked up right now, okay? And I'm drunk because my ex-boyfriend,
I'm not aware of
I don't know what to do right now. I don't know what to do right now.
I'm not aware of Brett discriminating like that. I don't buy that for 1 second. Now, Brett's heavy on the
I don't know, but someone said that he harassed a lady who helped people, who helped children with cleft palate. And I have cleft palate. I have cleft palate. Okay? I'm a skeptic. I will look into this tomorrow morning. I will look into this tomorrow, but right now, I'm so worked up. I'm so worked up. I'm so sorry.
All right, Jackie, stop the freight train for a minute, okay? I am not aware of BrettKeane discriminating against somebody for a physical malady. I am not aware of that. All right. Trolls are going to get on the internet. They're going to say all kinds of shit about Brett. They're going to say all kinds of shit about me. They're going to say all kinds of shit about anybody they don't like, okay? But I am not aware of Brett discriminating against anyone for a physical malady, ever. All right, and if somebody can provide me rock solid proof, then I'll take a look at it. But as far as I know right now, I have never ever seen Brett discriminate. Now, having said that, is Brett heavy on the banhammer? Yes. But is he discriminatory? No, I'm not aware of that at all. Never. You know, like I said, I'm open to proof if people's got rock solid proof on that shit. But I am not aware of him discriminating. Now he has no compunction for assholes, but then neither do I. You know, but you know, unless this person was being a total dick in the room, I don't think he would have done it anyway. But you know, no. I think, you know, we need to stop listening to the fucking trolls, man, because they will mess with your head.
The thing is I got that information from someone I really trust.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't know what to think. I have BrettKeane blocked currently, but if he wants to talk to me about it, I will unblock him and we can talk it over.
Well,
if someone here is close to BrettKeane, then just tell him if he is willing to talk to it about it to me. If he is willing to have a conversation where he's not gonna insult me, he's not gonna insult people with cleft palate, I will be willing to talk it over to him. Okay?
Well, like I said,
I will.
He can be heavy on the banhammer sometimes, and you know, he has.
Okay, no, stop. I understand that, but I have a friend who, okay, all right. I was just in 13 Heathen Shuffle, and there is a girl who I trust a lot. Her name is Exiled. And she was commenting in the chat. Okay, you know how sometimes a live hangout will have a text chat, like not the YouTube comment, but like a side chat where things pop up instantly. Yeah, no, it's not that. I don't know. It's like an automatic
the little box on the Google Plus page, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and so she was talking about how BrettKeane harassed a lady who helped children with cleft palate. I need to know if that's real or not, because if that's real, I'm gonna keep BrettKeane blocked. And if that's not, no, listen. Von Helton, I know what you're going to say, but you cannot confirm or not confirm whether BrettKeane did that. Only BrettKeane can. And I will be willing to talk to BrettKeane about that. And if BrettKeane can prove that he had no association with that, then I will unblock him. But for the time being, I have to keep him. I have to keep him blocked.
But that's the whole point. I mean, if they had rock solid proof on Brett, they would have posted it by now, don't you think? I mean, it was only like a half an hour to an hour ago. So I would think that it would be like tomorrow if they had evidence. I will talk to her. I will talk to the lady who claimed that, okay? I'm very good friends with her, okay? I will talk to her. But I also want to, at some point, talk to BrettKeane about what happened. I want to talk to him himself. Hello? I think Von Helton might be having connection issues because I can see Nadia moving around, but Von Helton is frozen. I'm really sorry I came into this hangout so angry. I have a lot going on. I have an ex-boyfriend who is suicidal and blaming me, so I'm very worked up right now.
That's okay. I hope you feel better now.
No, I don't.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. I just need to rant, and yeah, I'm worrying my current boyfriend right now. I'm gonna need to call him later, but I just need to vent. Yeah. And it's a shame that Von Helton left, but whatever. Peripheral, Justin, yeah, I disagree with you on multiple levels because I know you're a Christian and you believe in God. Yeah, we disagree, but you're really nice, and that I appreciate that.
Well, I think you're nice too.
No, tonight is not me. I am drunk, and it's because of personal things that are going on. So anything bad or
Oh,
you
it's
know,
cool.
I mean,
cool. It's
okay,
cool. Don't worry
okay,
about it.
hold on. I'm not a Christian, but my morals tend to align with Jesus Christ and what he taught. Yeah, so anything that I say that's unchristian-like, is me being drunk. So, or no, un-Jesus-like, because there's a couple Christian things like issues like homosexuality and stuff that I disagree with, but anything un-Jesus-like, that I'm saying tonight is a result of me being drunk, and it's not really me. Okay.
I've had plenty of those nights, so don't feel bad. We've all been there.
Okay.
I would do that 5 nights in a row when I was in the Navy, so.
Yeah, I remember like last week or maybe even 2 weeks ago. I don't remember. You were in a hangout and I was in a hangout and it was Nadia's hangout about like homosexuality and stuff, and I was getting really frustrated over the fact that people were claiming that homosexuality is something that you can choose. And yeah, I got angry because that's not true. But if I said anything that's not Jesus-like, then yeah, that's my emotions. Okay. I'm really a sweet person, and that's something that I've had a hard time recognizing. I have very low self-esteem and self-confidence, and even though I am an atheist, I do take a lot of what Jesus said to heart.
Well, that's good.
I don't believe all the supernatural things of it, you know, the parting of the Red Sea and Jesus turning water into wine and there being a God. Like I don't believe in any of that. But
Hey Jackie, real quick, Veckel told me to tell you hi.
Oh, hi Veckel.
He's not in the room, but I got him on Skype.
Yeah. Oh, I guess he's listening. Veckel, I'm sorry, this is not me. I am drunk. Veckel, I hope we'll have an anime hangout soon. I know that Anime Christian 101 wants an anime hangout, and we tried to do that a couple weeks ago, but I had things going on, and hopefully sometime we will talk about anime. We will. I promise. It probably won't be until I graduate in May, because I have a lot going on. So, there's that.
Anime Christian has me blocked.
Who?
Huh?
Anime Christian has me blocked.
Hey Jackie, Veckel told me to tell you have the cutest laugh.
Aww! Veckel! Why didn't Veckel even coming. Veckle needs to come into here, please. Veckle, come in. I like Veckle. Yeah, I didn't agree with Veckle's meltdown the other day, but you know what? Fuck it.
It happens to the
I
best
like
of us.
Veckle.
It happens to the best of us, man.
It does, and yeah, I don't appreciate some of the people on quote my side of the debate, like making fun of him for it, because he had, okay, as a Christian, I can understand why he got angry. Okay, although I agree with phony Beatlemaniacs, like I can understand, like, okay, if you're a Christian, having someone coming into the hangout and saying that Jesus has been dead for 2,000 years, that's not cool, okay? And I love Gary, I love phony Beatlemaniacs, but according to the Christian religion, okay, yeah, I'm an atheist, but I can still look in the perspective of a Christian, okay? According to the Christian theology, Jesus is not dead, okay? He rose from the dead 3 days after he was supposed to die, right? So technically, if you're a Christian, you're not supposed to believe that Jesus has been 2,000 years dead. You're supposed to believe that Jesus is still alive and in heaven, and he's supposed to be a reincarnate of God.
Yeah,
So
God
I
incarnate,
can
right?
kind of, yes, I can kind of understand what Veckle was saying, but I think being angry about it is unnecessary, and I think we need to love, agape love everyone, even if we don't agree with them. And that's coming from an atheist, okay? That's not coming from a Christian.
It's okay, I won't tell anybody.
I mean, big shocker, okay? People need to love each other. And the Christian faith has that right. I mean, the Christian faith has a lot of things wrong. But the one thing that the Christian faith has right is agape love. You need to love yourself, and you need to be able to love other people, or else, you're going to have a hard time in life. And that's just a simple fact.
Well, you're preaching to the choir.
I know. But, I don't believe in God or anything. But
yeah, it's okay. I won't say anything.
No, fucking come at me. I'm drunk as hell, and I need something exciting.
Oh, come on. You just had some excitement, didn't you?
Maybe a little. Oh my god, I just took over this hangout. A bunch of people left. I'm sorry.
I think it's just late and people are leaving. What are you drinking tonight?
Vodka and orange juice. So basically, I've been making myself screwdrivers.
Wow.
Getting some vitamin C at least.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm injecting myself with so much vitamin C. Yeah, Michael Ann. See,
yeah,
I'm suffocating in orange juice.
Yeah.
Right? So, Michael Ann, yeah. Fuck you. Whatever. I don't care. Whatever. I don't know. Michael Ann, I love you, but your obsession with vitamin C is abnormal. And I get enough vitamin C in my life. So, yeah, I don't need your IV injections or whatever. I have orange juice, and I Plus, he loves drinking it with vodka, so whatever.
Well, I figured out why everybody got kicked out of the room. It's because goddamn Windows Update, man. Windows Update.
Yeah, no. That's actually a good point, because I got the Windows update screen, and it was like, okay, do you want to restart in now or in 4 hours? And I selected 4 hours. So.
Right. Well, I didn't see the little screen because I had, I'm monitoring 4 monitors, and I missed I missed the little box down at the bottom that says, "Do you want to wait?" And I must have missed it.
Does that happen to everyone? Does that literally happen to everyone? Oh my god, I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, I'd say that's why a lot of people. That's why a lot of people left, is because of Windows Update. That's what happened to me. That's why
I need another. Hold on, I need another shot of vodka. Hold on.
Y'all have Windows 7 or 8?
I got Windows 7. Windows 8, man. What do I need with Windows 8? Windows 8's for touchscreen. I don't even have touchscreen.
Exactly. Exactly. I have Windows 7 too. Windows 7 is all you need.
Yes.
I mean, at this point, if they come up with another, I might upgrade, but Windows 8 is mostly for touchscreen.
I'd wait until.
And I have an Alienware laptop, and it's not touchscreen, so I don't care.
There's a rumor out there. There's a rumor out there. I don't know how true it is, but there's a rumor out there that you can upgrade to Windows 10 for free.
It'll be free according to some, or at least for some people, it's supposed to be
some people
like home edition or whatever. But yeah. I mean, I have Windows 7 on 2 machines. I would never upgrade them. They don't have touchscreens. This laptop I'm on right now came with Windows 8, and it does have a touchscreen. So and it works okay. I hardly ever use the touchscreen, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I don't use touchscreen. I never have, and I really don't need it. Windows 8 is really good if you got one of these right here. Okay, if you got one of these right here, Windows 8 is awesome. But I don't even have it on this one, because this is a iPhone.
It's also pretty fast. I do like the speed. I think it's a little better than Windows 7 as far as that goes. But I love Windows 7. It was beautifully designed.
Right.
And I would never upgrade my machine to Windows 8 if they're not.
Okay. I'm giving myself another half an hour, and then I need to call my boyfriend and crash because I have class tomorrow, and
it's 3 o'clock in the morning where we're at, so I don't know where
it's 3:30 here.
It's 3:31 a.m. and this is ridiculous because hold on. The past couple of days, my ex-boyfriend has been keeping me up because he's been like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill myself and shit," and because and then he'll blame me. So that's what's been keeping me up, and now I just can't. Even if I try to go to bed, I'm just not gonna be able to fall asleep.
So what do you think about that? I mean, he threatens to kill himself and blames you for it. That seems really.
Oh yeah, no, he
manipulative.
Okay. He threatens to kill himself and go have one-night stands and smoke weed and do other drugs, and then he blames me for it when I broke up with him back in like October. I don't know. It's ridiculous. And
are you back with him?
And I'm just so no. I'm not back with him.
This is not who you're going to call in 5 minutes or whatever.
No.
Okay, cool.
I am with someone who is like 100% better, and his name is Kevin Buchit, and he's a part of this community. I met him here on YouTube.
Oh, cool.
And he's the best thing that's happened to me in
Oh, well, good. I'm happy for you.
years.
Good for you.
He's
Good
the
for you.
guy he's the guy who's in my profile picture.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so my ex is causing me a lot of stress. So I got drunk tonight because
If he's threatening to commit suicide or threatening to do harm to others,
I've already called the sheriff's department.
I was going to say, yeah,
times on
you
him.
call somebody.
No,
man.
already done. Already done.
If you feel like you're in danger or something like
When
that.
my wife said out of her mouth that she was hearing voices in her head telling her to kill me and kill the children, guess what I did? I took her to the emergency room. I took her to the emergency room.
yeah.
Well, she was complaining. She was complaining of that her heart was going to explode and shit like this. I took her to the emergency room after her telling me that she was hearing voices in her head telling her to kill me and kill the kids, and that her heart was going to explode. I took her to the emergency room, and I had her tell the emergency room staff what she told me. Right? It wasn't 5 minutes. It was not 5 minutes that they called the men in white coats. And you know what? They actually wear white coats. They come in, they seized her, and out she went. So.
I have no idea what happened to my ex-boyfriend. The thing is that my ex-boyfriend is from where I'm from, California.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm currently in the state of Georgia for school, and basically, okay, my current boyfriend is in Iowa, and I've been there, and I've hung out with him, and I've had sex with him, and all that. But like, my ex-boyfriend, he has contacted me several times saying that he's gonna kill himself, and it's all my fault. And I have called the local sheriff's department several times on him, actually, and he's been in 72-hour watch several times.
Okay, now wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm confused. All right, he goes and cheats on you, and then you dump him because he's cheating on you.
No, he never cheated on me. No, he never cheated on me. The reason why I dumped him was because there were several times where he took advantage of me when I was drunk. He was also, I am barely mentally stable. I have self-confidence issues, and he is just outright depressed. He is outright mentally unstable, and I could not handle that. If I had stayed with him any longer, I would have hurt myself.
So he had negativity issues.
Yes.
Yeah. My ex had that problem too. Had a bunch of negativity around her and shit, and.
Yeah, and I'm someone. Okay, look. Come on. Oh wait, hold on. Let me turn on my camera. I have 2 fingers on each hand.
Right.
And I have a cleft palate.
Right.
So I have really bad self-confidence issues, and his issues were too much to handle.
Right.
I was recovering from my high school days where I was cutting myself and had suicidal thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
And I just could not handle his suicidal thoughts. I could not handle his cutting himself. I could not handle his negativity.
Right.
And that's why I had to end it. And now he is contacting me saying that if he commits suicide, it's all my fault. So that's what I'm dealing with right now, and that's why I'm drunk, and that's why I kind of came in on a rant. Also, today my professor, who's supposed to be unbiased, had a pro surveillance opinion he is for government surveillance, and that really pissed me off. So it's been a number of things that has had me been set off edge.
So you found out that when I get on here and I say our teachers or our college professors and our university professors are communists, now you finally believe me, right?
It's not that they're communists, it's that they put they inject their opinion into the curriculum. It's not. It has nothing to do with whether they're communists or not. Yeah, there might be certain situations where a professor might be a communist and might inject their opinion into their curriculum. But last quarter, I had a radical Tumblr third-wave feminist as a professor.
Right.
And this quarter, I have a pro-surveillance, pro-federal, big super government professor.
Wait a minute.
And I'm not
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Your last professor was an avowed feminist, and then now this professor's a communist. Man, you can't win, can you?
I don't know.
No, I'd like to. Can I say something real quick? This is what is also known as horizontal enforcement. It's people talk about people who are critical of the government, often think the government's going to come down, government agents or whatever, and they do indeed sometimes persecute people. But most enforcement comes from our peers, who they buy the propaganda. They think that the surveillance makes them safer, even though they have a better chance of being hit by lightning than being attacked by a terrorist or something.
Goebbels and others have stated that the way to destroy a nation is through the children, and that's exactly what they're fucking doing.
Right. Well, but it's also the pressure you get. So I'm a libertarian, and I've been in a lot of libertarian meetings, and I can't remember who the speaker was, but he made this point very effectively. He asked everybody in the room, how many of you have actually had how many of you have actually been persecuted by the government or had the government take action against you in particular? And almost nobody raised their hand. But then he says, how many have you been, and this is for your libertarian views, I'm sorry, or for your, questioning the state and that kind of thing. And then he would ask, how many have you had the same persecution from family or friends? and nearly everybody raised their hands. So that's kind of what the state and the propaganda machine depend on, because they're fewer in number than we are. So they need to get enough people to think that what they do is just swell or tolerable, and then the rest of the enforcement takes place at the horizontal level.
Well, you know what? They have my professor convinced because he thinks that we'll get better jobs because of the data mining that big companies do. It's just ridiculous that my professor believes that. Hold on. My professor believes that we're all going to perform as better citizens under surveillance, and that's not necessarily true.
Well, and he does sound
I don't know. I just think that privacy is a huge concern, and the government. I'm not a conspiracy theorist or anything. Okay, this is the one thing that I am really pissed off about in terms of my government, is that they use our data. Okay. They use our bank records. Okay, it's not even a matter of whether you use the internet or not. A lot of companies keep their records online. Okay, like medical insurances, bank records, etc., etc. They can track what you do and who you associate with and the type of things that you believe in just by the data that you provide companies, even if you don't provide it online.
Right.
And that's fucking scary. Okay, I don't want my government knowing that I cyber with my boyfriend every other weekend. Okay? I don't want my government knowing that I do the things I do. Not because they're illegal, but because it's private. It's my private life.
Well,
And they have no right to be in my private life, and they have no right to be in my boyfriend's private life.
Yeah, you're preaching to the choir.
They need a warrant. They need a fucking warrant to be able to access my data, and the fact that these big sites like Google, fuck you, Google.
Jackie,
These
that's
big sites are providing our government with data. It's sickening.
Jackie, that's what I've been trying to tell you. They know they stepped all over the Constitution, and now all they need is what's called probable cause. Well, what is probable cause? Probable cause is a damn guess. They think that you might have drugs, or they think that you might be breaking the law.
No, what you don't understand is that they don't, hold on, they don't even need probable cause. They already have your metadata, okay? They don't need probable cause. They don't need it, okay? It's not about probable cause and shit. They have your data.
Oh, well, they have this nice little secret court that nobody knows what their decisions are, but they apparently have this little secret court that evaluates everything and just, and keeps them honest. And of course, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, but.
By the way,
yeah.
I'm only gonna be here for 15 more minutes because my boyfriend's getting worried about my mental health. I am drunk tonight, just as a recap for people who don't know. I'm drunk because I am dealing with personal issues, and I had a professor today who is pro-surveillance, and fuck him.
Well,
right.
At least now you know that I wasn't lying to you. You know.
No,
What does your professor teach?
Hold on.
I just was.
Wait, hold on. I need to talk to Von Helton real quick. Okay. It's not you who told me anything, because I barely know you. I know you because of 3D modeling, okay? And you didn't tell me anything. The only thing that you've said when I've been in a hangout is something like, if the government turns secular, then everyone is gonna go crazy, which isn't true. You made some sort of weird prediction that I don't understand. But the whole NSA thing, I already gathered from my own personal experience. I already gathered this from my own experience, my own knowledge, my boyfriend's knowledge, oh, by the way, my boyfriend is into computer engineering. My boyfriend is also into the hacker culture, so he is the one who's giving me this information, and also me, who is also looking through some of these WikiLeaks articles. So yeah, okay, I respect you, Von Helton, but you're not the one who told me this, so don't claim that. I love you, but just don't claim that.
Jackie, I'm glad that you found it without needing my help. That's awesome.
Okay,
I wish more people would actually get off their ass and do some research on this shit.
No, it's been in the mainstream media, and I don't understand why people aren't looking into it. I mean, a lot of people who are involved in the internet are looking into it, but a lot of the people, like my younger sister, just accept terms and conditions from different websites, like it doesn't matter, you know, but they don't understand that their privacy is being invaded. They don't understand that they're signing on to a contract that allows these companies like Tinder and Kik to share this private information, and I just think there's a lot of ignorant people out there.
It's all about money, baby. It's all about money. Follow the money.
Oh
Follow
yeah,
the money.
it's
Follow
all
the money.
about money and political fucking gain. Like a lot of this is politicians using this metadata, you know, to further either their own power or the United States power, and fighting wars, fighting internet data wars, with information that they don't even have the right to. All right, I'm sorry, I am drunk tonight. So if anyone wants to say anything else, I've literally been rambling on Nadia's channel for probably an hour. So I'm just gonna shut the fuck up.
So Jackie, I just wanted to, I'd just like to say one thing, because I've been very concerned and outspoken about government overreach for a couple of decades now, and I think you do have to. I would advise you to, even though you're concerned, to not let it consume you, not let it take over you, not let it compromise your happiness and your well-being. You know, it's regrettable, but there are some things that we can't have an immediate effect on except to speak out against them. So I would encourage you. We can always go around and look for finding out evil things that the government's doing. There's an endless array of things, but try not to let it really consume you. That really plays into your enemies more than your friends.
Yeah, I think what's really upsetting me right now is that my professor has a pro-surveillance stance, and it feels like I have to have that stance in order to pass the class.
All right, now Jackie.
So I'm
Well,
not
that's
okay
true, but
with
just pass the class. Yeah, unfortunately, they're tenured. Most of them can't be fired. You need to.
Strong agree.
Yeah, you need to get through the class, so just do that. But you know, that's the kind of coercion, unfortunately, we have in the current system. But I wanted to ask you, what course does he teach? Just I'm curious.
It's a course called Media Literacy Theory. It's basically a course about media models, how culture affects people, how people affect culture, how the media plays a role in it, how different art forms have transformed the media, how technology has transformed the media. And today we had a lecture about data collecting, and I just completely disagree with everything that he has said today, with everything that the authors of the two essays that we had to read say, and it sucks because when it comes to the final exam, I might be forced to take a pro-surveillance position to pass the class. But I don't know that yet, but I'm worried that I might have to, and that's not what I believe in. And this isn't, hold on, this isn't the first time that a professor has, you know, forced an opinion on a class here at my school. I had a professor last quarter who is a radical feminist, and I mean, I do not identify with the third wave feminist. I would be a feminist if you're talking about first wave or second wave, but not third wave. I'm not a feminist for third wave feminism. And we had to kind of take that position when analyzing the documentary Misrepresentation. It's on Netflix. I'll type it in the side chat. We were forced to watch this during one of the classes.
Well, my advice to you, for what it's worth, is I would consider that you're under duress. I think if you're critical of the state or whatever, critical of anything, you don't need to be a martyr for your views. So if you need to BS your way through the class in order to get a grade, that's unjust and all of that. That's terrible. But I don't know. You have to pick your battles too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to. I need to graduate. I'm very close to graduation. I'm supposed to graduate in May.
Don't throw yourself under the bus. You can be an outspoken journalist once you get out. You can be the next Glenn Greenwald or whomever, and expose all of this. But for right now, you're so close.
Yeah.
Don't throw yourself.
I'll be getting my bachelor's of fine arts.
Yeah. Nobody would think less of you if you did that. Yeah.
Literally. In May.
It is so ironic. It is so ironic because I just talked about this in the previous hangout. How the college professors indoctrinate these kids because if they don't do it, they don't pass the damn classes. I just talked about this just yesterday.
It doesn't happen as often as people might think.
I don't think it does either. I think it does happen. My own experience was not that way.
Yeah,
but
it doesn't happen. Hold on. It doesn't happen as much as people think. But I'm going to a college that's very free thinking, and they let a couple of these professors slip up.
Well, how's that?
In
double speak.
I love the fact that my college is very free thinking, but I wish they would have a little bit more control over the opinions of my professors.
Well, the tenure system
is very frustrating.
The tenure system is very much well. They'll have control over their opinions as long as they like their opinions. That's how they get tenure. They have to be pro-state mostly, and they have to be usually pro central power.
Hold on. I don't want my college to have control over my professors' opinions. I want them to make sure that my professors' opinions doesn't affect my coursework.
We're not saying that. We're saying that the professor and the college are unified. They're like this, okay?
Right. It's very hard. Ludwig von Mises wrote one of the best economics works of the foreseeable past, at least modern works. He should have had a Nobel Prize, but he even had a really hard time getting tenure because he wasn't statist, he wasn't Keynesian. He was in economics. Those are if you're not a Keynesian and a statist and a war apologist, you have a real problem getting in. War apologists not so much, but the other two are essential. And the idea of tenure was that people were supposed to be independent and unfireable for what they say, but how they get the tenure is very much an ideological straitjacket that you have to wear to get it in many cases. People obviously there are exceptions, but
9 times out of 10, if you're not big government, 9 times out of 10, if you're not big government, you will not get tenure. Guarantee.
Right.
Look it up. If you don't.
Well, in which department? I would say like maybe at UC Berkeley's political science department. Yeah, there's probably a
right. Well, I think
very authoritarian kind of leftist.
My understanding is that, and this could be sometimes it's maybe disgruntled people. I wouldn't say that's not entirely possible, but for the most part, and the universities are heavily subsidized by the state, and the student loan the student loan situation is such that it's just that kind of institution to begin with, and so yeah, you have some of the independent colleges and stuff like that. There aren't that many really, but and it also depends on the subject matter. So in economics, it's very hard for an Austrian school economist to get tenure in these schools if to get hired. They do, but it's just harder for them.
Let me clarify my statement, because I don't mean liberal. I mean leftist. I mean hardcore left, socialist, communist, okay, fascist. I'm not talking about liberal. Okay, let me be clear on that shit. They are big government. They are for control of the masses, and if you do not toe that line, you will not get the job. Period. End of story.
I don't know. I mean, I went to a very, very, very liberal, you know, West Coast university, and I'm a fairly conservative guy, and I you know, remember going to high school, growing up, hearing these stories about, you know, evil, you know, pinko professors, you know, brainwashing, you know, impressionable youths, and I found, yeah, I mean, there's one or two, right, and perhaps there are more. Again, certain fields of study seem to attract more. I mean, anthropology, for example, is, you know, notorious for loony, you know, leftist types.
Sociology.
Wait, you went to a West Coast school?
Yeah, I'm in California.
Oh, wait, what school?
I'd rather not say. It was one of the better UCs. I'll just leave it
Oh,
at that.
one of the better UCs. Okay, all right.
Well, I think.
Yeah, I got rejected from UCLA and yeah, that's them.
Wasn't UCLA.
Yeah, I figured, but like, yeah, I'm from California, and I'm kind of, I mean, I don't really regret it, but I kind of made the mistake of going to a school that's in the Bible Belt, and as soon as I graduate, and as soon as I get my boyfriend over to California, yeah, we're going back to California. All my family is in California. So I just don't want to be anywhere else but in Southern California. I miss that place, and that's where I grew up. So
Yeah, I'd just like to say
yeah.
something on the. I don't think the claim there's different claims about, you know, the bias in education stuff, and I agree. I had some leftist professors, and I just went to a community college, and then I'm sort of an autodidact. I didn't finish or anything, but I had leftist professors that were amazing. They were great, and they were pretty open about their views. But I was always welcome to if it was appropriate. If it was a math class, obviously I didn't do it, but I was in a class on argumentation, essays, and stuff like that, and I was the foil for the libertarian view, and I had a great experience, and I learned which of my arguments were sound and which of them weren't, and I got challenged, and it was a great experience. But yeah, the cases I think where you're really where you're really coerced into having to feign views that you don't have just to pass a course, I think that's probably relatively small.
Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah,
my
I went.
experience.
Okay. Actually exactly a year ago, I was in philosophy 101 or whatever it is here at the school, and I think I might have been the only atheist in the entire class. And just to give you an idea, I'm going to a liberal art school, okay, and an art college, in a very artsy town in the Bible Belt. But I was still in a class full of people who believe in God and all of that, and whenever I voice my opinion, whenever I voice an argument against what the professor was saying, I would get ridiculed. And yeah, while my professor was actually and he called himself an agnostic, okay, but like he didn't even understand, and I could tell he didn't understand what the term agnostic meant. It doesn't mean a fence sitter, obviously. It means you don't know if there is or isn't a God. So he never really actually revealed if he was a theist or an atheist.
Right. To me,
All he
agnostic
said
is
was
not a complete description of.
Oh, no.
No,
Because
that's
all
not
he
the
said
case.
was
Either one of you.
agnostic. That's the only thing he said. And it frustrated me because everyone else in the class was a theist, obviously. And I was the only atheist in the class. Okay,
Right.
so whenever I said something, I would get like really hateful, literally hateful looks in this class. And it was very uncomfortable because I just was not going to sit around and let these theists, I mean I love everyone, but like some of these theists were giving bad arguments for atheism, and I just wasn't going to tolerate that.
Sure. Yeah, I've heard some really bad. I'm an atheist too, but I've heard some really bad atheist arguments.
This professor was saying that the biggest argument that atheists have is that religion is a mental illness. And I was so mad that he said that.
Really? A professor said
Because
that?
that's not true. Yes! The professor said
what
that the
subject was
biggest
this?
argument that this was philosophy. The professor said that
The
one
professor
of
of
the
philosophy
biggest
said that?
arguments that yes,
A little weird.
the professor said that one of the biggest arguments that atheists have is that religion is a mental illness.
I'd be interested in hearing him defend that.
I got really upset, and this was even before I was a part of this community.
That's a straw man if I've ever heard one.
Right. But I will say that, and some of the things you said earlier, he can be just an agnostic, because especially if he's speaking from if he's a professor of philosophy, then yeah, because he's going to be using the philosophical definitions of the terms.
Well, I think you can be an agnostic, but I think logically, you still are either an atheist or you're a theist.
No.
No, wait a minute. No, if I ask you if you believe in God, if your answer is anything other than yes, to me that's what an atheist literally is. An atheist is somebody who's not a theist, and if you don't.
That's not what the philosophical definition of atheist is.
Well, okay.
And
what do you think?
Professor of philosophy.
What do you think is the philosophical, the positive atheist position that they're?
Atheism is denial of the existence of God. Theist is the acceptance of existence of God.
Yeah, so I mean, technically speaking, an agnostic would neither affirm nor deny. But I get what you're saying, Jeff.
Yeah, I think that's an old definition of atheism.
That is the philosophical definition. Find me a philosophical encyclopedia that says otherwise, and we can talk.
Well, but like practically speaking, again, where the proverbial rubber meets the road, right? Like I kind of get like.
Yeah, I mean, if you
were in behavior, there doesn't really seem to be any real difference between most agnostics and atheists, right? It's a difference in, I guess, the sort of the very abstract.
I think the difference is very important.
Well,
I'm agnostic, so I can speak for that.
Hold on. I'm getting sick of people taking the position of agnosticism because that's not a position of belief. That's a position of knowledge. Okay?
Right.
You're either an agnostic theist or a Gnostic theist.
That's not
Right.
the
Or you're
correct
an
way to do it.
agnostic atheist or a Gnostic atheist.
No, that's not
It-
true, because
No,
I'm
agnosticism.
50-50 between
The
deism and
term
agnostic.
agnosticism
I mean atheism.
has been hijacked by people who don't want to say whether they're a theist or an atheist.
No, I think you can. I think it's a reasonable position for someone to say, sincerely, yeah, I don't know, and I can't say either way, right? And that's a fair.
In my opinion,
I don't
it's
think that's-
ignorant to make the assumption that you do know either way, which is why I take the route of agnostic.
Well, I agree, but that's the current, to me, the most pervasive view of atheists, atheists versus theists, is that it is a dichotomy, and that
No, it's not. Jesus. All right. I just posted an article.
Jesus Christ, me! You don't have to get all upset.
Stanford EDU.
Okay. All right. Well, according to that narrow
2004,
right.
with a revision in 2011.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean,
atheism is a
You're using a more narrow definition.
Wait. It's not a dichotomy because you can believe. Okay, there's theism and there's stuff like pantheism and deism and everything in between, but
all of those are theist.
Hold on. The theism and atheism is on a separate scale, in my opinion, than Gnosticism. Your belief claim is different from your knowledge claim, and I think that's what people get worked up or confused about, because a knowledge claim is completely different from a belief claim.
I agree.
You can be
That's not what agnostic is. You're strawmanning agnosticism badly. So I posted an article talking about the difference between atheism, agnosticism, and theism from Stanford EDU. It's in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, which is made public.
I understand. Yeah, I've looked it up. I'll check.
I understand.
It's a great resource for.
I understand that you can use it in that. Yes, it is a great resource. It's mostly Platonist, but it is a recognized resource, and I do recognize that atheism is on some occasions is defined in that way. I don't think it's a helpful way of understanding really what the concepts mean, and in the context though of a theist or an atheist discussion, one is, in my judgment, on one side of that or another logically. Theism is a belief in a god. Atheism is the non-belief. And if you haven't explicitly believed in atheism, I know you don't like it.
It's useless. I'm not saying that I don't like it. I'm just saying it's useless.
Well, it's
because it covers way more than the. It makes it too broad. Because if you have atheism as just non-belief, then you're including stuff like lamps, and you get people like Bionic Dan saying
believing in lamps is not a theological position.
It goes way
well,
too far.
Your adjectives that you're hurling are in the context of discussion about whether or not somebody holds a political view, or I mean a religious view. It's very useful.
I mean,
you
can I say as an agnostic?
But you can go beyond that, obviously, and say, well, here's why here's how I think about these things, and I'm not sure, and all that, and that's fine. But in the context that means you're not a Baptist or a Catholic, if that's where you are.
I don't know what
Jeff. I see what you're saying, because from my stance, it doesn't matter whether God exists or not in my reality.
Well, that's
so I always take the. It wouldn't have any effect on my reality, basically. So I always take the atheist stance because, again, that's basically what you guys believe.
Hold on, Ocean. I just this is a complete side note from the conversation. I found out the other day on Facebook that we have a mutual friend who is not inside the community. So I just figured that out on Facebook, and yeah, I think that's really cool. I actually found this out just the other day. And I know this person from a different website, and we've met in person. So if you can figure it out, just let me know.
Oh, I'll
But
just click on mutual friends.
Huh?
Hold on a minute.
Facebook friends.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, we've met in person, and I only know her from another specific site, and we've met where I go to school. So I thought that was really cool that we have that mutual friend, and I think that she's really awesome.
Oh, she is really cool.
She's awesome. Yeah. But yeah, okay, that was the entire side note, and I just want to tell you guys I'm drunk right now, but I did want to tell, I did want to tell you, Ocean, about that because, I met her, okay, I've known her for quite a few years, and I met her I can't remember, it was either early last year or the year before, I don't really remember, but I met her in person, and she's awesome. She's just awesome. I don't know how you know her, but I met her on a different website, and she came to my school area to see a different friend, but she also came to see me. So, how do you know her?
How do I know her?
Yeah.
I met her at a party.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, I'll talk to her about it, and she'll be impressed. She'll like it.
You can let her know of my other life.
Yeah.
She'll tell you of my other life.
Should I mention that or no? Or
No, you're fine.
Okay. I'll talk to her and I'll let her know that I know you. So, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry to derail the conversation, but I just thought that was really interesting. So, let's continue on the semantics. Actually, no. I'm actually gonna end up going to bed. I need to contact Kevin because he's worried, and I need to sleep because I have class tomorrow.
Hey, Jeff, I just posted another encyclopedia of philosophy. They're hard to find on the internet. These are the only two that I've found that
it's
are
hard to find a
searchable.
good one. But I was also reading under the Stanford item number 6, and I think the article even, recognizes some disagreement or how these terms should be used when they're used pragmatically, when they're used philosophically, etc. So it doesn't seem to be.
There's definitely a different colloquial usage of the term.
Well, even among philosophers, if you read point number 6, it gets into pragmatic. I'm just sort of skimming it now.
Yeah,
but,
I see it. Which paragraph are you looking at?
let me see here.
Oh, I think that Jackie's trying to leave.
I'll talk to you.
Okay, Jackie, take care.
I'll talk to you guys later. I love you all. I was drunk tonight, so if I said anything really crappy, I apologize.
No, I didn't. I don't think nothing that I picked up on.
Alright, love you all. Bye bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Yeah.
So, Where were we?
You know they say in vino veritas, so I think we have some really good truth tonight.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is talking about the pragmatic use of the word agnostic as being an in-between, but actually not using the knowing aspect, but more referencing it as belief, because atheism and theist reference belief, so agnostic, even though it uses gnost in the word, can still reference belief as being an in-betweener of the two.
I don't see why like the whole idea that it's neither an affirmation nor denial is so problematic. I mean, that's sort of the
right.
Historic.
I don't see why the term
philosophy of religion.
atheism. I don't see why the term atheism is problematic.
The atheist has to provide a reason for denial, because denial is a stance, instead of having kind of the because when I see the argument when someone goes with the lack of belief route, it's usually I have a default position, so I don't need to argue in favor of mine. I just have to refute and dismiss yours, which is boring.
Well, we can move on if people are...
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. It's probably one of the most boring topics of conversation that seems to crop up again and again here on Google.
It is. It's become interesting to me though, because it's kind of a cheap strategy in my opinion, and I delight in pointing it out sometimes. Anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry, my mic was muted. Well, nice to throw in a little cheap shot there at the end.
That's what I do.
No, the way I think informed discourse goes is you say I'm an atheist in the sense of blah blah blah, or I'm a theist, or I'm an agnostic. I think in everyday usage, certainly in philosophy, I've studied Ayn Rand. She uses terms differently from other philosophers, and she defines selfishness in a certain way.
Right.
But I think on the metaphysical side of it, I would still hold that logically. I think attaching a positive statement about a non-belief is that's certainly a subset of atheism, but atheism is, as such, relates to the concept of theism, literally, and if you're an atheist or a non-theist, that means you haven't accepted it. It doesn't say anything about what you know or don't know.
Oh, it's not. I'm not saying that it should. I'm
Right.
saying it's a statement of denial rather than a statement of knowing or not knowing.
Well, it can be, and in some
denial
philosophy,
doesn't have to be knowing.
it's used in that narrow sense, but.
Like, do you? What is your opinion about the God of the Bible?
I'm atheistic. I don't see any evidence to support that there is a God, or any reason or evidence to support that, and therefore that's why I call myself an atheist.
All right, but you.
I don't make a positive claim that there aren't any unicorns in the universe. I don't make a positive claim about God. I think it's unlikely, but I can't make a claim about reality that I can't support.
Because I think that you're confusing what I'm asking for for a scientific claim, and I'm not. When you make a philosophical claim, it's not necessarily on the same level as a scientific claim.
Right.
So
okay. So ask the question again.
Darn it. Basically, requesting your stance on the God of the Bible. You accept it, you deny it, or you hold no position.
I don't accept it as true,
right.
But I don't necessarily deny it either, unless it's presented in a way that I think is internally contradictory, or I just reject it as in the same way as if you told me there was a planet that's in another solar system and it has these kinds of life forms. If there was no reason or evidence to believe that, it would just be a non-claim. I wouldn't really.
Okay.
I wouldn't deny it because I can't disprove it. I can't say no, that planet cannot exist. But I can point out that I don't think you've presented sufficient reason and evidence to believe that, but if you believe that, that's fine. I don't accept that. It's just
yeah. You again.
It's just a non-claim.
What I'm talking about, but like you kind of highlighted something because like you could say to if I were to accurately represent what, and you can tell me whether or not I'm wrong in this. You can say that you deny the existence of the Christian God based on internally inconsistent aspects of the belief system when presented in a certain way, like say young Earth creationism. If the God of the Christian Bible that is being presented is the young Earth creationist God, it's internally inconsistent and doesn't match up with the evidence of that I see in reality. Therefore, I actively deny that God.
Yeah, let me.
Which is my position too. So, like, because I actively deny the Christian God. I say that is not a God that exists, or it does not exist.
Yeah, I don't really. You know, I don't think there's. Yeah, I think the more specific I hear the God thing, as far as when he was around or trying to reconcile Bible verses with things that we do know. Yeah, I would reject those arguments.
But actually, I think.
But I'm not agnostic about them. I think that's a non-argument. I don't think I'm powerless. I can't say, well, gee, gosh, who am I to say? If somebody presents an argument that is contradictory to the facts of reality, I would say with a high degree of confidence that no, that particular claim doesn't add water, and I'm not shy about saying that, and I don't think I need to retreat into agnosticism or arch skepticism to point out an invalid argument.
Because you can deny that and say like here's my reasons for it. Let's talk about that, and there can be a scuffle.
Right.
But I think that the kind of the difference in making a scientific claim versus making a philosophical claim is a scientific claim. You have evidence sitting in front of you, and you conclude from that empirical evidence that this is true. With a philosophical claim, it's more of, I think this is true because of these reasons and these thoughts.
Right. The evidence of facts of reality that we perceive or that we can infer from facts of reality, those we can accept as true. And that's a fine art too, because some things may not be considered, but the challenge is what this particular evidence. We can conclude from this particular evidence is that it shows us X. So I don't.
Woohoo!
You're a little prickly about this.
I am.
Yeah. I don't get that.
People misuse it.
Yeah.
A lot.
Well, it's a different context. It's not a misuse. It's to me, I think I think the proper context for starting off a conversation is between theists and religious is which one are you? And in that sense, and if you want to use it in the sense of positive atheism, you're just using it in a narrower context. And I don't think it's a particularly helpful context for a quick understanding of where somebody comes from. But if you do, that's it. As long as we define our terms, I suppose that's getting us there.
The atheist-theist dichotomy ignores people who are kind of actively exploring the idea, but haven't landed on anything as far as acceptance or denial of anything. And so somebody who is a true agnostic may know a lot about the subject, may be very interested in the subject.
Absolutely. No, it's not to dismiss an agnostic. Of course not.
Does not accept, does not deny, simply does not have a position that they're willing to stand behind.
No, I would never make that. I don't make that claim so much that it's a cop-out. I have in some cases when I actually thought it was a cop-out, but as a rule, I don't say that. I just say it's not. To me, it's about knowledge. It's a modifier for one of the kind of two poles, which to me logically make more sense than the Stanford, with all humility, than the Stanford out of the box definition. But
I think too it's an important definition. It's important that the way defined it's that way, but not not so much as for the others. I think it's important for the people, the person making the claim. because it forces you to actually, make an analysis, of yourself, and the things you believe, and come up with a reason, because when you say you're an atheist, you're not talking about the reasons why. It's just it's just you saying, if I go with the definition, which I like, it's the same one as my language, that an atheist is the negation of the divine. It doesn't really matter too much about the reason. Now, it's not a problem not having a reason or having a bad reason. I don't see that as a massive problem, but it's important, to have some kind of reasons behind what you say. So I see that, as a ladder. You come up, with the conclusion to yourself that you're an atheist, so you negate the divine for whatever reason, and then you go on and progress in your reasoning and say, okay, why is that? And you can come up, with different reasons. Okay, yeah, it's because I'm agnostic, or because I'm actively denying, that particular God. I think it's interesting. I come up to the conclusion that it's not really that interesting for the people you're talking to, but it's interesting for you that you're talking to the people.
And this seems to be really, really unique to this particular issue. So, like, if we were talking about people who play golf and people who don't play golf, you either play golf or you don't, or you have or you haven't.
Yeah.
That ignores the people who may be thinking about playing golf, or maybe don't like golf, or maybe think golf sucks, or some others would really like to play golf but they can't afford it, or whatever. It ignores all those things. It doesn't mean you stop the conversation just with those two labels, but I'm saying logically, either you play golf or you don't.
No, you're right, and that's why I think that I understand Benny's willing to be actually very precise on that matter, because you lose a lot in it.
I think you have to unnecessarily narrow the context of atheism to fit as agnosticism in as a third way.
The problem with that, though, is that when you have the golf and not golf, when you have a debate about golf, you have the not golfers argue with the golfers, but there should be a term for the people who hate golf, because
yes, but they're still not golfers if they don't play. Or
I agree.
If they play golf and they hate it, they're like me. I've played it a couple times and I hated it.
No, but there is also the thing that nobody will ask a non-golfer why you don't like golf. You see.
No,
because it will say, because it sucks, it's stupid, but it's not a conversation going. It's
if we don't get past the labels, we're not going to learn.
You have people who've never touched the game before, and which both are non-golfers. But when you have a golfing convention, the people picketing outside are not the people who've never touched the game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not relevant, though. They're either still on this.
If we're logically, they're a conversation.
Yeah, you're saying you want more information, and obviously these labels.
Or have you never touched it? And it's because that's more useful in the conversation, where it's like, if I'm going to be talking to you about golf, have you played it?
Yeah. Are you a golfer?
Do you hate it for whatever reason?
But that doesn't mean you can't say, well, what kind of golfer? I mean, we don't need to have a label for every nuance in somebody's argument. We can say, so why don't you play golf? Well, I've never had the opportunity, or I just hate the idea of chasing a little white ball around, or I think it's elitist, or whatever people think. Or I do play golf, and I am a golfer, but I think all those things, and I'm a self-hating golfer.
Or I do golf, but I prefer the ancient Scottish version.
So yeah, the concept car is valid. It's like, well, it doesn't tell you what color it is or what make it is or anything. Of course not. But either it's a car or it isn't a car. We have a concept called car, and it means something. And yes, we should be more or less precise. I think when we're since we are on discussion boards as atheists and theists, we absolutely need to be more precise about how we think and all that kind of stuff to make for conversation. But people like my mom, she just wants to know if you are religious or not, or if you're a theist or not. That's sufficient to her.
Yeah, I mean, like, practically speaking and like socially speaking, like, I think there's sort of two camps. Like, and so intuitively, I think that the whole either atheist or not kind of makes more sense. Although, yeah, I mean, I guess, philosophically, we do gain more, I don't know, precision or specificity by throwing in the sort of agnostic, cannot affirm, cannot deny category. But again, like, to me, it's sort of neither here nor there, I guess. At the end of the day.
And I'm a biblical skeptic, and in some academic works, I think they should be read critically too. The Stanford Philosophical Dictionary is an overview of various schools of thought. Leans towards Platonism more than Aristotelianism.
Well, the Stanford one, it just has Plato in the name. It doesn't actually have anything. Right. It doesn't. There's no Platonist bias at the Stanford.
Perhaps not, but
thing.
But anyway, it's a very concise and condensation of a lot of schools of thought, and I think the article is lacking in not really acknowledging a more literal definition. And
well, I provided a second one as well from the Internet Encyclopedia, which is more open source, which opens up with a line that is closer to what you have said.
Yeah.
But then when you scroll down to what is atheism, the first sentence is atheism is the view that there is no God.
Well, I know we got a guy we all know on here, Sid. Ask an Atheist. That's his position. He holds. He holds
that you can know that there. Like he takes the it to a whole nother level, which is independent of what I'm talking about. And says that you know, not only do I know, but you do too, that there is no God, and it can be known. Which
atheism
are all things that I know exactly.
Yeah, I'm very critical of that position. I've challenged him on that many times. So.
But that's not. There's a distinction, I think, between what Sid believes and what I think an atheist who denies God or denies the existence of God believes. Because the denial is a simple denial that you think it's less likely than it is likely, and so on that basis you deny.
Those are all within the sphere of atheism. So there are different kinds of Republicans or Democrats.
Just like there's different kinds of not golfers. There are people that know a lot about golf but don't play.
Exactly. Yeah. I always and it's ironically I normally eschew labels. I don't like to dwell on them. But there's a value and a hazard with any label, no matter how precise it is. It's easy to misunderstand abstract concepts. But I hold to my ear. When somebody when I say, you sound like an atheist, and they say, no, I'm an agnostic, I think they're I think I have been justified in saying, well, do you believe in God? Well, to me, that's an atheist, and people get really all bent out of shape when I say that.
Well, I think it's because you're misrepresenting them.
I don't.
What they're saying is that what they believe is atheism as denial.
Well, I think.
When what they're saying is that they do not accept, do not deny, they just don't hold a position on the argument, regardless of their knowledge or interaction within.
So they don't hold a theistic position.
Nor do they hold a denial.
But
so,
the denial would be the positive.
They decided to themselves
position.
after.
Well,
I think it was Huxley's position that all right, if you have atheists and you have theists, what am I? I'm in between. I don't accept nor deny this, so I'm in the middle.
I always like the example you can make actually with wines, because you can ask someone if you like wine, and he can give you some reason. But then you can ask the guy, okay, do you like Tiroldigo? I say, hold on a second, I've never tasted Tiroldigo, so let me taste it, and then I make up my own conclusion. And even if the guy say, no, I don't drink wine because I don't like alcohol, you can ask the guy if you like rose wine, which is non-alcoholic, and again, he doesn't know what it is. You say, okay, let me taste it, and I'll give you, a reason why I don't like it or not. It is that, it is one thing to say I don't like wine. No wine, because I think it's a hideous product. I don't know.
Well, let
But I
me.
think that sometimes when you taste wine, you have no idea whether or not you like it.
It is, yeah.
I think
yeah,
it's
you're right.
I've had that experience.
But it's different about a positive a point of fact and a subjective preference. So for example, have you ever had wine? There's no middle ground for that. I mean, assuming we agree on what wine means. So have you ever had wine? Either you have had it or you haven't had. Whether you like different.
I think
So
the
if you
equivalent question for that would be, do you have a religion? And the answer is going to be yes or no. For agnostics, it will be no.
Yeah.
That's true. I mean, I would assume so. I mean, I guess perhaps some agnostics may practice religion for other reasons, or maybe they the social reasons or whatever. Just like some atheists go to Universalist churches for community and stuff like that. So I don't know that that's entirely.
Like some people who've tried rose wine still have no idea whether or not they like it.
Yes. No, you're right. You're right. But at least you're tasted
talking
it,
about.
You've had at least you've had experience. So you're not agnostic towards rose wine. You can't make your own conclusion, but you can say that you know it because you've tasted it. You have no idea what you've tasted it. You have nothing to compare with, but you have an idea.
But the line is not whether or not you know what it tastes like. The line is to belief is whether or not you like it.
No, yes, yes,
I can
right.
know what it tastes like. And have like a Gnostic position on, okay, I know this wine. But the agnostic position isn't speaking about whether or not you know what it tastes like. It's whether or not you like it, which is what the distinction is in the Stanford article, that agnostic, even though it talks about knowledge, is actually talking about belief in the context of the atheist-theist discussion, philosophically.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree, and I mean, and that's common living. This is everyday experience. Even the fact that I am exposed to an idea, it doesn't mean that I understood that idea. So yeah.
And you could ask somebody if they like church, and you say, well, have you ever been to a Jehovah's Witness church or something like that, or a Satan church? I don't know. So you could do the same thing with.
Have you ever been to the Black Mass?
The Jim Jones Kool-Aid drinking, crazy church.
I've never been to that one.
The bring your own goat church. Yeah.
Yeah. I liked on Laughing years ago. The Church of What's Happening Now. That's the church I always wanted to go to.
Funny that in the ancient or in the modern satanic church or of devil worship church, sometimes you bring in a goat, and there's a sacrifice, and it's horrible and gross and ungodly and whatever. But in the ancient Judaic temple, you would sometimes bring in a goat, and it would be sacrificed, and it was holy.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, something's wrong here. Oh well. Oh, that's right. I need a new tower. Whoops.
I'm glad you're here, Ocean. I haven't seen you in a while. It's always interesting to talk with you.
Yay! I'm interesting.
Yeah.
You heard it from the horse's mouth.
So that's a knowledge claim. You're interesting because you have feedback. Cool.
I know damn well that I don't know. I'm.
Be careful.
I am the best person to ever exist, so there's that.
I have talked to you before, but I don't have you in a circle.
You might have my old account in a circle. I've since deleted that account.
Oh, you mind if I circle your new account?
Yes. Don't fucking circle me. No, yeah, sure, go for
it. You hard atheist, you.
We've had back and forth on libertarianism before. That's where.
Yeah. And we're entirely in agreement there, right? No.
Not quite.
That's right.
I mean, it is funny when you and I get into a room, and then we agree on something that's economic or governmental. It usually has to do with property rights, because you and I are fairly aligned on that. Property rights and individual rights.
Mhm.
But there's occasionally you take it so far that I see you jumping off a cliff with it, or at least I feel like that's what's going on.
Well,
individual rights or be damned, you know.
Right. One person's logical conclusion is another person's reductio ad absurdum.
Right.
I guess is the quote.
Yeah, because I feel like you take property rights and individual rights to a kind of a gospel truth of this is my value and I'm sticking to it, hell or high water. My position is more of has to do with utilitarianism of does the system work, and that's where we get into scuffles is where you do where you take that and apply it in a way that I don't think works, and then we get all huffy with each other.
And what would an example of that sound like?
We had a big thing over Jeff saying that that people should be able to own portions of the sea or in the oceans, and that doing so would promote and that the people who own specific parts of the ocean would be able to hunt and farm whatever animals they wanted to in that specific part of the ocean.
And that's actually kind of a consequentialist. That's not a principled thing. We were talking consequentially. Even though I think the moral case is foremost. I think libertarianism and property rights is right, but I also think it works. I think that's the beauty, one of the beauties of libertarianism. But I would foremost appeal to the idea of what's right.
Yes.
Is it ever justifiable for one person to own another human being, or for one person to take by force the property, the honestly homesteaded or acquired property of somebody else? And I would have to say, no. There's obviously you can come up with emergency situations, but those really aren't what ethics is about. It's about choice, and so yeah, I think those are. I think those are kind of the first principles in terms of social interaction and stuff like that. And my argument about the privatizing of the oceans and all of that is now you have vast waterways that are unowned, and how are we doing there? Well, they're dirty. Ships are dumping crap into water all the time and stuff like that. So I do make a consequentialist case for pretty much everything being privately owned or available to be privately owned.
The oceans might be cleaner if they could be owned.
Right.
The caveat that I was the issue I was having with you in that conversation had more to do with wildlife protection, because that was how the argument. That's how you were providing advantages to the argument of being.
Oh, right, yeah, the tragedy of the commons problem. So like the codfish up in I think it was up in Canada. Used to be there used to be it wasn't they weren't privately owned, but there were fishing rights that people had that they could negotiate with other fishermen to use them and stuff like that. And the incentives were to keep those stocks replenished and to encourage. I don't know all the ins and outs, but to encourage having the codfish, and all of that was kind of eviscerated over time. Those traditions, and now you have extreme shortages of those things. So there's the old. It sounds kind of callous, but the old thing: if you want something. If you want to protect a species from being endangered, eat it. We don't, chickens are not endangered species, or cows. So that was, that's the argument.
Or eat it in a way that it is able to be farmed. Sharks, for example, are having some issues in Japanese waters because they'll go out, find them. They can't be farmed really, but you can go out, find them, chop off their dorsal fin, and then leave them to be, and they can't reproduce or whatever. You just overfish them to hell. But that's still an animal that's being eaten. It's still part of an animal that's being eaten. And with respect to elephants as well, their tusks are being used. They're being overhunted.
And the codfish are still being eaten. The problem is the supply of them is depleted because the incentives are gone for those who. It's like look at privately owned forestries where there's where the firms actually own own the land, and therefore you have an interest on them to maintain the capital value and the productivity of the land. They have to act in ways that incur positive results because they're replanting and stuff like that.
Right.
And not all this is perfect, and yeah. So the tragedy of the commons is would say, okay, all you lumber companies, go into this little area and have at it, and what's going to happen? Nobody's going to plant trees, or if they do, we're depending upon their benevolence and their charity, which is not always a reliable thing to depend on, and it's more likely. And plus, you don't, even when people are well-meaning, you need to have signals from the market, price signals and stuff like that, to know exactly how to use resources. That's one of the beauties of the price system, is that it doesn't rely on central planning, which is horrible. It relies on actually instantaneous and very precise feedback that feeds through all levels of production.
Right. Well, the issue that I had with, because I agree with a lot of the things that you said.
Well, that's good. Yeah,
the issue that I had with carving up the seas, and to some extent the issue of carving up, like say the Amazon rainforest. I think that some areas, I might be okay with this if some areas were declared protected completely as no man's land, and this belongs to the critters. Like areas of the Amazon rainforest, for example, or the migratory waterways of the humpback whale, the gray whale, and because it only takes one idiot that owns a certain part of the migratory pattern of which takes place over like the entire coastline of America. One idiot that owns like a little strip to hunt down a bunch of overfish his area of a migratory animal to completely kill the population.
Well, just in general, I would argue that one idiot can do a lot more damage if they have a monopoly on force and are called the government. But
true.
But
no,
I mean,
it's not be one idiot; it's several idiots.
Usually one idiot at the top, and then he orders several idiots to carry out his idiot scheme.
He's an idiot with many idiots.
He's an idiot with guns and tanks in some cases. But anyway, no, yeah, you can have one idiot. Certainly, and that wouldn't differ from the current state of affairs, I don't think. But you know, I always hear this argument every time I bring it up. So either there's two possibilities. Either people are BSing me and they really don't care that much about these things, or they care but they wouldn't want to expend any effort on their own. But I would say, you know, whether it's the poor or anything else, none of that's buying land and preserving it is not in the least bit precluded by libertarianism. So what libertarianism says, though, is if you think land should be used for a certain purpose, put your money where your mouth is and find investors, find other people who are like-minded, and buy up as much land as you can for these purposes and use them as such. And if a business buys them and, you know, everybody knows they destroyed all these birds, well, they have a bad PR problem too. So there's disincentives for people.
And
the bird is still dead. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like a species just went extinct, and the result of that is bad PR.
Well, species go extinct all the time, so extinction in and of itself is not.
Yes,
is not a bad thing. And if they're only confined to one area, maybe they're not such a strong species. But even so, again, that's fine. If you if you care about them, then buy up the
Whether
land.
or not they're strong species, or if they're niches in more places than just this one spot or whatever, is kind of beside the point. It's the consequence to me should be a little bit more than just bad PR if the black rhino is eliminated from the planet by one company or something like that, for example. Which I think it's the western black rhino is gone. And the eastern black rhino isn't far behind it. But that's not due to one company, that's due to poaching.
Right.
Which is arguably individual enterprise.
Well, ironically, some of the anti-poaching laws actually make for fewer species because the value of those animals also goes down.
Up, skyrockets. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
The value of, like, when I was in Kenya recently, so I learned a lot about poaching laws and what their effect is and so on. Some places have limited legal hunting of these animals, and there's a uproar.
Right. But if they were, you know, if this was profitable, and I'm not saying that using ivory and all that is the nicest thing to do, but there would probably be a lot more elephants and stuff like that in some of these endangered species if somebody figured out a way to monetize their preservation. And that sounds callous, but you know, sometimes results are more important than intentions, and
yeah, you would probably like this conversation, where I think it was fairly recently. I don't remember what country this was in. But it wasn't in Kenya, because this is illegal in Kenya, which is where I went. But there was a very old lion. No, white rhino. Very old white rhino. Or black rhino. No, it was a black rhino. Okay. Anyway, black rhino, very, very old. To the point where it would die within 3 to 4 years or so, and the privilege to kill it was auctioned off to, it was auctioned off to the highest bidder, and the proceeds would go to wildlife preservation of the lands that this rhino was on. A man in Texas won for some absurdly high amount. It might have been in the millions, to go hunt this rhino, and there was a particular rhino that was tagged, and he was released onto the land, and he had to find the rhino with the tag, verify it, and then kill that rhino. And this guy has gotten death threats of all kinds, and it's caused a lot of issues. Now the question is what happened permissible? Because you had a lot of money go to this land that would not have been made otherwise. But endangered animal was hunted and killed.
Silly question. Is the rhino past breeding age? Like, is this a rhino that would not be having any offspring anyway?
Way past breeding age. No way. It had either already bred or gave up its fucking opportunity, because there's no way this thing was mounting anything.
Yeah, okay, so there's... Well,
It was within 2 years of dying, of old age.
And it was not going to reproduce.
Nope.
And hunting is otherwise allowed. I don't, obviously I don't like the idea of animals dying, although we use animals. I don't think it's actually humane to let animals live forever. I don't think it's humane to let a lot of humans live forever, especially if they don't want to.
The question is about the hunting rather than the animal.
I actually don't see any really moral problem with it. I think it works for me. The animal is old and dying, and if this gentleman will pay for it and it goes for a better cause, it sounds pretty laudable to me. But obviously, people have emotional reactions. It's like. It's like people have these really visceral reactions, as I do. I'm not saying I don't, and I think they're horrible, to these beheadings, because it's videotaped. We see it. We see what goes on. But people don't have nearly the same reaction to the idea that a drone bomb is going into after a target where, on average, 20 or so other people are going to be killed. That's the average, according to the state. So we don't get as worked up about that because we don't see it. It's not as dramatic. It's not as in your face, one-on-one.
Well,
even though there's a horrific dismemberment, burning, all of this stuff, and that we don't even know if the person, it's just on a whim that, well, maybe they take.
We're also the ones doing the droning, but I think there are reasons for that. I think that. There's historical reasons, and,
I want to provide
state violence for several reasons doesn't really seem to bother people as much as, I guess, insurgent violence or more individual initiative violence. Also, I think technology, like there's a weird sort of
Well, I would agree with all that. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying that because we have this image, we have these loaded words like endangered species. We have this imagery of this particular animal being hunted down, even though this happens all the time, all over the world. We have that image, and people who, endangered species is one of those words that you're just supposed to hear and shut down your critical thinking, I guess. So I think it's an emotional reason, and it's unfortunate that this person is being threatened. And it's like I said earlier, I think intentions are overrated and results are underrated. And it sounds like the results from this, based on what you said, is a win-win situation. So
the counter question that was provided when this was spoken about at a little gathering was, what if we decided to, in order to raise money for domestic violence, we auctioned off the privilege and opportunity to beat an old woman that is past breeding age?
Well,
against the old woman's consent?
Well, I mean, the rhino's consent wasn't considered.
Well, I know, but we're talking different.
I think this is an animal rights.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that rests on a sort of category error, and that for most of us, we draw a pretty sharp distinction between human beings and most other animals.
I don't think animals have.
There's some sort of gray area, and that I would be much more, hesitant about, eating a, bonobo or a chimpanzee or something than a lobster or something, but or even causing harm or distress. Consciousness sort of exists on a gradient, right? And creatures' sort of self-awareness and capacity to feel pain is something that sort of it's not a binary kind of thing.
I'm
sorry, go ahead. I
would actually think sort of legally, in terms of legal rights and what have you. I'm not saying that I would approve of this that I would personally approve of this just for aesthetic reasons. But if somebody wanted to volunteer to be beaten or even killed, you own yourself, and if it goes for a certain cause, and I do think it's a different category than animals, by the way. I don't think this is the same with animals.
Right.
I think this requires consent. I think that would be. I can't imagine anybody that appealing to anybody or that motivating anybody to participate in it. But as such, I don't consider it a violation of the rights of this woman if she chose to volunteer for that, which I would hope she wouldn't, but and I certainly wouldn't want to see that, and I would think it was kind of barbaric. But from a legal perspective or a rights perspective, I actually think it would be a violation of her rights if she wasn't allowed to enter into that agreement as long as it was consensual.
Okay. I don't know, I really didn't have
no, those were good. I like that.
Much to add beyond that. It was just, I thought it was an interesting conversation topic that came up while I was over there, because somebody was talking about a seminar they went to where this was talked about, and that was brought up. I guess another one that would be interesting that kind of keeps animals in the picture would be to raise money for anti-animal cosmetics, or something a bit against cosmetic testing of animals, to auction off a kitten to a whatever company wants to do some sort of experimental testing on it.
No, not a kitten. No, forget what I said. I love cats. No. I think companies that use animals for frivolous things like makeup and all of that, I don't know. I think I can see ostracizing them if that offends you aesthetically, as it might me too if I were made aware of any kind of cruelty. I'm really more concerned with cruelty to the animals on aesthetic grounds, of course. And these are my personal preferences, so they're not to be universalized. But I mean, I
think the hunter is interested in making the cleanest kill he can.
The hunter wants to make a clean kill, and my concern, I am sympathetic to these ideas like of free-range beef and cattle and stuff like that. Not just because it makes them more delicious, but I don't want animals to be I don't want animals to be treated cruelly while they are here, and I don't think it's in their interest to let animals die in nature of old age. I think that would probably be a horrific death for most of them. So while they're here, I am sympathetic to the idea that they ought to be treated humanely. But on a rights basis, I don't think talking about animals and rights really makes too much sense from a logical or moral standpoint. If a tiger attacks you and eats you up, it's kind of ridiculous to say he violated your rights or whatever.
What would be more interesting is to shoot a cheetah or arrest a cheetah for killing an antelope.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Like as soon as he makes a kill, woo!
Right. So I think any ethical system has to take into account, first of all, you have to ask the meta-ethical questions are, what is ethics? What does ethics deal with? And human beings seem to need a code of ethics and seem to be uniquely able to adopt and abide one, with many lapses, of course, but we do have the ability to make choices and act according to whatever sort of universals, if there are any. We can make choices, and we need to have some arguably some first principles as to how to interact and how to act. What's sort of our standard of value? Would seem to me life kind of fits that nicely. As we, like other life forms, we act towards our own survival. That's what we do one way or another, even involuntarily. Even like a plant grows towards the sun, and those that survive act in their according to their nature in various ways to survive, whether it's building dams or having claws and eating gazelles, weaker life forms, and that kind of thing. So that's why we have to talk ethics. It doesn't make to me much sense to talk about animal ethics unless we somehow determine that animals are capable of contemplating these kinds of things and making these kinds of choices and not just acting on instinct.
I can more or less agree with you. See, we agree on things, Jeff.
We do.
We agree on things.
You see the glass half empty. I see it half full.
I see the glass on my mom.
Right.
Yeah, I'm probably going to take off here in a minute.
Yeah.
Fabio!
Yeah.
It was good seeing you again.
Yeah, me too. Don't be a stranger.
I'll try not to.
Yeah.
Any of you guys play Total War?
I had it. It rings a bell. I think I played that more than once. Hold on a second. I probably have got it. Just talk to me about it, because I probably have it.
I just got Attila Total War. That's a newly released one, and damn, son, damn, that is a game.
Hold on a second, because I think I had a previous version of that. Total War.
There's it's usually like just a giant strategy game that takes place one place or another, usually Europe, and they've gone across different ages. They've gone to feudal Japan, the ancient world, the medieval world.
Oh
colonial era, Age of Exploration.
Yeah, I had the Shogun, and I think I had Rome.
Well, Rome 2 just came out a little while ago, and the expansion pack to it, Attila, is...
If you're into that kind of shit, you should check. There is another... It's quite good. It's called War Game. It's a series. The last installment is called War Game Red Dragon. It's really good.
I think you're the second person to suggest that to me.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to check it out.
It is really good. I bought there was a package on Steam not too much time ago where you could basically, for a few euros you get there are 3 installments. It's but the last one is Red Dragon, which gets all the stuff, and it's interesting. The AI is quite interesting. There is a big community multiplayer, and the good thing is that it's modern warfare up to 98, stuff like that.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, and it's really cool because you can you can move stuff, as packets, or you can move, individual items, like, the single tank or the single squad. But it's really cool. It's well done. I like it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's see. But Attila takes place. Oh, Art. You know Art, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Art and I were gonna play a game of Total War with my brother, where I was going to be the Seleucid Empire. Hunter my brother was going to be Egypt, and Art was going to play as Rome.
Cool.
And we were going to go crash at each other in the world.
Has any of you got a Twitch account?
Twitch? No.
Yeah.
But we were talking about getting Twitches set up so that we could broadcast it.
Yeah, that would be great. I would watch it. If you ever set it up, just send me a line, and I will gladly watch it. It's really interesting.
Cool. I might make a Twitch for it. For me and my brother playing.
Sorry, go ahead.
I might make a Twitch for me and my brother playing. I think that would be funny because he and I make snarky little comments the entire time while we're doing it.
Yeah.
We were playing Attila, where we were both playing as the Nordic factions. We're both blonde-haired, blue eyes.
Uh-huh.
So we were just saying horrible things the entire time. Probably should not be broadcasted, but whatever.
Yeah.
But fun times were had. Blasting apart the Germanic peoples of and the other inferior races of Europe.
Yeah, no, I always found fascinating the dynamics which develop in people during a game, any type of game. It's really fascinating, and it's enjoyable. I think in a way you learn a lot more about the other person while you're playing a game that if you have a day-long discussion.
Right. Like the main thrust of the plot in Attila is it's about the fall of the Roman Empire. So the Western Roman Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire are two separate entities in the game, factions both playable. And on the one hand, the Eastern Roman Empire is having kind of a power struggle with an Eastern Empire called the Sassanids. Meanwhile, the Western Roman Empire is being torn apart by every single Germanic and Celtic tribe in the world at the time, just rolling in because its economy has sucked and it's gotten to the point where time to carve it up and take it for ourselves. So, and in addition to that, Attila is moving in, which is scaring up all of these other nomadic civilizations, and they're all headed towards Rome. So, just a giant fucking mess.
Yeah.
And playing as the Western Roman Empire is hard as fuck. Because you start out controlling about half the world, and you only make 600 gold per turn. And a typical military unit costs about 200 gold, and a full army is like 20 of these things. So, and you're being invaded by several factions that have gigantic armies.
Yeah.
And you have nothing.
Yeah.
You're fucked.
Yeah, but yeah, again, it's really cool. And those kind of things are really fascinating.
Yeah.
I love them. I remember I used to play on board games before,
strategy games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I used there were a couple of them that were really fantastic. I used to play with a friend of mine, and one was called Jutland. And Jutland was a ship game, and basically was Second World War. So you had, the tier pits, those big ships. But the good thing about it was that he had no boards, so you basically play on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really cool. And there was another one which was unbelievably difficult. It was called, it's quite famous, it's called Gettysburg. Now Gettysburg was
I played that with my dad.
Yeah.
Is the it's got the little cardboard squares?
It is. It is. But it's insanely complicated because of mostly the main difficulties is the resupply lines. So you have to calculate any kind of shit before you can move, a single pointer, because it has a lot of modifiers.
Yeah.
And I think we played once or twice, and then we said, no, listen, I mean that's not worth the effort. I mean, it's so bizarre. And then I remember not too long after, there was a PC version of that. They ported it on PC, and that was fucking brilliant because the biggest advantage of having that kind of stuff on PC is that even if you've still got all the modifiers, you don't need to calculate them, which is the boring part. So you focus on the strategic part, and actually that was really good, but it was insanely complicated.
As I played it, my dad, because there was a game that I wanted to play that my dad had, which was called Third Reich, which was basically Gettysburg of World War II.
Yeah.
It's huge.
It is
huge. I want to play this, and he was like, "Well, I'm going to start you off on Gettysburg." So I was like, "Okay, Dad," and we sat down and played it, and I decided to be the Confederates, and he was like, "You probably shouldn't do that. It's your first game. The Union are stronger." And I was like, "No, I'm going to be the Confederates. This is awesome. I'm from Georgia."
Yeah.
Come on.
Fuck it.
And
yeah.
So it's like, okay,
I'm going to rewrite history. Yeah.
He explains to me the rules. I read the rules myself, and I play the game, and I whooped his ass. And my dad's somebody who doesn't let me win, or didn't let me win. He was always like, I might give you handicaps, but I'm going to play my damnedest. But I whooped him, and he was like, all right, fuck you. I'm going to take you into Third Reich.
Yeah.
And I don't think I've ever won a strategy game against my dad since.
Yeah, Third Reich, you're right. That's another good one. That's another good one. Yeah. But that's what I meant. That at the time when you were playing that kind of games, you have to prepare and set up. You have to have a place. Some of those games lasted more than one day, so you have to have a place where you can leave everything together. So,
right.
First rule of thumb was that you must have a friend which has a free room with no cats. Yeah. Because I found cats were the single most destroying factor in a strategy game. And kids, but cats were the worst.
So cats just don't give a fuck. You can tell a kid not to touch it.
Yeah. The cats just
care.
And so so it was a social event. You know what I mean? You have, first of all, you have to be interested.
Third Reich's like 5 players.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the preparation before, because if you don't know the game. First thing you have to do, okay, this is the manual, good luck with that, see you in a week. And so you have to be committed. But because of that commitment, it's something that you really want to do with your mate. And so it is fascinating. It's really nice. And
Total War is kind of the modern game of that spirit, though. Because, Age of Empires was interesting, but Total War has really figured out how to take that format and apply it really well. And then, in addition to that, taking the real-time aspect of stuff like Age of Empires and applying it in the battle setting, while still having the modifiers of games like that for unit cards and everything.
Yeah.
So... I love it.
It's interesting because I knew about art, passion about it. It's interesting to find another one. But I might get it, and get back into that one. I mean, if there is more than one people, playing that, we might set up something. That's cool. I mean, I'll write it down. I mean, I have to download it again, buy it again, and see how the mechanics are, because I played prior versions, so I'm expecting a lot of things.
I would play Attila
Tried
or Rom
Dying Light.
What'd you say?
Have you tried Dying Light? That
No.
that will make you throw away games from. Are you talking about last decade or 2 decades ago? I'm not sure. That's Total War.
We're talking about all across.
That's very old, right? Yeah, you're gonna want to get rid of all that shit if you play Dying Light.
Hmm.
It's fucking amazing.
It's like, I mean, I love all these games for different reasons. Third Reich I like from a nostalgic. Third Reich and Gettysburg are just nostalgic for me.
Yes.
And Attila. Oh, it just has all the things that I like in a video game.
What decade
would you
was it?
suggest me to take the Attila update? I mean, up to the last one.
Yeah, there's 2 expansion packs or 2 culture packs that have been released, but you can play multiplayer without them. It's just whether or not you want to play as the Lombards or the Viking forefathers.
I was the AI in that games.
Say what?
How is the AI on that game?
The AI? How is it?
Yeah.
It's really good.
The single player one.
Single player is really, like, the single player AI is strong.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I like.
There's always an element of that's different when you're fighting as a human, but the computer is nothing to shake a stick at.
No, okay, because I don't like to play. I mean, I like to play multiplayer, but I like to know the people I'm playing multiplayer with.
No, same here.
I'm sick and tired, of 14 years old, kicking my ass, or me kicking them ass, and throwing that adhesive fit. So I don't want that. I've been there, done that. Fuck it.
Right.
So
yeah, I want to play with mature individuals that I can talk to while I'm playing.
Yes.
And also provide that human challenge.
I'll check it out, and I might be back at you and Art. We might set up something that might be interesting. Cool.
Yeah, Art would be playing Rome 2, and Art and I would be playing Rome 2, and I would be playing the shit out of Attila. Like, Attila's kind of my thing right now, so especially since I'm fucking good at it, because I like the civilization choices in a lot more. And what's happening, because what's happening is fucking chaotic as hell. The map is different every single time, because there's hordes running everywhere. There's civilizations that like buildings, towns get burned to the ground in that game, to the point where there's nothing there anymore. You can't take it back. It's gone. You can found a city there, but it's gone.
Which is the way it's supposed to be. I mean, that was the actual
gone.
So. I mean, yeah. When they, at the times when they say, I'm gonna take that city, they literally meant it. I mean, they literally took the city and, either destroy it or move it away. But they took the stones. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not going to own the city. I'm gonna take the city. I'll take the bricks and stones and make, something else out of it. That's my
and you can come in and sack a city too if you want to. You just go in, take money, leave.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about occupying anything. You just take money and get out of there.
Well,
cool. I'll check that out.
So you guys are kind of nerds, then, I'm guessing.
Yeah, nerds. Nerds!
Nerds!
There's a guy named
Nerds! Hey, Fabio.
Yes.
Did you see Captain Osimo's talking shit day before Wednesday?
I saw a little bit of that, and it was really funny. There were a couple of things which, But it was funny.
You gotta watch the latter half of it.
Okay.
Because I was incredible.
No, I mean, you are mental. I always told you.
When I say incredible,
in a good way. I mean,
yes, yeah, oh, definitely. I understand. I know you understand me, and I wouldn't come in here self-promoting if it wasn't to you. I dig it. I dig it.
No, yeah.
I'm crazy in the way you like. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Here's the thing, though. At the end of it, Captain Awesomo's like, well, let's just do a debate. So, like, if you go to Captain Awesomo's channel, the next video after the Talking Shit Day Before Wednesday is academic debate, Kent Hovind and Rand Scam Campbell versus a couple of atheists. And I'm telling you, the Rand Scam and, well, they pwned. You know, because the Rand Scam's a fucking genius. Like,
oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, like, I don't care who you are, you gotta admit that guy's both brilliant and funny.
Yeah. I'll check it out.
So you are still here.
Yep. And now it's my time to see if I still got some coffee. So yeah.
Coffee.
I'm gonna take that cue to take off, because I have things to do tomorrow.
Yeah. Take care, Ocean.
It is tomorrow.
I'll be back at you with that stuff. You know, let me organize myself. But yeah, we might definitely do something. It's gonna be fun.
Definitely, man. Let me know.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. See ya.
See you, Ocean.
Whew. Oh, Jeff. Good God.
Hey.
You're looking hoborific.
Oh, thanks.
What's going on, brother? Holy shit!
Well, I did just get up, but I do have some.
Yeah, you got some overgrowth, don't you?
A little bit.
The hedges need trimming, baby.
Yeah, you're probably right.
No, I just did my spring cleaning. So I went from Afro face to, you know, to baby smooth. So now all of a sudden I can talk shit, right? You know.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what it is.
I don't know what to do about this. Whether to. It's actually. It might be the. I think it might be the lighting too, because it actually is a little darker in person. Or there's more hair there than it made me.
Yeah, no. There's a certain point where you grow your hair thicker up to, and that's where, you know, some people will, like, you know, etch in a line at that point.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, it's just I did this thing here too. Oh fuck, I'm gonna do this live. I never do this live. This is horrible. I hate going live because I'm a mess. Check this out. I done some fucked up shit. I was like, hell, I never leave the garage, so I'm going to go ahead and work at this.
Look at you.
Yeah, right? So, you know, I mean, it is what it is. I'll give a little bit of shit, but I'll take it too.
Looks sharp. Easy to take care of.
It looks different.
It's a different color, too.
Well, no. I mean, I haven't done anything.
It's just darker, yeah, like
it's
your
hair. It's a natural color. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Although my son wants me, well, I'll get a beer. Shit.
You see, Jeff, I don't want to diss you, you know, but that's the difference between, you know, U.S. and Europe. You know, when you say you're taking a coffee, you're taking a mug, and, you know, see how classy is that? See?
Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, I know. I've been to Italy. I know we suck.
It's a tiny glass, but their coffee's so much stronger.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, oh, look at their little baby cups. I know, but it's like the difference between a beer pounder and a shot glass. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
They're drinking real coffee.
It's called an usually it's called an espresso. Generally, if you're making a coffee.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking underwater, but I'm assuming you said something about espresso.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
There you go. Okay, yeah, espresso.
I lived in it. I lived in Italy for 3 years, so yeah, trust me.
I never lived there, but I know a thing or two about a thing or two. Espresso, I understand, I dig it, and nothing but respect.
They invented all that stuff.
You guys are basically snorting coca beans. I got it.
Yes. Yes. You're right.
Yeah, I got nothing on y'all. I know. I'm going to have a beer and not even pretend that this is anywhere close to the alcohol content of your wine either. Cheers. Actually, as my I just met a Swiss friend, so as he would say, Prost.
Prosit, yeah. Where did you live in Italy, R1?
I lived in Trieste for a while,
Oh.
and then I lived in Latina for a couple of years. So
Okay.
Trieste was Latina was pretty much like a fucking dump, honestly.
Yeah, it is.
Trieste was beautiful though when I lived in Trieste.
Trieste is beautiful except when it's windy. I've worked in that area. I used to work. I had a company in Gorizia, which is about half an hour from Trieste. So yeah, I know the area quite well. I've been living there for 3 or 4 years. Yeah, but yeah, Latina is kind of a shit dump. But yeah, Trieste is nice.
Yeah. Well, don't forget. This was from 1977 to 1980. So when I say I lived there, this is going back good 20 years ago,
fuck,
right?
That's going yet. No, 30.
Well, yeah, now it's going. Yeah, I guess
you're closer
like
to 40 years at this point than 20. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
Come on now.
I was pretty young when I lived there. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
and I live in Canada now, so go fucking figure.
Wow, you've got no perception of reality.
Hey, Fabio.
Like, if you're living in Canada, you got no real you know, I mean, you're no wonder your fucking time's off by, you know, I mean, decade and a half.
Do you like grappa?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I love rap.
I'm not mad about it, but yeah, I like it.
Especially
I liked it
from,
too.
Like the 70s and 80s.
I was with some people. We were in Sicily, and I had never heard of it. And the people we were with said, "Oh well, you need to try grappa. You're probably not going to like it very much, but here we are. You should have some."
Did they try beatboxa?
What's that?
Along with the rapa, did they try the beatboxa?
It's grappa with a G.
Grappa. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
My bad. Like
Yeah,
wrestling.
it's like the product of Fabio can probably say, but it's more like the product of the skins and the stuff like that, the leavings of the grapes. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's the leftovers of the wine. I mean, the wine process. You take the grapes and you smash them, and so that leftover is been distilled.
Yeah, it's grape sludge.
It is distilled, and it's really funny because grappa is one of the few hard liquors where, I mean, grappa is like the family, but then depending on the grapes that you distill, it changes completely the flavor. There is, I mean, that's why when you say you like grappa, say yes, the same way that I can tell you I like wine. It depends.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
because
Well, this had
you might like grappa from red wine from a certain area, but maybe not any other grappa.
Yes, that's highly possible.
It might taste completely nasty to you from any other place because of the difference in the grapes.
And
maybe even within the same. Probably within the same distributor.
Wine, so I'm just trying to feel what you're saying, right? I'm just trying to identify. But fermented fruit to me should be what's the word? Compost. Like rotten stuff should be pretty much put in the ground, and that's just for me that's it. And that's maybe that's just American, maybe that's just me.
No, but that's I'm sorry, Gerald, that's not rotten at all. I mean, it's once you squash, you distill it, so it's not rotten. It ferments, but it's not. You don't have to rot it.
No, and I know that I'm being like I know that I like my spirits. So obviously there's some fermented stuff that I'm down with, but I'm being kind of bigoted. That's for sure. Like I get it.
What I had a pretty earthy taste, but I didn't. I wouldn't go seeking it out, but I enjoyed it reasonably well. It was okay to me. That was
what I did that had a real earthy taste. There was I learned that I can cook with my blender. I got one of those blenders that got the really, really high speed, and at the high powers, it can like freeze stuff and also cook. Anyway, I heard that you can put, some milk and some pepper and some, mushrooms, and you can make you some mushroom soup. And well, yeah, and it doesn't taste so bad either. But it smells like motherfucking dirt. Like, I mean, the whole time you're drinking this mushroom soup, you're like, you can't get away from this earthiness that's involved.
There is a wine you should try. It's it hurts me to say that, but it's a fucking French wine, and it's not cheap.
And wait, this is a reason for it?
Well, no. I'm getting there.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought okay.
So I think they also make small bottles because again it's not cheap, but you should try that. It's called Sauterne. It's a white wine. It's sweet and it's made with grapes, which they develop a mold on it. They literally mold on the plant and then they make wine out of it, and it's really it's sweet. But it smells like piss.
No.
But it is wonderful. I mean, it's really good. So
can you type it in?
Yeah.
Because it is being recorded, and even if I don't try it, maybe if I can say it, maybe someone will.
Hey, Jello, can I ask you a question? It looks like are you broadcasting from a bar? Because from looking behind you.
No, it's a garage. Here, I'll show. It's a garage. Concrete floor, garage door.
Oh, okay, garage. Okay.
Yeah.
But just looking at behind you, it looked like a bar.
Oh no, my girlfriend put up the Christmas lights because that's how she do.
Okay, yeah.
My girl's just as nutty in the head as me, and those are good decorations as far as she's concerned. And I'm like, yeah.
Okay.
This is being recorded, right? So okay. Woo! Just want to make sure everybody knows I'm quite insane. I never get on camera in live hangouts. It's kind of weird for me.
Yeah,
I don't really like being honest in live hangouts, actually.
Yeah, me too. I got the same attitude.
At this point, I'm on camera. Yeah, I'm in a garage. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, but even okay, look, I just asked a question. Do you guys think that even if you're on off-air hangout, being on Google, that anything that we say or talk about would be private? Really, it's all being fucking
no.
Anybody can record you at any time. Like third-party software is a possibility, and just clicking into one of these hangouts means that Google can record you. Like you say, okay, I want to go in. You can be recorded.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You've got no privacy.
Yeah, there is no privacy.
However,
no, it's I think it's a psychological attitude. It's.
Well, the thing is, if everybody in the chat room that I'm hanging out with is if I consider you homies, then if I want to take out my penis, I should be able to expect that you guys ain't gonna like screen cap it and show it to other people. That's only about how people are, not about.
No, you're totally right. I mean, I might say the most atrocious things when Jello is in the hangout, and I know it will take them, at face value. If you're live,
and I have been around each other a couple times, and
if you're live, I mean, there might be some other dick, which, it can take any kind of snippet out of context and make a big mess out of it. Not that I care. I mean, I give a flying fuck, but
asleep,
it's
and I agree with Fabio, but being that Nadia is asleep and a motorcycle guy, I'm sorry, what's your name, sir? Or what can I call you?
Call me Chubbs. Chubbs.
Chubbs. Okay, Chubbs.
Yeah, Chubbs.
Okay, like a fat boy.
Yeah, like a fat boy.
Although I know Fabio, and although Nadia and I are pretty down as far as I'm concerned, if she was awake and if this wasn't live, there is still a way that I would modify the way I talk because, you know, I don't know you.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of things that I might say in front of Nadia and Fabio that I would probably never say in front of you, only because I don't know you as of yet. You get to know me, my sense of humor. You know, in a couple of minutes, I'll be making gay and black jokes, whatever. It's not happened because we're live. That's just, you know.
Yeah. No. I absolutely understand that. Yeah. Like I've been on here. I know Nadia, whatever. And like, let's say like last night, I had a few drinks, whatever. I was just telling a story, and which kind of frustrated me. Not, I don't hate like I don't hate gay people, whatever. To each their own, whatever. Whether I agree with it or not, I got nothing against it. But I was telling a story. I got a little carried away, and I used the word faggot, right?
Yeah.
This behavior of a person, not about gay people in general, but the way this person was behaving. And I said that they were, you know, I used the word faggot, right? Of course, and then I got booted off, right? Like that's it, you know. As soon as I used that word, I was like kicked off the hangout,
you
whatever.
understood, right? I mean, you're gonna get that reaction on occasion, right? Like,
yeah.
Sometimes that's gonna be okay. Sometimes that's not gonna be okay. But you know why, don't you?
Well, yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah, of course. No, I'm not bitching or complaining
No.
about that.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page. I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
apologize for interrupting.
Oh no, it's all good, you know. I'm just saying, yeah, you know, but like I just like when I come into like any hangout or whatever with people, whoever people are, I don't care if they have different points of view or I disagree with them or they disagree with me. The only thing I look for is people that are real, like that are genuine, they're true to themselves, they're not fucking fake. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, yeah. I mean, okay, but like, okay, what I don't. To me, that sounds like what you don't like is fake liars. You don't like people who aren't honest.
Yeah.
But, you know, honestly, what I don't like is hate speech. So I would rather someone that was hateful and horrible. I would rather them be one of the silent minority and just kind of hang out and pretend to be like everybody else. I get along a lot easier. Now I know society might be greater benefited. You know, it might do better for everybody if everybody was out in the open and being who they are. But it's easier for me to deal with other people just being nice to each other.
Oh no, I
Yeah,
agree. Yeah, no,
so,
I won't disagree with that.
So I don't really care what people honestly think or feel. I guess that's kind of a weird thing to say. I don't know. I think maybe more people feel that way than are willing to say it out loud. I don't care what you actually think or feel, as long as what you say and how you act are nice. just behave appropriately. And I don't know, maybe that's sort of wishy-washy.
Well, you know, here, like I'm gonna kind of, you know, I guess I'm gonna agree with you in the sense that yeah, people should be nice or whatever. Even if you have a difference of opinion, as long as you can express it in a decent and a nice way, then it's okay. But if you're gonna get into like name calling and you know, just being kind of like an ass about things and you know whatever, if you can't, even if you have a difference of opinion, as long as you know, I agree, as long as you can express it intelligently, then I don't think people necessarily are going to be offended. But if you're like going to get into name calling and you know, like I said, you know, I used, and yeah, I was kind of.
I mean, maybe we got a problem with terms here, but and you know, it sounds like English is a second language to you.
Well, yeah, it is. It's my third language, but
well,
anyways.
shit, I certainly won't hold your feet to the fire, but I gotta say, I'm not a terribly educated person, and I can't always hold an intelligent conversation. So, but I don't think that's grounds for insulting me.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, no, I won't disagree with that. Absolutely.
Right. So I think that I don't think you said anything wrong. I think maybe I misconstrued it because like there is a little bit of length.
There is a little bit of length.
Oh, we got a robot up in the room. What's up, baby? What's up, robot?
I'll see y'all later.
Oh, don't go, Jeff. We got a robot in the room now.
Oh.
This might be fun. Hold on now. Let's see what's going on. What's up, robot?
He's a shy robot.
I know, pink robot person. Come on, talk to us. Hi. Hello.
Well, looking at...
Have it compute cut pi to the last digit.
Oh, it might not work. I want
like on Star Trek.
we got Jeff. Stick around, robot. Can you hang out with us for a minute?
Yeah, I gotta go, everyone.
All
I'd love to hang around for this.
Yeah, Jeff.
Ciao, Jeff.
Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
Take it easy.
Adios, Jeff.
I really like that guy. He's a nice person.
I actually...
Him and I disagree every time that the conversation gets deep, and I've never once found myself in a place where I don't like him. Just saying, like, that's gotta mean something when you can disagree with someone and continue to like them.
No, but that's the point. That's the point you were making before. I mean, Jeff, me and Jeff, we disagree on some things, but we go along pretty well, because he's an honest guy.
Fabio, do you disagree often?
With Jeff? Oh, depending on the topic, we can have really heated discussions. But
consistently, right? Like often,
yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like generally, when I
consistently
disagree with somebody, we're not friends.
Yeah.
That's generally when someone and I are never in agreement on something, that disagreement tends to carry on to a point where we just can't get along. And maybe it's me, or maybe, but whatever. With that guy, it never becomes a thing. It just.
Yeah, but that's the point. That's the point I was getting at, is that as long as we're hanging out, we're talking, like, because we're not all the same, right? So we're gonna have disagreements. Obviously, we perceive the world in a different way, right?
Like, you disagree with them, but if you like them, you kind of just stop talking about that thing, and you agree that there's other stuff. Say that you and someone else really like music, but they're a theist and you're an atheist, and you just eventually stop talking about God and just start talking about music.
Burn them at the
Maybe
stake.
sometime you'll even make music together. With Jeff and I, it's never like that. With Jeff and I, it's like every time that this is the only time that I've been in a hangout with him that it wasn't political. But when it's political, I pretty much disagree with him.
Mm-hmm.
But never once have I felt like I don't like him. That says something to me about the kind of person he is. I don't care about what he thinks. I care about who he is. That's a decent dude.
No, that makes sense. I mean, like I said, man. I mean, we're all different. We see the world in a different way as individual people, and yeah, if we are like that, obviously, if I see the world differently than you do, then yeah, if we're gonna talk about certain things, yeah, we're gonna disagree, right? But does that mean that you're a bad person or I'm a bad person just because we don't agree on something? No, it doesn't.
You're right, but the thing is, what I'm saying is, if you and I decide we like each other and we're gonna hang out often, we probably won't talk about that thing that we tend to disagree on. Like that maybe you and I have different political stances, but you know, we're theologically in line, philosophically.
Philosophically?
Yeah,
Philosophically.
that word. Yeah, maybe we see eye to eye on that. Now, you know what, robot guy? I tried to get you to talk when no one else was talking. Why you gotta play music over me? That ain't right, robot guy. I tried to get you to talk when no one else would talk. I fucking opened the floor to you. And now you're gonna play music over me? That's horrible. That is just the terrible, terrible way to behave. And I'll speak up and answer for yourself, robot guy. Come on now, pink background, talk to me. Oh, there you go. Come on, I saw you. Just talk to me. Use your voice. Come on. Talk to me.
Talk to
Come
me.
on. Come on, now. Talk to me, robot guy. Don't
Fucking
be
hell. I mean, when a drunk guy is more reasonable than you, I mean, that should be your
yeah,
code
I
to
am
stop.
3 sheets to the wind. Can we say 3.5? Was it that obvious, Fabio?
No, but it's okay.
No, but you're right. You're right. I'm gone. I am wasted.
No.
What the fuck?
If a drunk guy is more reasonable than you, that would be your cue sign to get the fuck out. You know what I mean? So
I don't want him to get the fuck out, though. I want him to talk to us. I want some
the other
interaction.
guy.
Yeah, I agree. I know what you're saying, Fabio, and you're right. You're right. But come on now. Come on now, Asian. Talk to us.
Are you familiar with the terms shills and trolls? just
Well, I mean, yeah, but I'm a troll. I mean, you know, if
You're
we're
a
going
troll.
to regard all trolls, then I shouldn't be allowed in here, and that's, you know. And
Well, I
and
don't-
Seth in many rooms would be considered a troll. So if we're gonna like kick out trolls, then I don't know. This room's gonna be empty. It's gonna be Nadia sleeping on camera. I think Fabio. I think I've heard Fabio referred to as a troll. I'm not certain,
totally, yeah.
but I think so. I think that's a thing. So
trust me, I've been referred to as a troll as well.
Okay, well then, yeah,
and a
if we
fake
get rid of the
person
trolls,
too.
then it's
so.
Nadia sleeping on camera. Just saying, that's, you know.
Yeah.
I don't like those aspects, and I don't think she do either. So. Well, talk to me, robot guy. Do you have Google Translator working, robot guy? I'm giving him a long time. I want to interact with you, you little bastard. You're making it hard on me. Playing with the trolls can be fun, but goddamn, it can be frustrating as hell, can it? Okay, how about this? You might get her channel flagged if you show your penis. Just saying, that would be a way to go.
Oh, what?
What? I don't know.
Doing a
I'm
screen
trying to
share.
drive him away, actually, at this point.
Yeah.
He's going to show us stuff now.
I mean, I love trolls, but they got to be funny, you know.
Yeah, no, trolls can be cool, but can I get you, Mr. Robot Guy, just to not show us anything horrible? I'd appreciate that.
All right. I'm looking at his screen share. It's not anything horrible so far.
Yeah, I am too. So far, it's all right. Actually, you know what? I've seen this video before. I think I've seen this troll before. And and if it's the same guy, if it's the same videos as before, it's fairly, I think the word's innocuous. It doesn't hurt. He's just got some videos that don't make a lot of sense. I don't remember any, you know, those kind of videos. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. He seems like a nice guy. Like, as far as a troll goes, he doesn't seem to make horrible sounds when people are talking. Speaking of horrible sounds, how you doing, Seth?
How am I doing? I'm fine.
It's kind of adorable, isn't it? I mean, a little. I mean, it's kind of annoying, but it's a little. Is there any way you can talk to us in that voice?
Yeah, like I really fucking hate Alvin and the Chipmunks. So.
Well, okay, yeah, I agree, Fabio, but wouldn't him, instead of him playing us laughing back at us on a high pitch, him talking to us in a high pitch be better? I mean, I agree with you. I don't really appreciate it either, but if he was actually relating to us, wouldn't that be preferable?
Yeah, it would be preferable.
There you go. That's all I'm going for. Yeah. See, Fabio and I are on the same page.
Yeah, it was R1, but yeah, I agree anyway.
It could be better. It could be better. He could turn off that crap and just talk to us. I agree. Yeah, right. I mean, I'm with that. Hey, robot guy, Prost to you.
Yeah, but maybe he's a Muslim, so when you toast him with alcohol, maybe that's an insult.
No, he came on camera. Well, I mean, he came on camera for a minute, and he was clearly Asian. So maybe Muslim, but that's not the These sounds are horrible. Why would you do this? Why noise troll? Why noise troll? Why would you do that? Are you using the Google Translator? Is it my voice?
Well, I don't know if you're not gonna make any sense.
See what I'm saying? You can hear it back.
I'm just gonna mute your ass. I know if I mute your ass in Google, then I'm gonna mute you for everybody. So
yeah.
If you're just like I don't know if you have a point, like I'd love to hear it. I don't know if you have a different perspective.
No, yeah, I know. I was trying to relate.
You know, I mean,
he ain't playing.
I would like to, like, I don't know where he's coming from. I mean, I'm open to anything, but you know, if it's just gonna be interrupting fucking people and being annoying, I'm just gonna fucking mute the guy.
I know. I got lots of love, but mute is grayed out for me.
Yeah.
He done something special.
He's already muted, so that's why it doesn't.
I can't mute him. He's got. What? Did someone else do it for me? Is that a?
Yeah, he's already muted. That's why you cannot mute him.
Okay. I thought he had some kind of like hack or something. I was like, ooh, this guy's good. You know what? I got.
No, man, you gave him a lot of chances to just fucking say something, or you were being very nice.
You were being very nice.
See, like, look, he's just fucking echoing what I'm saying.
I got a link to this thing where oh my goodness. Okay, I gotta go in my toolbox.
Okay, let's do this.
I tried to talk with you. I mean, just so it's said, you know, later on when you wonder why I didn't, you know, converse with you. I tried to talk with you. Now I'm just turning you down the toolbox. I didn't actually block him. I put the cancel button on, so you know I don't actually block him because I don't block trolls, man. I'm a friend of trolls.
No, yeah, but there is troll and troll. I mean, this guy is not even a good troll. So
No, but you know, if he wants to hang around with me for a little while, he might pick up a thing or two about a thing or two. I'm just saying, like you know, there's old trolls around willing to teach a young troll how to troll, but like this kind of bullshit, just making noise, is ridiculous. Fuck off with that. We can turn you down and fucking, we don't even have to block you. We can just turn you down and ignore your ass. There ain't enough people trying to get into here for you to fucking make a difference.
Yeah, but look. With all due respect, though, I mean, if somebody comes off on an off-air hangout, like, no matter what let's say my political, religious, whatever, etc., whatever my viewpoints are, I come on here, I talk to you guys. I don't, you know, I'm not gonna make funny fucking noises. I'm not gonna fucking do anything like that, right? So when somebody's doing that, and you're like, hey, you know, like, you're being a pretty cool guy. Actually, you're actually you're much more tolerant than I am, obviously. And you're like, hey, well, talk to us, even if the guy might be a troll or something. And the guy still keeps doing what he's doing. Well, you know what? What's the point of, like, just fuck it, just get rid of the guy. Obviously, he doesn't want to be a part of the conversation. So I don't know. I guess my patience is a little shorter than yours.
Check this out, man. Go over here and go over here.
انا انتهيت منه في مداخل ومخارج اخواني يسوونه قلنا لهم ادونا موله يموت بالتعب
And then up on the top right, you click the little thing that looks like a sticker, and it'll bring you down to this list, and it'll bring you down to zero. Everybody just turn him down to zero. Everybody just turn him down to zero. No, turn his ass down to zero. Hey, robot, no, you fucking repeat me. You repeat me right, motherfucker. Turn his ass down to zero.
I just blocked him.
There you go. Good boy. Thank you. I like it when baby repeat daddy. Isn't that sexy? Like when he say what I say? Don't you love it? Alright, so, yeah, that's the way to handle it. I win. Oh, for fuck's sake, there goes the neighborhood. I'm gonna miss that guy. You know what I mean? I was, you know, at first it was like, I'm gonna make friends with a troll, and then it got to the point where I'm gonna have to teach everybody how to mute the troll, and now he's gone, and I sort of, you know, there's an emptiness at the moment. Like, you know, maybe that emptiness can be filled, but for right now, it's there. There's a hole in my heart. Seth, fill that hole in my heart, baby. Make everything better for Daddy.
LOL, what?
Exactly. I'm a little bit hurting because someone done gone away.
Did robot Arabic dude leave?
Well, yeah, I miss him a little. and you weren't saying anything until I called you out. So now, you know, like, I'm not saying entertain for, you know, dance for, nothing like that. I'm just, you know, like, what's up?
Nothing much.
Just doing red shit.
Red shit?
Yeah, doing red things with red people.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just I'm bored, so I decided to pop into a hangout for a little bit before I go to sleep.
That was the red shit. That was a ginger strike. I was, you know, it was a personal attack. I was trying to liven things up, but I don't think I know how to really speak your language when it comes to that kind of thing.
When it comes to what?
I can't attack you on a philosophical level. That's what I'm saying. I was going for an appearance thing, and it's far too shallow to actually affect you. I realize that now.
Why do you want to attack Seth on a philosophical argument?
Why? Because I just want to have fun. I want to fucking have a conversation, and I don't know how to do it. Like I can't throw a stone at him. You know, we're on the interwebs here.
I was just wondering if it's for shit and giggles, I'm all for it. Yeah, but just
Fabio,
you know.
I would poke the motherfucker with a stick.
Well,
if it would reach. How about that?
If you guys want to start an argument with somebody with me, then invite Down in here. Down's been on my case recently.
How do I type down like a motherfucker? How do we? I just gotta send him a link. Is that the way? Copy pasta, right? I'll invite Down. Shit, if he's online.
And with that, I'll be right back. I gotta take a leak.
I'll try. Give me a second. This looks wrong. What's the suggestions bullshit? Okay, there we go. I pushed the wrong button. You know, with as long as I've been on G+, it's kind of a shame how little I know about this fucking program. This application, whatever. Oh my god, look what I just did. Am I sharing? This is, be so embarrassed.
Aquí orando.
Say what, fish? Speak up. So Fabio, how is nationalism in Europe? Are the Europeans getting sick of all the fucking immigrants there, or what?
It depends. Depends which country you're in and what's the economic situation. So yeah, it's quite complicated. So it is not something that you can generalize all over Europe.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to stick a black and white.
No, yeah.
But
I mean, yeah, it's well, I wouldn't say it's on the rise. It's one of those things that the problem is there, and by problem I don't mean to give any negative connotation. The issue is there, but it's one of those things that, depending if you're okay economically, stuff like that, it just goes up and down. I mean, when there are problems, it's always that's an easy scapegoat, sometimes. And that doesn't mean that it's not an issue, but it's just that sometimes the solution is not really a solution to the problem. It's a solution to a perceived problem. So.
Yeah, no, I understand how economics can play into that. Definitely.
It's economics, you know, and you know, social behavior. It's unfortunately, you know, immigration and that kind of those kind of issues are something which can be easily exploited.
I just want to tell you. I remember I'm Hungarian, by the way. And even though I was fairly young when I lived in Hungary and I lived in Italy for 3 years before my parents emigrated to Canada. And I remember back then I never saw anybody black in Europe. I didn't see Muslims. It was still relatively a white country at that time. You know, again, I'm not trying to sound racist. I am kind of in a way, but but I just remember then, and I mean, how times have changed. Especially for Europe, like I could see maybe you could say, well, North America, you know, is founded by immigrants, but I mean, Europe was, you know, an Aryan country for the most part for a long time, anyways, and now it's like it's not really anymore, right?
Since when was Europe a country?
Okay, well, continent. Sorry, I misspoke. If you want to say country, continent of Europe.
Since when were the Moors white?
Did I say white?
Since when were the Moors Aryan?
Define your term as what an Aryan means to you.
You're the one using the term Aryan, so do you think Moors are Aryan in your working definition?
Well, anybody that doesn't have black hair and fucking dark brown eyes. Definition? I mean,
you have a working definition of Aryan. You used it in a sentence. Are Greeks Aryan?
Are Greeks Aryan? If they have dark brown eyes and black hair, they're probably not Aryans.
Yeah, so I kind of reject this whole idea that Europe was Aryan.
Yeah, well, I mean, I mean, it depends. It depends how you look at it. I mean, at this point in time, unfortunately, some of the most so-called Aryan-looking people are actually probably the most Aryan-looking people that I've ever seen actually are in Iran, believe it or not actually in Europe. But anyways, that goes into a long history of there are Aryans in India, Pakistan, even Iraq, and even the Kurds. If you look at some of the Kurds, as what you would want to call Aryan traits, at least, are in the Kurdish people, and so on and so on. I mean,
hey, you know what sane people do when the conversation turns this direction? Watch this.
Probably a smart thing, Jello.
Yeah, well, you know what? I don't know about you guys. I guess a lot of you guys, especially if you aren't quote unquote white, whatever, if you've been brainwashed by all this fucking Jewish propaganda, well, that's fine. I have no problem with that. But yeah, no, I said that too. Oh no, you're a libertard fucking retard. And the Jews want to fucking exterminate you as a fucking white person, but you're okay with that because that's fine. I have no problem with that either.
Let me just recap what just happened here, R1.
Recap it, please.
Let me recap this. You started talking about a Jewish conspiracy to brainwash everyone. I very calmly said, "Oh wow," and then you went on to call me
You sound like a fucking Jew to me, anyways, right? So go ahead.
You went on to call me a libertard, retard, brainwashed idiot. I just wanted to recap that. You can unmute yourself and speak now.
Okay, How did we get there? I mean, I was just printing some shit and I get back to the hangout. I mean, really? That was going, 0 to 100 in
I
2
guess
seconds flat. Fuck me. I mean,
I guess his response to me asking him about whether or not some of the people who are known to be, some of the cultural references are peoples in Europe was that I must be brainwashed by Jewish media. And when I explained a little bit of surprise in that, apparently I'm a libertard retard.
Well, I would, as a Norwegian, I would say what he's talking about is just rubbish.
Yeah, it seems
pure rubbish, pure rubbish, and pure rubbish and rubbish.
Yeah, that seems probably to be the case. So I would agree with you.
I don't like to say that, but that's where I don't think it's funny anymore.
Were you going to say something, R1? Or I muted you just so I could finish speaking, which means you have to unmute if you wanted to say something else.
Well, I think that's kind of rude of you, but anyways, no, it's okay. You know what? I'm done. I can see where I'm at with people, and yeah, and I on a final note, I'm gonna go to bed. But on a final note, even people that are from Europe that apparently are European, that I'm a retard or whatever, and you can't see what's actually really going on. I feel kind of bad for you, and you know what? As far as much as I said anything about people being Aryan or white, if you are Aryan or white, you deserve to be exterminated. You deserve it.
That's
you
the problem.
You just deserve it. You deserve your extermination. That's all.
That's the problem. People who use these terms and they say no, it's okay and so on, and it's just the top of the iceberg. No, everything comes out. I mean, you just say something and then you deserve to be terminated. Holocaust has not happened and so on. I know all this history. All people who use this term Aryan, they sooner or later they show what they really think, and I strongly disagree.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. No, I have no problem with you.
I come from Norway, and we was occupied, and we are also we don't share your ideas about race and so on.
I know a lot of Norwegian people that actually do, but anyways, maybe you don't.
You are in some circles. I'm sure about. There are in every country these circles.
I live in Canada, just in case.
Yeah, in Canada.
Anyways, yeah. No, it's cool. It's cool. The extermination of the so-called Aryan white race is happening. It's been going on for the last 40, 50 years. And it's going to keep going on, and
why do you think race of any kind is something that?
Well, there are. Well, first of all, this is another.
What I'm going to say?
Well,
what was I going to ask?
Well, you start. As soon as you start telling me about race, you're going to tell me, well, what? There's differences in races or something like this, or what was your argument going to be? I'm sorry I cut you off. I apologize for that.
Question, and you apparently had no idea what I was going to ask, but you were going to answer.
I apologize for that. So please, I will let you finish your question. I apologize.
So why? Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. No, nothing.
I was going to. Why is any particular race or genetic profile something worth protecting? I mean, on the other side of genocide, obviously, killing off people because of their genetic heritage wouldn't be good. But why should we really care about preserving specific genetic heritages, such as Aryan? Why is that important to you?
Okay, well, why is it important? I mean, okay, if you I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. I'm probably in the wrong place of hanging out with people. The reason it's important to preserve that is because people say, well, if you're black, you're Asian, whatever race you are, people can interbreed, right? You can get together with a black woman, have a child, whatever. We're just all human beings, right? I mean, I can meet an Asian chick and have kids with her, blah blah blah. I mean, we're just all humans, right? I mean, after all, we can do that, right? And so can dogs, right? Dogs can interbreed too, right? Because they are dogs, right? I mean, but how about when you look at, let's say, dogs? Well, if you have a Heinz 57, a dog is a bunch of different breeds, a mixed breed or this and that. They're not worth a hell of a lot, right? We always look for purebred dogs, right?
Wow.
Purebred. Yeah, no, wow, yeah, wait, no, but wow, yeah. Okay, and what's the reason for that? Well, if you're looking at sort of genetically Darwinistic sense, okay, although we're all human beings, but as racially, we all have different characteristics. We have different traits. Okay, this is actually scientific. It's just like if I bring up the studies, countless studies that have been done about, for example, and you can make the argument about IQ or whatever.
Oh.
And so on and so on, getting into these politically incorrect terms. I know it's politically incorrect, but it's just that the thing is, people are emotionally detached from reality in the sense that people have done these studies and so on and so on, and you look at the cultures and the races of people, just let's say on a simple thing like IQ, okay? I'm not even going to get into the numbers because they don't really matter. But if you have objectively looked at it, you'll understand that there are differences in races of people. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying one race is better than another. This is not about superiority of a race, okay? I'm saying there are differences between races, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Hey, real quick, can I just interject? I'm sorry I left before. like from a troll point of view, this guy is totally worth listening to. Like, I made a mistake before. Like, yeah, if y'all got your lulz factors going, like, I'd say listen to this dude. Like, really, preach on, my brother. Go for it. What you got to say?
Right. So, wow. Yeah, there are differences in race. I would agree with that, but I don't. But you didn't really ever answer my question, except for this weird dog analogy, which doesn't.
What kind of race are you talking
on why?
about?
Hold on, let me finish.
There's difference in 410 versus 90
right.
meter.
So here's the thing, R1. Your dog analogy.
Come on now, play with me too. I want to play.
I really want to get this point through. R1, your dog analogy was shit for a couple of different reasons.
Mine was good though. Come on, give me credit.
Number one, the dog breeds that we value, there's no inherent value in these dog breeds. These are just aesthetic shapes that we tend to look for in certain dog breeds. And it's all really arbitrary, number one. Number two, in trying to breed these dogs true, we really have bred severe deformalities into them, which are extremely painful into these dogs in middle to old age or even younger. It's really dangerous, the dog breeding scene when it comes to purebreds, because there's like I said, there's a lot of inbreeding and there's a lot of problems bred into these dogs.
I don't know what's funnier, R1 talking or you trying to rationalize that.
Wait a minute. What about me saying I just want some credit for being a troll too? Come on, give me some credit, motherfucker. Give me a little.
Okay. I'll give you credit.
Give me a bone. I'm in this dog show too. Fucking A.
I'll give you credit, and me and Seth, we know each other. I don't want to give the impression that I'm dismissing what he said.
I'm really jealous about Morrison, guys. He's got a way more horrible rap than I do, and that pisses me off.
You know what? You guys are kind of making fun of me, and that's cool. And
we're totally making fun of you.
Potentially calling me a troll, and I'm not. I have my beliefs.
You don't have to be a troll, but I'm just saying, as a troll, I can't be more offensive than you, and that kind of bothers me.
I'm not being offensive.
No, I just wish I could do a little bit better.
No, look. I'm not being
It's
offensive.
a downfall on my behalf. It's not you. It's me.
No, you are
look,
being
listen.
offensive, R1.
I will bet you my bottom dollar that I don't know how many of you guys are actually white here. But I bet you I will almost bet $1 million that none of you guys are proud to be fucking white. I will guarantee that because you have been fucking
like little mustache Zeke Kyle, proud to be white. What are you talking about?
No, I'm not. Fuck, I got nothing.
No, I mean, what are you saying? I'm just trying to understand. Like,
shaved Nazi now or what?
What are you saying?
Why would you even bring that?
I just want to identify. You said proud to be white. What do you mean? What do you mean by proud to be white?
Heritage.
I'm trying to figure it out.
I know my heritage. Look, that's the thing.
What is your heritage? I mean, I'm saying, like, what do you mean proud to be white?
Proud to be white? I mean, look at the world around you. Look at technology. Look at everything.
No, I asked you. Are you saying red suspenders, shaved head, red to be proud to be white? What are you saying?
Okay, now you're. Oh, look, now see again. When I say that, now you bring silly, ridiculous arguments into it. Okay.
Well, proud to be white is kind of a silly, ridiculous argument. I'm trying to identify with you once again.
Well, don't identify with me because even if you're white, you can't identify with me because you're not.
I'm a darkie. You don't want to identify with me.
Well, then I don't. Yeah, I don't. I can't.
But we should be able to try.
Why?
Why not?
Well, can't we just?
Well, it's about love, isn't it? Like, can't we just be cool with one another?
I can be cool. I'm being cool. I'm not.
No, what you were saying wasn't very cool.
Well, maybe not. So what?
Well, so that's what I'm saying. Like, why do you want to not be cool? Like,
so if I tell you that.
When you first came into the room, we was talking and laughing and having a good time, but things got weird all of a sudden. It was because you started talking about this whole Aryan thing. And if you remember correctly, I said, hey guys, you want to see what sane people do when the conversation goes this way? And then I left. And then it seemed, I watched from the exterior, it seemed like the conversation was going to go in an intelligent way.
Well, you know what?
This kind of shit kept on, and so I came in here and decided to fuck with you a little. And that's where we're at now.
Yeah, that's where we're at now. Yeah, no, I just feel like...
understand why I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you because I'm kind of offended by what you said. And I think
that's okay.
Other people might be too.
Yeah, that's okay too. Yeah.
But isn't there just a way that you might be able to get along with people without having to offend motherfuckers? Or is this just like your only way of relating to people?
Well, okay, look, with all due respect, sir, I don't want to call you sir, whatever. I mean, but with all due respect, look, my thing is, I am, for better or for worse, whether anybody likes me or not, I will always be honest in my points of view, and people don't agree with that. They might find them offensive or whatever. I generally, as far as talking to people or disagreeing with people, I'm not gonna, get personal on, anyone that disagrees with me. I'm not gonna say, oh, you disagree with me, you're a fucking asshole or whatever. I just express what I feel. I feel like, apparently, probably all of you guys feels okay. Maybe I've taken it the wrong way, but when I express my points of view, it feels like everybody jumps on me and is attacking me for what I believe or what I feel. And yeah, I kind of do take that a little bit personally, and yeah, maybe that kind of upsets me a little, so maybe I say things or whatever. And I become a little bit maybe irrational and whatnot, and, it is what it is, right?
But you were the one that came in and saying something that drove me.
Are you listening to yourself?
Yeah,
you started the conversation by saying, that all the people in here were, leftist fucktards and, brainwashed by Jews. I mean, are you really listening to yourself?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Because I believe that that's true.
I just want to
believe
make
that's true.
I just wanted to make a reality check. Now you're getting
I
all
ad-
tipsy
yeah,
because
I
you think,
acknowledge that.
I've said stuff, so people gets offended. It's okay.
Hey, look, wait. No, no, listen.
What?
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Are you agreeing with him that what you said was offensive?
Yeah. You agree with me that you started this whole shit and now you're into it and you're feeling a little bit
Hey,
dirty.
Fabio.
Okay.
Fabio, are you saying that? I just want to check to make sure. Fabio, are you saying that what he said originally was offensive, and now he's saying, oh well, if you want to get offended with
exactly.
Is that what it sounds like to you?
No, it is. Well,
Okay,
it's
okay.
actually what
Well, then,
it
yeah,
is not
okay.
what
Well,
sounds
then
like. It is
I'm
actually what
offended, and
happened.
it sounds like fucking Fabio's offended too.
So
I could
this
be
is-
wrong. I don't want to speak for my brother, but I
this
do
is-
like
this
the
is what
man.
it
I
seems
respect him, and I think maybe he's with me on this one.
This is what it seems like. I don't want to say anything offensive, guys, but I don't think.
But
Hitler
you
did
did.
anything wrong. Hold on, let me finish.
Well,
Guys, I
you
don't
say
wanna be
you don't
offensive.
want
Hold
to,
on,
but you're
hold
kind
on,
of.
Hold on, guys, I don't want to be offensive, but I don't think Hitler did anything wrong. Hey, why are you guys attacking me? Come on, I was just being honest.
Oh my God, Seth, that was Seth. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I don't look. I don't want to steal from you. It doesn't matter that I just picked your pocket. I don't want to steal from you. That's what's going on, motorcycle guy. That's like
Okay,
you've
well,
already stolen from us.
What's going on? First of all, I mean, this is this thing. Now all of a sudden because I talk about something to do with Aryans or white people. Now I never brought Hitler into the picture because I don't have swastikas in my house. I'm not
I
even
said
really.
Hitler. I said Hitler.
No, you guys brought that.
I said Hitler. I said it for a reason. Anyone wants to watch, they can see why.
And I can guarantee you that you have fucking probably next to no fucking real notion of real World War II history either, right? Tell me about it. Tell me about real World War II history.
Here comes the Holocaust denial.
You've got no business.
I was waiting for that.
I just want wait. Let me say my part real quick. You've got no business, nor does anyone else in the internets have any business knowing my family history with World War II. Go ahead, do your Holocaust denial bullshit.
I didn't even say what. See, now you're putting words in my mouth.
Right, no, R1.
No. Do what you got to do, though.
Hold on.
I didn't even bring up the Holocaust.
That's right,
bring
R1.
up Hitler.
Hold on. That's right,
You guys
R1.
brought it up.
Nobody. You didn't say anything about World War II history, but you did say, I bet you guys don't know anything about World War II history. So why don't you tell us about what you know about World War II history?
Please enlighten us.
See, now that's already. You know what? I'm actually.
How did the war start?
It'd probably be better you didn't. You're
no,
probably
wait,
doing
wait.
here.
With all due respect.
Yeah, you're right.
With all due respect, the condescending term that I heard. Please do tell us what you know. Okay.
Oh,
so
yeah, that was it. The condescending term. That was the one. Yeah, but I would suggest you. I wouldn't do it.
Okay, like if you're sincerely
because he condescended.
If you guys are sincerely gonna ask me something, I will reply to that whether you agree with it or not. That's fine. If you're sincerely asking me something, I will reply to that. I have no problem doing that.
Okay.
Now, if you're gonna be condescending,
go take a piss. I don't care what you do.
If you're gonna be condescending about it, no, I don't even want to.
I'm condescendingly gonna go take a piss. I don't care what you talk about.
Jello, hold on a second. The guy is right. We were condescending. So let me put it in a way that, the same way that he did. I bet that you don't know a fucking thing about World War II.
Yeah, you're right, Fabio. I totally agree. And,
I mean,
and also on the same token,
that's the
you're
way
right, because that wasn't condescending at all. You're right, but on the same token, even though he wasn't being condescending, assuming I don't know anything about World War II, even though he wasn't being condescending, I'll say because I can't really rise above. I'll go ahead and say. I don't really care what he has to say about World War II, but that's because I'm a low and shallow person. That's just me. Maybe he can rise above, but I can't do it.
That's fair. If you're being honest, I appreciate your honesty. I have no problem with that.
So I just have two questions. Did the Holocaust happen and did the Germans
Absolutely
kill?
not. Absolutely not.
Oh, jeez. So really, you're gonna give us shit for condescending to you when this is exactly what we expected from you when you mentioned.
Oh, what you expected from me? Oh, well, yeah. Well, obviously, yes. Well, you're buying the Jewish propaganda, right? That it really happened, right? The Germans were this evil. Hitler was the Antichrist, and da da da. Yeah, yeah. If you buy the mainstream history, that's cool. Again, I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I know, because you're so much more enlightened just rejecting mainstream history,
Not
right?
enlightened.
Because
It's
you
got
have
nothing
this
to do with
special
enlightenment,
esoteric
dude.
knowledge.
Okay, come on. Now you're
You have this special esoteric knowledge, which means that you know things that other people don't, which makes you feel like a real genius, but you can't support any of it. You could unmute yourself now.
Should I embarrass you?
Anyways, it's fine. You know, I am not a condescending person. Whatever. You know what? I have no. You know, I wanted to know once I figured out the media lies and history is basically a bunch of lies.
You said
yeah,
that a
I
lot.
wanted to look a little deeper into history than buying the mainstream version of it. Okay.
Here's the problem, Marwan.
So
Here's the problem. I used to be where you're at. I really did. I used to.
No, you were never where I was at. Don't even fucking compare me to you.
When I was in middle school, I would spend a lot of time looking up alternative histories, looking up UFO, parapsychology, ghost phenomenon. I was a 9/11 truther up until middle of high school. I really climbed back down from this stuff because when I started looking at disinterested sources and not just alternative sources that really have your mindset and in trying to convince people of your mindset, I really found out that mainstream history is a lot closer to the truth than the extreme versions, but not always.
Really?
Right
Yeah,
on.
really? Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, so
fair enough. Fair enough. All right.
So do you have any way to support the things that you're saying, like the Holocaust didn't happen, or are you just going to sit here or are you just going to sit here and berate us for accepting the man's mainstream storyline?
Well, I mean, there's as far as the Holocaust itself is concerned. I mean, there's actually been some decent Jewish people that have done some research. And they claim that it's a hoax. I mean, I'm not even talking about anybody else. You look at David Cole. You could say, well, what? He's a shill too, right? He was a Jewish guy, and he went and looked at it objectively. And the idea of Zyklon B being used to gas Jewish people and etc. He went to Auschwitz. He went there. He whatever. You can find this stuff online, and he's a Jewish guy. And he says that the Holocaust didn't happen. Now, did the Nazis kill Jews? Yes, they did. I'm not saying that. Did a lot of Jews die in World War II? Absolutely. I don't say that. Were there concentration camps? Absolutely there were. I'm not fucking saying that none of that fucking happened. Yes. Were the Nazis actually eugenicists? Were they euthanizing mentally handicapped people and stuff like this and that? Yeah, they were doing that. I don't agree with that. I'm not. I don't have swastikas in my house. I'm not a fucking admirer of Adolf Hitler. I'm just looking at history objectively, not subjectively. I want to believe in something. But I'm a historical revisionist, is what I'm saying. And when you look at the evidence, if you're being intellectually honest, when you look at the evidence, no, that never happened. As it's portrayed in history is all I'm saying. I don't say anything more than that.
Here, R1, you basically said there's a Jewish guy who doesn't believe the Holocaust happened. Okay.
My problem with you is that you claim to be honest and political incorrect, but you are really not honest because you are not saying what you really think. That's my problem with you. You are just saying you're pulling back. No, it didn't happen like that. I disagree, but I know what kind of thoughts you have. You think it was you think it was a degeneration of the Aryan race that you try to hope you are from. And I'm sure you know about Antonescu. You're from Romania, ain't you?
I'm Hungarian. I'm not Romanian.
Okay, okay. Then I thought differently. But the problem is that you are not honest. I don't believe anything when you say, "Oh, it didn't. I'm not not in that ideology. I'm in fact a nice guy." I don't believe you, because
I never said I was a nice
tell me
guy.
then. Do you think it was right to? Did they have? Was there any right in what they did? I mean, let's say they hadn't put them in gas chamber, just deported them. Would you think that was a good thing to do? So they did degenerate the so-called Aryan race that I think you are not a very good representative of, to be honest. But do you think that was right? Be honest now. Be honest.
Okay, well, I'll be honest. Like, you're obviously you're referring to the Germans putting people in concentration camps. I'm guessing is what you're saying is. Was that right or was that wrong?
No, I want to know, is it right? Do you see any problem with the degeneration of the white race, that there are intermarriage between what you call Aryan and black or Asian or Jew or something? Do you see anything wrong with that?
Yes, I do.
Yes, yes, you do. Yes, and you told me, I'm from Norway. I'm a fucking more. I don't want to get into it, but you said to me that good for you. You will degenerate, and you wanted to leave. That's what you. That's your real thoughts, and then you are like cowardly pushing back and saying, no, it's not true, this history. You know, if you were honest, but you are not honest. You're not honest at all. It's the top of the iceberg we see, and everything under you don't want to show.
I have another question. It's actually something that Balthazar brought up.
Hey Seth, can I get 20 seconds real quick?
Can I ask this question real quick? It's real quick.
It's what I want is totally unrelated. So I just wanted like 20 seconds to say something off topic, and then I'll take off.
Sure.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
Hey Nadia, thanks for hosting the hangout 2 days ago. The debate. I appreciate it.
Well.
Well. All right, peace, y'all. Thanks, and much love.
So something Balthazar brought up that he asked you. You know, apparently you think that it's wrong for the races to interbreed or intermarry. Do you think there should be a law against it?
No, absolutely not. I don't believe in that. I don't know if you. I've been on this hangout a few times. But if you know anything about me, at heart I'm an anarchist, right? I don't really actually believe in the government. So that being said, obviously, for me to sit there and say, even though I have my beliefs, to sit there and say that I can say to somebody, if you want to marry somebody that's outside of your race, I want to pass a law to prevent you from doing that. No, I can't. No, absolutely, I can't agree with that. I don't have a right to fucking tell anybody what to do.
Right, but you would think that there should be a law against pedophilia, right?
There should be a law against causing harm to someone. Yes, yeah,
but
there
you
should
think
be.
that intermarriage causes harm to the race?
Okay, but not in the same way. No, because wait, no. Okay, there's a difference. If you're talking about pedophilia, it comes down to the ability of consent. Okay, if you have two adults or quote unquote adults that they make a choice about a relationship, a sexual relationship, I don't know, if it's two guys, two women, and they consent to whatever, then what can I say? I have no right to fucking tell them how they should do anything. Okay, now pedophilia now goes in a totally different camp. I mean, I'm talking about taking sexual advantage of children. Yeah, that's fucking wrong. Okay. So yeah, no, no, not the same thing. It's not the same.
I hate to, I agree with you. It's not the same thing. I just, man, you go just, and this is just me being an asshole, but you just go a really long way of saying it. You could say the difference is consent, and that could have been it. But okay, that's fair enough.
Well, okay. Well, here's what I'm gonna say. Okay, look.
You already said it, and I agreed.
Yeah, look, I don't know. As far as anything, whatever racial I say, the thing is, if people are proud of who they are racially, whatever, and people knock that shit, well, everybody's the same or whatever, and I don't agree with that. But if they realize that, maybe if they were taught that, you know, to be proud, and I'm not talking about just Aryan people. I'm talking about, you know, black people, Asian people, whatever. Everyone that is of a different race, they should be proud of who they are, and they should feel this. I think they should feel the same way that I do as, let's say, an Aryan person, that I want to keep my race going, and the Asian people, the black people, whatever, they should want to propagate their own race, right? Why would they want to race mix, you know, and you know, lose their heritage, their culture, whatever? And you know, so when I say that, I think you guys are taking it one-sided, that just because I'm white and I'm being kind of like a supremacist in that sense, but I'm not really. I advocate that to every race, that if you're black, stick together, be proud to be who you are, try not to intermarry and intermix your race with others, stay kind of pure, and I advocate that to any race, not just towards, you know, so-called white people. So like I think a little bit you guys maybe misunderstand me, that you guys might think that I'm being a white supremacist or something in that context. No, I'm not really. And I'm not saying that, you know, white people are superior to anyone or whatever. I'm not even saying that, because I think everybody is equal. Though I say that there is a difference in races, yes, there is a difference in races. Like, for example, you know, and again, if I say this, it sounds racist, but look, if I say, look, okay, maybe black people, like in Africa especially, they're not as smart, let's say, intellectually advanced as like white people.
All right, I'm out of here.
However, listen, you know, I'm sorry, Seth. You know, have you ever wondered that if you say something that sounds racist, it might actually be racist? That's that thought. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, just making another reality check.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, ask Nadia's awake. She's heard me here before, and I think the very first night I came here, I said, yeah, I'm potentially racist, a segregationist, and even an anti-Semitic to some point. I'm sure if she remembers me, I said that the very first night I came on here.
You're thoroughly anti-Semitic.
So I'm just saying, I'm being true to myself, and
I'm sure you are true to yourself, but I don't think you are true to us.
I
don't believe you. I just don't believe you. You're true to yourself, I'm sure, but you're not true to us.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that. Like, as far as like, am I trying to convince you of anything?
Come off like, yeah, no, I'm a nice guy. It's not racism, and it's not, you know.
Okay, well, okay, look, I'm not a nice guy.
Everyone do what they want, but that's not. I don't think that's.
Okay, well, all right. With all fairness, all right. Now that you say that, okay, well, I'm not a nice guy. I am racist. Blah blah blah. I can say that if that's what you want to hear, that makes me sound more genuine, then I'm fine. I'll say it. I'm racist. Whatever. and so on and so on. Yeah, so I'm willing to say that. I don't have a problem with that, but yeah. So if that makes me sound more genuine, then I'll say it. So then just, you know, because I don't want you to call me like dishonest anyways. Like I don't want you to like me. I don't come here to be liked by anyone. I am fucking honest in my views, whether they're right or whether they're wrong. But I am honest. I'm not being dishonest with you. So if you want me to take the more extreme point of view, saying that I'm racist and whatever, blah blah blah. Yeah, okay, fine. Fuck it. I'm racist. I hate anybody
No,
other
but,
than white people. Okay, if you want me to get to that extreme, I'll say it.
I think you're not. We know you're a racist. I mean, yeah, you have said this all the time yourself. I mean, when I think you're not honest, it's because you're. Yeah, let's live in peace and let's they have their rights and so. I don't think that's what you really think. I don't think so.
You know what? Look, I will tell you this. Here in Canada, when I go to work, I'll tell you this much. When I go to work, here in Canada, I'm in a gravel truck. I'm a welder by trade. Okay. When I go to work, guess what? I'm not in Canada when I go to work. I'm surrounded by East Indians. People talk around me. I don't fucking hear English. It's all baji. I'm not in fucking Canada when I go to work. Okay? I'm not. Yet, am I racist? Do I hate these people? No, I have no hatred for them.
You do. In your heart you do. And you don't like it, and you hate it, and you don't like it.
Now you're projecting something on me.
You feel not good where you are. You in your heart you hate it. You don't like to be employed by these people.
Actually, I like quite a few of these people. They're very genuine people. You know, now see, you're projecting something on me. However, see, the funny thing is, when you say something like that, I have a lot of respect for the East Indians that come here. You know why? Because they are racist. Okay, they are racist. Okay, I know this.
The problem is that you are insuperior. You don't have enough power. They are. You respect them for their race, but sadly for you, they control you. You know?
They don't control me.
And you
actually.
hate it. I think you hate it.
No, they don't control me. Actually, they don't control me. No.
If you get your payment from them, I think you don't like that. I think you would like to get payment from an Aryan race.
No, it's got.
Work with Aryan.
Look, brother. Look, listen, bro. Like, no, I don't really care about fucking money. I actually don't. It's just a job for me. Actually, the reason I stay there is because they treat most of their employees like slaves, and I'm a white guy, and I've had this fight with them before. They think, oh, I should stay and finish this and that and whatever. I show up at work almost whenever I feel like it. If I get drunk and I don't fucking show up there for fucking 2-3 fucking days, I don't even phone into work. I just show up the fucking next day. Everything is fine because they fucking know me. I fucking show up a half hour late for work, an hour late for work. Oh, what happened? Yeah, you know, whatever. This is why I stay. And in that way, they're pretty good people. They fucking, as long as I can provide a good service for them, they're very fucking easygoing. You know, it's not like even fucking. They're much better than white people, I'm gonna say, in that respect. Because I've worked, you know, places where, you know, white people are, you know, and they're like, oh, you punched in 3 minutes after you're supposed to be here. Oh, you know, it's bullshit's going on because you're a little bit late or whatever. I don't get this fucking grief working for these guys. They're very fucking easygoing. And so when you say shit like that, you don't actually fucking know me, you know, and don't know my situation. But I say that when I say I have respect for these people because they stick together as a race. Even though they come here to Canada, they stick together, and I respect that about them. You know, as racially speaking. And a lot of them think, I'm just going to tell you the truth. This is not YouTube or nothing else like this. This is my real life experience. A lot of them think white people are fucking stupid when they come here. And you know why they think that? Is because they come here, they stick together, they'll build businesses. Some of them will become millionaires because they stick together. They keep the culture together, the language together, right? And they they don't say it to many people. Like, this is, I've been around these people for more than 10 years, so I get to know, kind of how they think and how they see stuff. And they are racist. But of course, if you ever meet one of them, you're never going to know that. Like, they're going to be very polite to you and everything else, but really what they really think and what they really feel deep down inside, like you said, well, maybe I'm being dishonest with you, but this is the same thing, because I've been around it. I've gone to parties and had a few drinks with them, and they will tell me the truth, and that is how they are, and that is how they do business. That's how they do everything. They stick together, and you know what? Like I said, I have respect for them when they do that.
Hitler had before he came, he turned political. That he had great respect for Jews, and he was also dependent on them. They supported him economically, and he had great respect for Jews. But I think people in your situation, I think this is, of course, this is something that I project, but I think you have problems with this situation. I don't think you are genuine about it. I think if you have this kind of view of humanity and work in this environment, it's not, you are not the first one of this kind,
This issue is not dead. This is not a thing of the past. Laszlo Pastor, the Hungarian Arrow Cross, is a right-hand man for Paul Weyrich and Republican Heritage Council's, I guess, head of it and such, for outreach to ethnic groups, and appeared on stage with George Bush Sr. in 1988. He's responsible for the death of 80,000 Jews, and served a prison term in after World War II for having done so. This person's intimately involved in American politics. Jobbik, Hungarian far right, is apparently picked up a whole bunch of seats this recent election and such. And of course, he's an apologist for Hungarian Arrow Cross and all of this sort of thing that went on. This is the issues are alive and well. These are damaging people, and by the Republican Party, of course, being promoted by these people's efforts, damaging my whole country. Not that it's really my country. It hates me more than it hates it. Well, almost anyone else except for someone like me who's darker skinned. You're starting to see why this hurts? Or, well, I'm gonna go further. 70 years ago, the last pastor was a young man. He's getting up there in years, 90. Still all within the realm of the human lifetime. It is still living memory. And I don't know. You probably never heard of the Hungarian Arrow Cross, or the Battle of Kalkengol, where the Kuomintang army was prevented from advancing into Soviet territory, which quite, the Japanese forces could have actually connected with the Germans. Because, Einsatzgruppe SUD were going far east enough for an eastern advance to actually meet them.
Hey, Nadia, can I just say something to you? I don't mean to be disrespectful. I really, like, me personally, I don't know about anyone else. I don't know. A lot of times late at night, when I do talk to you, I kind of hear you seem really tired. So it's not like I don't want to hear what you're saying or anything. I don't mean any disrespect. It's like half the time I kind of, I don't know, feel like I don't understand what you're saying. Like, I don't mean to be a dick by that. What I'm saying, it's like, just when you were talking, I know you were taking a nap or whatever, so you wake up and you're talking, and I'm like, my ears are kind of like straining, and I want to hear what you're saying, and I do sometimes, and then other times it's like okay, what did she just say? You know what I mean?
Laszlo Pastor, the Hungarian Arrow Cross, is responsible for the death of 80,000 Jews who served a prison term after World War II. And who also has been an instrumental figure in the American religious right, served under Paul Weyrich, and also the Republican Party, because he served on the Republican Heritage Council. I covered Yavek's recent electoral meetings, and I covered the Battle of Kalkengol, which Russian victory, or Soviet victory really, prevented the Japanese from advancing west to reinforce the Third Reich's Eastern Front.
Well, I don't know if I apologize. I apologize if maybe I got the gist of it, but I mean, I know I can tell you honestly. Even to this very day, people that I know are Hungarians. They are what you call to this day very anti-Semitic, actual Hungarians, and of course they were allied with Germany. And there were a lot of Hungarian Jews. I mean, MGM, Metro Goldwyn Mayer, that guy was a Hungarian Jew that started that movie company in America, for example, etc., etc. So yeah, I know it because I'm Hungarian and whatever. So if you're implying that Hungarians are generally anti-Semitic, I'm gonna say yeah, I agree with that.
No, I said that this issue is relevant and painful to a lot of people. I mean, a war criminal is one of the Hungarian war criminals is literally wandering around to this day, as political activists in the Republican Party in the United States.
Yeah, well, that's true. So then, can I ask you something? Well, what about now when you have this that speaking of Jewish people, you have when this Charlie Hebdo fucking thing happened, and then you have Netanyahu telling the Jewish people in France, they're like, you guys should basically get the fuck out of France and come to Israel. So, what is your opinion? You think it's because anti-Semitism is on the rise in Europe again? So that's why Netanyahu was telling the Jews, and basically, at least in France, say, well, come to Israel, get the fuck out of Europe because it's becoming more anti-Semitic. I mean, I don't know. I just
thought that the UMP was getting the gays in the Front National with Le Pen, so we're not actually doing that well. But I can check their more recent results.
Okay.
Well, it's not that they weren't doing that well. They were losing ground and pretty not that big a minority party.
We're just gonna leave it at that. Anybody else want to chime in? Everyone seems pretty quiet.
Europe is not getting more anti-Semitic, but more and more people, most people in Europe, they strongly disagree with the politic of Israel, and that has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. It has to do with human rights, and they are breaking the peace agreement from 1967, and when it was, and they are illegally occupying a country. It has nothing to do with your race IDs and anti-Semitism. It has to do with the actual political situation. That's why, and it has nothing to do with anti-Semitism.
Yeah, but they tie. Okay, look, I can let's say I will even agree with you in that respect. However,
and that's what problems me, because I am very opposed to Israeli politics. But people like you, well, they destroy everything. I mean, I cannot okay, in my country it's not so much a problem, but like in Germany or something, they are not allowed to oppose it because there are people like you going around, that are anti-Semites and say, yeah, I respect these people, but get the hell out of our country so you don't degenerate our culture and so on. And that's how it starts. We had that in Norway also, one mass murder. He was a nice guy, very nice guy, and he had nothing against Muslims if they stayed in their own country, and then he ended up killing 70, 80 children, And your point of view, I know this kind of how your position. It's always the same with Hitlerjugend. Do you think that when they went into Hitlerjugend that was something terrible? No, it was a nice organization, and they did a lot of great things. But at the end, there are at the end it has another purpose, and like I say, I will do everything to prevent people like you having anything to say in society, anything. And
why?
If you are against black people or Jews, I know where this. I just have to use my what I have learned in history and normal common sense, and I have to act on that. I don't know you.
You're welcome to do so. You are absolutely welcome to do so.
Because I'm rational, and I have to analyze what kind of people are this. What are they really want? What do they really want? It's like these Muslims in Europe that a small part of them, that they are exploiting democracy. They can spread this hatred, and if they get into their own country, they are just they don't have the right to say it, you know. And these people do big damage. And so I just, that's why I react to it, you know.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I am proud of my country. I'm very proud of my country, and I don't want anyone with your views having anything to say. I will tolerate them because I'm a Democrat. We cannot do anything else. Of course, you have the right to do and mean and feel and do what you want. But if
well, yeah,
people
with all due respect, I have not
advantage, I will do anything against it in a democratic sense.
With all due respect, though, I don't think you've heard me advocate violence towards anyone, despite my beliefs. I never said.
When you deny violence, if you deny the violence, the millions of people that is killed, that's far enough for me. You can say everything you want, but I'm just using my rationality, and most here, we know where this is going.
So what you're saying is that because I have my point of view, eventually it's going to lead to genocide and violence, right? And racism, of course. On the extreme sense of that.
Yes. I'm honest with you. Yes, when people like you talking about degenerating our culture to other races or other people, if people like you come to power, yes, I totally honest. The hell will break loose, and it has happened many times, not only Second World War. So we have some kind of experience with that, and if you're rational and a thinking human being,
I am rational. First of all, I would never want to get into any position of power.
Yeah, that's why we go to school and learn a little bit of history. We learn something, you know. We don't go on internet. You have to. That's the whole point of it, you know.
First of all, like I said. First of all, this is. I'm not even trying to spread my ideology. Like you can obviously look at my YouTube channel. I have videos about driving fast, whatever, riding my motorcycle. I have nothing political. I have nothing racist, quote unquote, on there. I'm not trying to spread anything. I just came on this hangout. I'm just expressing my opinion. I have no intention of ever seeking political power, anything.
Okay,
spreading this message, nothing like that. So
let me see if I can make Balthazar. Sorry, Balthazar.
That's good. I mean, that's good. I mean,
let me see if I can make Balthazar, you know, what Balthazar was saying way more clear. It doesn't matter if you don't define yourself a Nazi. What you say makes yourself a Nazi. And the reason why Balthazar said you shouldn't be allowed to speak, it's really simple, because if the world had it your way, I wouldn't be allowed to speak. So that's why you shouldn't be allowed to speak. You're a really disgusting person, not for what you do, for what you say. It is utterly disgusting.
I shouldn't be allowed to speak. Wow.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't, because if we had it your way...
So if I disagree with what you're saying...
I don't care. I don't give a fuck if you disagree. Hold on a second. You've been speaking for long. Now I'm speaking. I don't give a fuck if you disagree. The things that you said makes you a Nazi. It doesn't matter if you don't wear a swastika and stuff like that.
Fine,
Hitler. I don't care a fuck. You know, what you said defined you. You are a disgusting person with Nazi ideology. And if you had it your way, people wouldn't be allowed to say the shit that you say right now. The reason you say that shit is because we don't need the Nazi ideology. And that's what makes you disgusting and an hypocrite. Is it clear enough for you, or should I make you a picture?
Please draw me a picture.
Okay, cool. Ciao.
Well, draw your picture?
No, it's not.
It's getting pretty bad when I get onto Google off your Hangouts and I express my opinion, and somebody tells me I ought to not be able to express my opinions. and call me a disgusting person, which is fine. I'm okay with that too. But just the idea that I can't express my opinion just because you feel that it's disgusting or something, wow. I'm just saying wow to that idea. Not that you should agree with me, and I'm not saying you shouldn't consider my points of views disgusting, or you shouldn't consider me a Nazi. That's fine if you want to do all of those things. The thing I find disgusting is when you tell me that I'm not allowed to express my opinion. Okay? That's the thing I find disgusting.
And why shouldn't speech be regulated? You
Well,
think it's not damaging? You think it doesn't incite people to prejudicial action?
Well, you know what? If I don't know, it may, but that can that can work both ways too, right? It doesn't always. You saying that, you're assuming that it only works one way. That if I have an extreme view of something one way to the right or to the left, oh, that'll incite people this way. Okay, I'll agree with that. That may, but then what if you have an extreme view to the other side? Could that not also do the same thing? And so, this is the thing. I mean, either we have the right of free speech to express. I have not expressed, as far as I know so far, I have not advocated the violence toward anyone. I've just expressed my opinion, and yes, I'm gonna say you are completely welcome to disagree with it, to despise my opinion. On top of that, I have no problem with that.
Hitler, he was elected, democratically elected. Do you think do you think he was advocating war and violence when he got elected?
No, he wasn't doing that.
He was advocating the opposite, peace.
Yes.
He wanted to establish peace, yeah, and that's what Germany got, peace. And Germany was also a victim in this war.
Yep. Yeah. I don't want to split hairs.
Rational with people like you, We have to think.
What I'm saying to you, or what I was saying, and I'm gonna leave it at that because I'm ready for bed. But what I'm saying is that when the other person, I forget his name, he was saying, well, it's disgusting, and people like you shouldn't even have a right to say anything, and whatever. And that's the only thing that I'm saying. I don't want to go back into Hitler or World War II. I don't really give a shit about that. What I'm saying is that it's like, even in a sort of a semi-private forum here, talking to you guys, that if I express an opinion that you may find disgusting, okay, disagree with 100%, which I'm okay with. I'm not here to convince anybody of anything. It's just when I feel like when somebody says, well, because you expressed an opinion, and opinions like this may have led to this thing and this thing in history, whatever, so on and so on. So then when somebody tells me I shouldn't be able to express that opinion, okay? Now if I'm saying, well, we should kill black people because they're racially inferior or some shit like this. Now if I cross that line where I'm advocating violence, then yeah, I should be. Then I don't have a right to fucking say anything, right? Because I'm calling for hatred or violence towards someone else. And yeah, then it crosses the line between freedom of speech. Then yes, in that context, I would agree. Now, I know what you're kind of saying is that, oh, well, I'm just saying an ideology, but that ideology could lead to hatred and whatever. Yeah, but that could, whatever, but that's not what I'm saying. So that would depend on the person that would be listening to me.
Yeah, so but your conclusion must just be, okay, we are stupid that have these views. Okay, I respect that, but I still have that view. I don't trust that kind of people. I don't do that, and
well, I'm not with all the.
So I'm illogical. I'm stupid. Okay.
No, I'm not saying you're stupid. I understand your point of view. I disagree with it, but I understand your point of view. That's all I'm telling you, and hopefully you understand my point of view, and obviously you disagree with it, just the same way as I understand your point of view, and I disagree with it. And you know what? And that should be okay. Hopefully, I mean, as the saying goes.
No, because yes,
agree to disagree.
I just said to you that if people who have the same view as you have, I will do anything in democratic terms to avoid these kind of people, because I don't trust them, and I think their view is disgusting.
Okay, no, that's fair.
Yeah, and that's
No,
also.
yeah, look. I respect that. I respect you saying that, because I feel you're being honest, and above everything else, I respect honesty.
But I think you say I respect that, but actually it means I respect, but
well, I disagree with it. Well, I disagree with it. You know,
it's
to
a
be
matter
honest.
of who have the power. You know, when you get to power, you don't have any respect for what you say. You have respect.
I'm not. Well, look, listen, brother. Look. With all due respect, I am not ever going to. I'm a fucking welder, okay, man. I'm a tradesperson, okay. I'm in my fucking 40s. I'm never going to get into any political fucking position, all right? It's never gonna happen. So don't like go well if you did or whatever. No, I'm just a person. I'm just a person with an opinion. Okay, that's all I am. I have, in that, as you want to put it, political sense, I have no fucking power. I don't ever want to go into politics, even if I could. I don't want to. I hate fucking politics. I hate politicians.
Yeah,
Despite my views, I am an anarchist. I don't believe in that
You're
shit.
just speaking like any fascist. They hate politicians. They hate them. They don't want any politicians. That's what they are against.
Well, I'm not even a fascist. I'm an anarchist. I'm an anarchist.
You know what anarchism is. That's
I know
just a fancy term. I don't think you have any clue about what anarchism is.
I think I do. I have a pretty good clue what anarchism is.
So okay, who's the name one of the ideologists or famous anarchists that have developed this idea? You know someone?
Well, I think the earliest anarchist that I know of, okay, and I mean it may have gone further into history, obviously. The modern day anarchist that I know is Lysander Spooner, for example.
Okay, you have no clue about anarchism.
Okay, well then I guess I don't. I think I do, but well, you disagree with me, that's alright. But I know what anarchism is. It's a simple. Anarchism is a very simple concept.
It's not. It's not a simple concept.
It's
a very complex. Extreme.
Well, at the base of it, it's very simple.
More complex than communism. It's extreme complex.
Well, actually, no. Actually, again, you know, you can make it complex if you want to, but at the very base of real anarchism lies the concept of consent. Okay, whatever goes on, if you have consent, then it's fine. If you don't have consent, there's something wrong going on. You know, I mean, that's a. You know, I don't want to get into like a deep topic with you, but I mean, just at the base of what real anarchism is, that's what it is. Consent versus non-consent, right? Whatever you have going on, I don't care if you're going to have, you know, sort of a government or some kind of ruling body. Now, if the people actually have real consent, then you have something, you know, it's fine.
You have made anarchism what you like it to be, but it has nothing to do with anarchism, and it's a joke being a racist and a Nazi like you, and then be an anarchist at the same time. It's just a joke.
It's not a joke. It's not a joke. It's about freedom of choice. It's about freedom of choice. Like if I had anarchism, if there was if there was anarchism, for example, if we lived in an anarchist society, and me and a bunch of people get together
Yes,
as white people,
that's where it starts. You and a bunch of people get together, and then it starts with consent or not. And if you are stronger than the others, you don't give them consent.
Well, you know what? That's how the world is today, brother. Look, listen, that's how the world is today. What the hell are you talking about? Might makes right. Look, might makes right. People that you don't consent to giving your authority to, just because they have a bunch of guys with guns and uniforms, if you don't consent to what they're fucking telling you, might makes right. That's how the world is today. Like if you,
no, it's not that. No, it's not that. In democracy,
yeah,
it's
absolutely, it is like that.
No, it isn't like that.
Tell me why it isn't like
that. We are protected against this through a law system.
What? By whom? By whom?
By the
by
law.
Whom?
By the law.
What law? Legal opinion you're talking about? You're talking about legal opinion now, right?
I understand this concept, so you don't understand.
I don't think you understand what law is either. Like you're telling me I don't understand anything. Explain to me what law is. What is law? Define that for me.
No, I don't want to get into
you don't want
it. You
to because you don't fucking know, right?
You define anarchism like you want to.
Define law to me. Define law to me. You brought it up. Define law to me. What is law? What is law?
It's that what you don't want to have. You don't want laws, but you have a very.
You didn't define it for me. You didn't define law for me. I mean, if you're gonna call me ignorant, that you're gonna say that I don't know what I'm talking about, and I don't know what anarchy is all about.
The law is that you have the right to free speech. That's a law.
In America.
Well, what are rights? Okay, define rights.
You're a parasite on this law.
I'm gonna call you out on another thing. Define rights to me. Define rights to me. Define right. What is a right? What is a right? Give me a definition of what a right is.
A right is legal sanction to carry out action.
Well, that's wrong too. Somebody define what a right is to me. What is a right? What is a right? Do you have any rights? First of all, you don't have any rights. But again, define what a right is.
A right is a privilege afforded you by the government.
No, right is not a privilege either. No, can somebody define
it's
what
a privilege afforded you by the government until such time
No,
as
it's
they
not
decide.
a privilege. No, you're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
Because if you have privileges, you don't have any rights. That's a privilege. That's not a right.
Rights are imaginary. They're a concept made up by people.
No, they're not a concept or imaginary. What is a right?
They are imaginary.
In a certain sense, you're right. But what is a right? When we talk about rights, what is a right?
It said what it is.
There's a simple definition for what a right is. And so far, nobody's. I'm just saying, people want to call me ignorant. I don't know what anarchy is. I don't know what this is. And when I ask, what is a right?
There are privileges afforded you, or entitlements given to you to perform certain actions or to be.
There are a lot of privilege. There are a lot of so-called privileges. I mean, driving a car is a fucking privilege.
Okay, well you can say, well, you don't have a right to drive a car. Rights are legal, social, or ethical principles.
Well, you do have a right to actually.
Or entitlement.
You
don't have a right to drive a car. If the government decides you don't have a right any longer, they can take it away.
They don't have any right to decide that either. But anyways, what is the right?
I just said to you, rights are privileges or entitlements.
The people that have the guns.
You asked the question. They are the governments of whatever countries decide what quote unquote rights you are afforded. They give you the entitlement to do things, and they can take them away.
I agree.
So they are imaginary.
But
we made them up.
You can't. If you have rights, nobody can take away your rights. I don't care if you're on a case.
Look up.
They can physically imprison you and so on and so on.
Excuse me. The government can take your right. Go look up what happened to the Japanese in America in World War II. They had their rights taken away from them. They had their citizenship rights taken away from them. They were no longer regarded as American citizens.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you.
So the government can take your quote-unquote rights away when they want
to. What are rights? What are
I've
rights?
already explained to you what rights are twice.
No, you didn't. You didn't actually.
Right.
You didn't.
They are legal,
you're talking about
social.
Government. I'm not talking. Rights have nothing to do with government. Okay, honestly.
Who provides them then?
Nobody provides rights.
So where do they come from?
The government doesn't provide you any rights.
Where do they come from?
God doesn't even provide you any rights.
So
what are rights?
Where do they come from? I'm asking you the question.
I don't know where they come from.
Right.
I just asked.
Right. If they don't come from people, where do they come from?
Okay, I said I prepositioned the question. What are rights?
I already said to you they are legal, social, or ethical
principles
of freedom.
You're wrong.
Are you going to keep interrupting, or are you going to shut up?
I'm just saying you're wrong.
Well, I'm not wrong. That's the definition of them. That's what they are.
No, that's not what rights are.
Well, I just looked it up, and that's the definition of them, whether you like it or not.
You looked it up. Okay, well, congratulations. You looked it up.
Where else do you think?
That's not
tell me
what rights are.
You tell us what rights are then.
Well, nobody.
Absolute rubbish.
I was waiting for somebody to come up with that, but the only rights you have are the only rights that
you answer the question. What are they?
I will answer it if you're not going to interrupt me. I will answer the question. You don't actually have any rights. Nobody has any rights. Okay. First of all, that being said, the only rights you have are the ones you claim. That's it. Okay, it doesn't come from the government. It doesn't come from a piece of paper. It doesn't come from the Bible. It doesn't come from God. The only rights you have are the ones that you're willing to claim. That you as a human being say, I have a right to this.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Well, that's the truth. Whether it works that way or not.
It's not the truth. The truth is we decide as a society what we think is...
No, as criminals, you might have decided. When you say society, it's a bunch of criminals. If you want to impose your fucking will on me... As an individual,
a will is different to a right.
A certain way, that you feel that the government should come and rob me to pay for your children's education. If you want to impose that, well, does that make it right? Yeah, it happens, but it doesn't make it right.
That's not what I said. I said we as a society decide what the legal, social, or ethical principles or entitlements that we think we ought to have. However, we then vote people into government who set up those things.
I'm
still talking. If we disagree,
Okay, go on.
If we disagree, then or the government disagrees because we put them in power, they can take away what we regard as rights when they feel like it, or change those quote-unquote rights. They are imaginary. We make them up.
All right. Well, I want to ask you a question then. All right. Now, having you said that, because obviously you're a statist and you believe in government and the social construct.
No. Where did I say that? Where did I say that?
Well, you implied it. Okay. I didn't say.
No, I said that's the way the world is. We have government.
Yeah. Okay. The way the world is. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of certain ways that the world is. I'm perfectly in agreement with that. Now, the question I want to pose to you is, do you, as a human being, have the right to impose your will on another human being? Yes or no?
I have the freedom, but that freedom has consequence. The freedom to
wait,
act.
No. Don't go rabbit hopping around my question.
I'm not. I'm answering it, but you're not letting anyone answer you. I may decide that I want to harm you physically, and I can freely do that, but there are consequences for those actions under the law.
Please, with all due respect, I just wanted a yes or no answer. I said, do you as a human being have the right to impose your will on another human being?
Well, it's not a yes or no answer.
Why not?
Because it isn't.
Is it
because you're using? It's a loaded question. You're using the word right.
Not a loaded question.
And I already explained we have freedoms. We are free to do as we want, but there are consequences to what we do under the law.
Yes, I will agree with that. Yes.
So I would disregard the word right. I have the freedom to.
Oh, you have the So you all right. So you have the freedom. You have the freedom to impose your will on another human being. All right.
Yep.
All right. You do have that. Yes, I agree with that. All right. But now is that having said that, is that right or is it wrong?
As I said, there are consequences under the laws that we have to that freedom for me to act. So if I decide I want to murder my next door neighbor...
I'm not even talking... Now, see, now you're getting into law. I'm talking about you as a human being, your moral, conscious code that you have. If you're not a fucking psychopath or a sociopath, you're just an empathetic human being. When I ask that question, I would just like you to answer me yes or no. As a human being,
it's not a yes
what do
or
you feel? No, okay, I want you to disregard
I have
this.
the freedom to attempt to impose my will upon you.
Yes, you do. But is that you feel that you have the right to do it?
It's not a matter of right, it's a matter of freedom. I have the freedom to do it.
Okay. So expressing that freedom, there's nothing wrong with expressing that freedom. Because you're free to do that. Yes, I agree with you. You are free to do that.
Yes.
So then you're free to do that. So if
whether my actions acting upon that freedom are moral or legal is another question.
Yeah, that is a moral question.
So if I wish, I have the freedom to go next door to my neighbour and assault him. However, depending on the reasons for it, if it's just for no reason at all, then that wouldn't be a good thing, and there are consequences to those actions. I don't have the right to go and assault my neighbour. I have the freedom to do it. But we have laws in place that provide consequences for acting upon that freedom.
Well, yeah, of course, you have consequences. Well, see, I believe in law. I'm like, beside the fact that I say I'm an anarchist or whatever, I'm not saying I don't believe that there should be no laws or whatever. I think going with what I call natural law, if you cause harm or injury to another human being in any which way, whatever, whether you steal their property, rape them, physically harm them, etc., etc., if you actually cause the harm to another human being, then yes, there should be consequences. Now you can see the difference between all the legal fictions that they make up, every little thing of, oh, it's a traffic ticket, they get to steal your money, and all this.
Well, they don't steal
all
the money.
This kind of different bullshit.
They
That
don't
shit
steal
is
your
all
money.
wrong.
What, traffic tickets are wrong? We set up social interactions. We set up rules and regulations and laws.
What it's called is legal opinion. Okay. Now, why? First of all, I mean, again, I don't know how much you understand when you want to talk to me about law. Well, first of all, can you tell me what jurisdiction is? What jurisdiction, right? And you're going to give me the definition most people would. What is jurisdiction?
When you mean in the legal sense?
Yeah, in a legal sense, sure. Obviously, jurisdiction as far as, I'll help clarify it a little bit. Obviously, if I commit a so-called crime here in Canada, somebody in England is not going to be convicting me. Let's say it's just a speeding ticket or whatever, because they always part of the case when they bring it to you. Part of it is jurisdiction, right? I have to be in a certain jurisdiction for, let's say, that ticket to apply to me, right? So if I was speeding here in Edmonton, I mean, and if I went to England, well,
it's authority, isn't it?
Persecuted me because I wasn't in England. I wasn't in that jurisdiction, and right?
Yeah, that would be the authority to act under the law.
Yeah, but by definition, what is jurisdiction?
Well, it's the geographic area over which that authority extends.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, so
See,
something's not within.
Yeah.
Within. I mean, there's two meanings really. There's the geographic jurisdiction. In other words, a police officer can only act with it I think in America, not so much in the UK. Police officers can only act within their jurisdiction, within the area that they govern, or they preside over, or that they have authority over. So if you committed an offence in one state, perhaps only the law in that state has the jurisdiction to deal with it.
Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah. Yeah. That's the regular understanding people have of jurisdiction. But the thing is, jurisdiction in and of itself is actually not a geographical area. I
didn't say it was a geographic area. I mean that.
Yeah, but that's a claim. That's just a claim. Okay. Just like I said, when I talk about rights, it's just a claim. Yeah, and we already kind of went through that. Well, whatever. It's subjective, apparently, right? It's just a claim. And the same thing when the government, or so-called the judicial system, makes that claim that you were in a jurisdiction, because, for example, here in Edmonton, where I live, as far as you saying it's a geographical location, well, you know what?
It's only that.
Well, it's not that, for the simple reason that the
Jurisdiction
land
is the power or authority to administer justice.
Yeah, but that's it's fiction.
So a judge can have jurisdiction.
Yeah, but it's fiction. It's not real. It's like Santa Claus. It's not real.
Well, of course.
For example,
we make these things up.
Yeah, it's all fiction. So
it's not fiction. It's a social system that we. As part of the law
yeah, well, when you make some, well, look. You said it yourself. Look, you're making something up. I make up Santa Claus. I made it up. Now, if everybody believes in it, well, I mean, maybe it can become
But Santa
kind
Claus
of real.
is not. Santa Claus isn't a legal thing, is it?
No, I'm saying when you said it's a construct, a mental construct. Okay, it's a belief system that people believe that this is the jurisdiction. Okay? I've flown in a plane. I've flown in a plane, for example. I've flown in a plane, and I have provinces, North America, America, whatever. When I'm up in a plane, I'm flying across Canada. I don't see any lines. There's no borders. I just see land. I don't see anything.
Yeah.
Right?
What's your point?
It's just land. It's just land.
Yeah.
Right?
But you and I both know that we have systems set up, laws, regulations, rules, borders, all those things. We all know that.
Yeah, but it's all fiction. It's a mindset.
We make it all up for our. Well,
yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the way of the world. What's your point?
Yeah, but but it's still just a fiction. It's not reality.
So, of course, it is reality. It's part of reality.
It's a fiction that people make reality, but it's still a fiction.
Right.
By definition, if you look at it right down as definition, it's a fiction.
We know that. So
okay, fair enough. I'm not disagreeing with you that people don't come to a consensus and agree on a fiction. I'm not saying that that's not happening. Obviously, it is, but it still doesn't make it real.
Well, it is real because it has an effect on us. The law and these sorts of things have an effect on us on a daily basis.
Yeah,
they don't actually physically exist, of course. But
yeah, I know they have an effect, but they're still a fiction.
Yeah, so what? What's your point? We agree to these things.
My point is it's all bullshit.
Well, it may be all bullshit, but you don't agree with the laws. But the laws and rules and regulations are what the consensus votes. Well, we vote politicians in, and they make the laws. That's the way it works.
I don't vote for any politicians.
Well, then that's your issue. You don't vote for anyone. What? You can't just say, well, I'm going to set myself apart from society and have my own rules and regulations and laws. It doesn't work like that. Whether we like it or not.
Well, I don't like it because I'm living in a world of fiction. I might as well be living in the world of the Matrix because nothing is fucking real. It's all based on belief system. It's all based on belief system.
Do you pay for insurance for your motorcycle?
Yeah, I did.
Why?
Because I don't have a choice.
Why?
Well, why? Yeah. Because if I don't comply, it's compliance through the barrel of a gun, basically.
Right, but do you think it's a good idea to have insurance for your motorcycle?
I think that should be a personal choice. I don't think it should be forced upon me.
So if you cause damage to someone else as a result of your negligent riding, you don't think there should be any recourse for the people you damage?
Sure, there should be.
So that's why we have insurance. So that if you accidentally cause damage or intentionally cause damage to someone else or someone else's property...
how about this? How about this? No, wait. No. When you
saying
talk
we should
about
just rely on...
Wait. No. Here. I'll give you a different scenario about insurance. How about insurance works the opposite way? That if you feel that somebody's going to damage your stuff, you take out insurance when your property or you get damaged by somebody that is negligent and they don't have insurance. That's why you take out insurance, to protect yourself from the negligence of other people, right? Instead of you having to take out insurance where you might cause damage to somebody else.
It works both ways.
Yeah, it works both ways. Now, like let's say that I decide not, because this is, for example, it's happened to me being on a motorcycle. The guy turned fucking left in front of me on a green light, whatever. I hit him at fucking 80 fucking kilometers an hour. I broke my pelvis in half, fucked up my wrist, broke my fucking leg, blah, 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 blah. All this damage happened to me. Now, I did have insurance, but I wasn't really at fault, so my insurance company didn't pay out anything. The other person's insurance company did. Okay?
Yep.
All right. So I got some compensation. It wasn't much. I got fucking ripped off anyways because the insurance companies are fucking assholes. But let's say in that same scenario, it was my fault. Okay? And I decided that, you know what? I didn't take out any insurance. Now, it's my fault. I hit that vehicle. That person had insurance to protect themselves from, damage, despite somebody else's fault.
Yeah, I see where you're going.
Now,
so you should be able to
but me on the other hand, I get nothing. I get nothing. Even if I got fucked up, I got injured, whatever, I get nothing out of that, right? I don't claim nothing. Whatever. I'm not covered by anything.
Yeah, but it doesn't work
so
like that.
I gotta suck it up, right?
No, it's the other people that may have to suck it up. You might kill someone, or maim someone, or injure someone for life. That's the consequences of your actions.
Yeah, but where's the choice, right? Then what you're saying is that this is all I'm saying is I'm about freedom. So like we don't have a choice. Like we
you do. You have a choice not to drive like a maniac and injure other people.
That doesn't always have to be that you're driving.
Why should someone else pay or be responsible for?
Well, what if
deal with the consequences of your poor actions?
Well, what if for a moment, like even if you're driving, let's say you're not driving like a maniac, you're just driving normally. I don't know. You look down to change the fucking radio station, or let's say if you're a
then you're not driving with due care and attention.
You drop your cigarette, whatever, and you look down for a second. Oh shit, what happened? Then you look down and you lose focus for a minute on the road. You don't have to be driving like a maniac.
Okay.
And then you hit somebody, right?
And you're still negligent because you haven't been driving with due care and attention to other road users.
Well, yeah, that's right. No, I am.
And as a result of that action, you may harm someone else or damage their property. Therefore, you should be responsible for your actions.
Yeah, you should.
The other person shouldn't have to have the responsibility. That's why you have insurance.
Yeah, no,
the insurance is for you, it's a risk of you.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. Well, but about when it comes to insurance.
So you don't agree with being responsible for your own actions?
I agree with being irresponsible for my own actions.
So that's why you have insurance, so that if you are irresponsible, your insurance company.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm asking a question. Yeah, I know where you're going with this. What I'm saying is that why should you be forced to have insurance?
For that very reason.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you one thing. In all of my driving, and I've driven drunk, driven crazy. I've done fucking 150 miles an hour through downtown in the city on my motorcycle, whatever. I've never harmed or injured anyone.
Doesn't matter. That's irrelevant.
Okay.
It's irresponsible.
Whatever. Call it whatever you will.
Well, it's irresponsible that you think you should be able to do whatever you want to do and hang the consequences for other people. And they should be responsible in case they get hurt by you. It's an appalling attitude.
Well, anytime. Oh, look. The bottom line is, obviously, you're a very strong statist. I can understand kind of.
No,
where you're
nothing about statist. It's not about statist. It's about you as another human being being responsible for your actions. And if you're going to just drive around your motorcycle, drive drunk or on drugs, or drive too fast, then A, you shouldn't even be on the road, and B, you should be responsible for your actions. Therefore, you are insured. Your insurance company takes a risk. That's what it's about. It's the risk. So that if you do cause damage to other people's property or harm to them,
actually, you know what? You're actually kind of going against your argument, because that means that when you take out insurance, you're passing on the responsibility to someone else in a sense,
you're
right?
not. You're insuring. No, you're not doing it at all. You are insuring yourself, so that if you cause damage and you don't have the financial wherewithal to recompense the people you've damaged, your insurance company will do it on your behalf.
Well, how about if you don't? Yeah, okay, fair enough. But how about if you know that you don't have that, then maybe
you shouldn't be on the road.
To be actually. Well, no, that does actually take a little bit of responsibility out of people, because they know that if they fuck up, so to speak, then they're covered. Their ass is covered. How about if you don't have any insurance, and then you're going to be held personally liable for whatever you do?
No, that's ridiculous.
Let's say I don't have any insurance, and I'm negligent in my driving or whatever. I cause an accident, and I have to pay somebody $50,000 for damages, as an example. But now my insurance company is not paying that out. Now that liability is on me. And if I'm going to try to have any kind of a life, work for a living, etc., now I have to fucking pay that back.
Yeah, but you also, what the insurance company there is for is to make sure that anyone you damage doesn't suffer. Whereas if you've say for argument's sake, you maim someone and they're in a wheelchair and they need compensation for the change in their life, your insurance company is there to make sure that they don't suffer as a result. Whereas if you get the bill for $50,000 and you can't pay it, that person suffers for no reason because of your negligence. That's why the insurance is there, to make sure that your responsibilities in that way are met. But if you don't have insurance, the law says, you go to jail, and perhaps your house is taken if it has any equity in it to pay the. But the insurance company is an easier way to make sure that your responsibilities are met in that situation.
Yeah, but this still takes away from your personal responsibility as a human being.
No, it doesn't.
No, it transfers that responsibility to the insurance company.
You still got the responsibility whether you're insured or not.
Well, you know what?
To behave in a responsible, social, and decent way. If you can't ride a motorcycle properly with regard to other people, you shouldn't be on the road. Simple as that.
Well, I mean,
and if you, as you said, drive drunk, drive drugged, and you speed with no care for the consequences for other people, you shouldn't be on the road. Well, you said you have done it.
I've driven impaired. Yeah, I didn't say I was doing 150 miles an hour when I was doing that.
No,
I was probably doing the speed limit, whatever.
Well, you shouldn't have been on the road, should you? You know that.
Why not?
Know that.
Why
because
not?
You're not driving. You're driving impaired. You are risking causing damage or harm to someone else.
I didn't say impaired.
Someone.
I didn't say impaired.
You just said impaired. You said you've driven drunk before.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean impaired. Impaired is a different definition.
Oh dear. So you're obviously, you know what drunk driving is as well as I do, so you can try and be smart about it.
Look, listen. I've been pulled over. I've been pulled over by the police after I had 9 beers. Okay. Did they even remotely question me, like, oh, you've been drinking or whatever? Nothing.
I don't know.
Ever.
You shouldn't have been on the road.
Why not?
Because you're not. Because you were. Oh dear. You think drinking 9 beers and then riding a motorcycle is responsible?
In my case, absolutely.
Absolutely. So if you'd have hit a child and killed a child or an adult, you'd think, oh well, yeah, that's their fault.
Well, you know what? This is the thing. It's like making blanket statements about people.
Well, that's the risk you're taking.
Like I said, when I tell you that I've had 9 or 10 beers and I smoked a joint when I was doing whatever speed downtown, the police helicopter was following me. I got pulled over by the cops. How come I didn't get an impaired?
I don't know. Did they breathalyze you?
No.
Okay. Well, they didn't suspect you of being drunk then. So you got away with it.
Absolutely not.
You got away with it.
No, I didn't get away with it. I got away with it every fucking time. Why? Because I wasn't impaired. See, that's the difference.
No, you think you weren't impaired. You were just lucky that you got away with it. You were lucky you didn't hit someone else.
I got lucky like every fucking single time.
But you're an asshole if you drive in that state.
No, I'm not.
Because you are taking other people's lives into it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's why, you know, he's a very nice guy, he says, but I mean, you are doing perfectly, Mark, because you just showed how he's really thinking, you know. It's not about other people and so on, it's about him and people who thinks like him, you know. It's not about other people. He don't care.
It's a selfish.
Yeah, it's pure selfishness. And then he says,
I am not a selfish.
And then
you clearly are.
Anarchism. You know, anarchism requires the most unselfish people of any system. You know, so you are just a joke. You're just a joke. There's nothing to do with anarchy, and you don't understand it. You know, it's.
Well, that's fair. You know,
the first thing you have to do as an anarchist, even thinking about being an anarchist, is to show immense respect and responsibility to other people, also people from other race and people that think others from you.
And I would agree with you that I'm sure. Yes, it's a despicable thing to do. And I agree that some insurance companies are a bit of a rip-off, or they charge you too much. But the point is that we have insurance because of arseholes on the road like you. That you're the reason why we have to have things like insurance, because pricks like you can't drive properly. They think that they don't have to care about anyone else but themselves when they're on the road.
But you forget, you know, he's an Aryan, so he is superior, you know. When he drunk drives, he will never harm anyone.
Yeah, that's right,
you know?
Yeah.
You're an Aryan. You're an Aryan, are you?
Aryan, drunk Aryan on the street.
Where did the Aryan bit come from?
Yeah, that's his, you know, his view about that. He's pro-Aryan, so.
He thinks he's an Aryan. You think you're an Aryan?
Yeah, he thinks he's an Aryan, and he thinks people like me are degenerated.
80%, not pure by any stretch. I'm unfortunately.
So you're not an Aryan then?
Mostly.
Well, it's like saying
I have green eyes, dark brown hair, so yeah, I'm not a pure Aryan by any stretch. I'm not gonna make that claim, so. But mostly.
You're just a normal person like the rest of us. You like to think you're something special, but you're probably not.
I'm not normal. I'm a racist, evil, irresponsible, drunken, fucking racist, Nazi worshipping asshole apparently. So you know, I'll just say it. That's what everybody's been saying about me. So.
Well, I don't know your political views, so I'm just talking about.
Do you feel insulted, or something? Do you feel pity for yourself? No.
Oh, absolutely. I don't feel
you are pity. You come here and are the big racists and talk about Holocaust denial and Aryans and degeneration, and suddenly you are the victim. Oh, suddenly you are the people.
Hell no, look, brother, no man.
You're a Holocaust denier.
No, I'm not a denier. I'm a factual person. The Holocaust fucking never happened. I mean, if you believe in that,
it never happened. Are you shitting me?
Yeah, I ain't shitting you, man. I ain't shitting you. I mean, there's so much evidence for that not having happened.
Provide it then.
What do you mean? It's like the Holocaust has sort of the dubious honor of perhaps being the most well-documented genocide. Like
really, it has. Oh, okay. Well,
really.
Yeah, all right. You know, well, that's cool. I'm cool with that.
Where's your evidence it didn't happen then?
I mean, first of all, the gas chamber myth is like.
No, where's your evidence it didn't happen?
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? If I'm allowed to come back here tomorrow, well, maybe on the weekend, I will find you tons of stuff. That if you ask me that question,
just provide one link.
Man, dude. I'm fucking pretty drunk by now. I'm not in a position of fucking giving you anything at this moment in time. But if you're sincere in that, if you're sincere about that, I will actually go look shit up. I'll find links, articles, whatever, stuff that you can look at, whatever. If you're sincere in asking me that, I will actually make that effort. But at this moment in time, again, you know. I don't come on here. I didn't come on here like, oh, well, look, here's all my links and articles because I'm trying to push an agenda. Because I don't fucking do that.
I've probably read most of them, but they're not evidence. There's no evidence it didn't happen at all.
Did you read like a lot of David Irving? Or?
There's no evidence that it is. If you look at just the statistics of the number of fucking Jews before World War II statistically and after World War II, and you're going to say that 6 million of them died. I mean, even the statistics doesn't prove that, and the camps and everything else, and
the testimonies and the families and the
because
all the other
Jews
evidence.
lie. Yeah, Jews lie. Well, wow, that's a shocker. Jews lie. Oh,
all the Jews lied. Did they? So there weren't concentration camps.
Yeah, even in testimonies, like again, if you want to get into that debate, I will find you. There's actually honest Jewish people that were in the camps that they actually tell the truth of what was going on in the camps, and then there's ones that do lie about what was going on in the camps.
What about the evidence they found, or the concentration camps and the film?
A lot of the evidence is like.
What about the film?
When you're talking about Auschwitz, for example, Zyklon B. Zyklon B, they say, well, that was used to gas the Jews. It's not true. That was a delousing agent.
Right.
And as far as when you look at it, people, they had their heads shaved and all this stuff and blah blah blah. Because typhus was running rampant and. Anyways, yeah.
What about all the mass graves where they were lined up and shot and then pushed into
where's
the mass
grave? There's no actual real evidence of this stuff.
I've seen several films.
You've seen what? You've seen
Dachau?
what?
I mean, there was more concentration camps than just Auschwitz.
Okay, look, listen. Now, if you're talking about towards the end of the war, yeah, in these so-called concentration camps, yes, a lot of people, not just Jews, okay. There were whatever the people, political dissidents, gypsies, etc., whoever were rounded up by the Jews that were in the concentration camps. At the end of the
rounded up by the Jews.
They were part of the Holocaust.
Yeah, well, see, part of the as speaking of, if you want to call it the Holocaust, obviously somehow the Jews are so prominently mentioned in this stuff, and yet. I mean, there were so many other people in these camps, and the camps existed. I'm not saying, oh, there were no concentration camps in World War II. Yes, there were, absolutely. And so this is.
Right. Have you seen a film called Night Will Fall?
No, I haven't seen
I suggest you go and watch it. It's a 1945 British documentary called German.
Yeah, I already don't trust that.
It was about. Well, it was a German. They filmed it. What can't speak can't lie. The German concentration camp factual survey was done then.
So then you also know that
cameramen serving with the armed forces and newsreel footage.
So you also are aware of that, regardless of whether the Germans, okay, if you want to believe that they killed 6 million Jews, gassing them, but then you also know that
they didn't gas all
the Allies starved to death 1.5 million Germans after the World War II, right?
Yep, so.
Okay, well
I'm not denying that.
That doesn't mean anything, right? That's just justified.
No, of course it does.
There's
the Bleiburg massacre. There is the British had concentration camps. The Americans had camps.
Even here in Canada, we had concentration camps.
That doesn't mean the Holocaust didn't happen just because someone else did it.
No, the Holocaust didn't happen.
It did happen.
I mean, you look at the transfer agreement. I mean, the Germans and the Zionists, they made deals, and yes, some unfortunate Jews did bite it in World War II. Yes, I'm not saying no Jewish person died in World War II or whatever. Yes, they did. Up to hundreds, maybe of thousands. Yes, I'm not going to say that didn't happen. But not through gas is what I'm saying. Not through gassing, and that the fact that they were rounded up in concentration camps. Can I say that was right or wrong? Yeah, no, that's wrong or whatever. But again,
is your argument based on the fact that they may not have been gassed? Doesn't mean that they weren't killed. Either way, the gassed shot.
Well, we have to. Okay, okay. We have to look at. We have to look at. Okay, look. Yes. We have to look at if Jewish people died in concentration camps. Yes. Again, I'm not saying that if they did, that was right. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is.
How many do you think were gassed?
None. The Germans, as generally as far as the Germans killing Jews, and usually when they did kill Jews, it was because they thought they were communist socialists for the most part. Generally, they were executed like with rifles, right? As firing squad. The Germans were never about gassing people.
Well, they burnt a lot of them. They were put into crematoriums on site. That's a matter of fact.
No, it's not actually.
Well, have you seen? Yes, it is a matter of fact. They had crematoria in the camps. 2 of them.
Yeah, they had Well, okay. First of all, if you're gonna have a camp.
You're going to tell me that there weren't crematorium in Auschwitz, then?
No, I'm not going to tell you that. There were 5, what you would call crematoriums or whatever.
So they may not have gassed as many as some people contend, but they still murdered them and burnt the bodies.
No. I mean, you look at. For example, this whole idea of that they were killing Jews and making soap out of them. It even got back to the Third Reich. This sort of story about that kind of shit.
Well, let's stick to how many were killed rather than what they did with the bodies. Whether they made soap, you're contending that none were gassed.
No, absolutely not. No.
And where's your evidence for that? Considering there is evidence that shows clearly that they did gas people.
Like I said, I will. Shit, what is it? It's Thursday night. I will go back. I mean, I never plan to have discussion, of this kind of stuff, but I will give you things to look at. I'm not gonna say it's evidence because I wasn't there, you weren't there, neither of us were there. So as far as when you say evidence,
I think the estimate is around about 2.5 million were gassed.
Yeah,
the rest were killed in open air shootings. They were worked to death.
Yeah. I know.
The fact remains that we can argue over how they died, but the fact remains that 6 million, approximately, Jews were murdered by the Nazis.
No, that's an absolute lie. That's an absolute lie.
It's not an absolute lie.
It is an absolute lie.
There is evidence for it. Even
there is no evidence. There is no actually evidence for it.
Well, so the Nuremberg trials.
I have not seen actually any real evidence for it. With all due respect, I have not. And as far as if you want things to
440,000 Hungarian Jews alone were burned in Birkenau, and there's evidence for that. There's photographic evidence for that. There's witness evidence for that. Even the people that were responsible for it.
Well, you know what? That's all comes into question. Okay, like all I'm going to tell you.
You're going to question the photographic evidence.
I wasn't there.
Well, but people that were there have testified.
Yeah, so what? Those people are telling the truth, right?
We're talking about Nazis that were convicted and admitted it, as well as.
And of course, you know that.
Survived.
Of course, you know the reality of the Nuremberg trials too. That to get these people to confess, they had their fucking testicles crushed and whatever. So, I mean, that's a whole another fucking topic in and of itself.
I mean, in Chelmno, they gassed 152,000 there.
Nobody got gassed.
Excuse me. They gassed them using exhaust fumes from trucks.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh, come on. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay.
It may not have been the methods that you're disputing, but they were murdered in various ways. That's a fact.
Laszlo Pastor of the Hungarian Arrow Cross, I believe, is still alive.
Yeah.
Collaborating with Paul Weyrich and former head of the Republican Heritage Council and so on. And, is an admitted Hungarian Arrow Cross member responsible for the death of 80,000 Jews.
Yeah.
And served a prison term for it.
I mean, they didn't have 4 crematoria in Auschwitz-Birkenau for no reason.
There was fucking, if you look at the pictures, there's like 5. I mean, you know how long it takes to cremate a single body? I mean,
yeah, I've been to cremations.
Anyways, look, if you're
what has that got to do with it? What does the time it takes to burn a body got anything to do with it?
Well, it has to do with the number of crematoria you have, and then making a claim that millions of people got cremated in those places. And the time that it takes to do it, yeah.
How long does it take? You tell me. How long does it take to burn a body?
Shit. I will come back to you with a figure. I mean, you're kind of like I said, I'm fucking just about ready to go to sleep, and I'm fucking pretty drunk. But if you're really an open-minded person, all I'm gonna ask you is, I'm willing to give you all the research that I've looked into, give you links to fucking whatever. I'm not saying that you should believe what I believe, whatever. If you're the kind of person that is going to say, okay, well, I'm questioning what you're saying, so give me your side, and if you're willing to look at my side, and even if you still disagree with it, I'm fine with that. But if you're...
I've looked at the evidence over a long period of time, and I mean, approximately 3 million Jews were murdered in six camps. The precise figure isn't possible to estimate. I mean, the Nazis didn't calculate the number as individual. Hang on, I'm not finished. The Nazis didn't count every single person they murdered. Most of the time, they just counted the number of train loads that arrived at whatever facility it was.
No. Now you're kind of interjecting and whatever. I just wanted to ask you a question. And sometimes I'm a black and white person in a sense, being that I'm racist, so whatever. I'm a black and white person in one respect. I just asked you a question. I said, look, you know what? If I come on here tomorrow, for example, and you're online, and you ask me for links, evidence, I will give you tons of it. On my perspective, or where I'm looking at things from. Okay? Now, if you're a person that says, okay, well, whatever, I don't agree with you, but hey, you know what? I'm willing to look at your point of view, kind of thing. And I'm not saying that would convince you for fucking anything. That's not my point.
Well, no, I'm convinced the fact that it's not just. I mean, all the Allied at the time, Allied forces found evidence. It wasn't just the British and the Americans and the French.
Okay.
The Russians as well, and the Poles. And,
Well, okay. First of all, the Russians were completely fucking controlled by the Jews. Okay, don't even get me started on that shit. But anyways, that's not even the point. What I'm saying to you, if you're going to be intellectually honest with me, whether you don't like me or whatever, that's not even the point. What I'm saying to you is, you ask me for evidence. I'm willing to make the time and effort. I'll go back through, try to find out, everything that I've looked at, and present that stuff to you, and then you look through it and then make up your own mind and say, well, no, this is bullshit, it's propaganda, whatever, I don't buy it, this person's talking out their ass, whatever.
I'll put a photograph into the sidebar there. You're going to tell me that that's faked?
Ah, shit, man, a lot of those pictures were fake.
So this pile of bodies that was found when they arrived at a camp, the second picture I've put in the sidebar, you're going to tell me that's fake?
No. Again. Now you're going a little far. As I never said people didn't die en masse in the concentration camps.
Right. So that's what I was arguing.
I never said
we
that.
could argue all day long about whether they were gassed or whether whether they were gassed or shot or truck gassed or whatever method.
Or they died of starvation. Or
they were still murdered by the Nazis.
Out of Germany, right?
They were still murdered by the Nazis. They were put in camps, whether they weren't fed or whether they were shot or whether they were gassed.
No. I beg to differ. Okay. When the
so they were really well fed. Were they 3 meals a day, and they just let them sit there, and they didn't put uniforms on them with little yellow stars and separate them. They didn't do any of that then. That was all fake.
Come on. I mean, to be realistic, if they had these camps and the Germans were, the railways were bombed, everything else, whatever. Yeah, and of course, yes. Probably food and medicine wasn't getting to these people toward the end of the war, and they were starving and they were.
Why did they separate them? Why did they separate them between prison, into things like? Why were the Jews given specific uniforms with stars on to denote them as Jews if they weren't intending upon?
So nobody else other than Jews died in the concentration camp.
That's not what I said. I said why were they set apart? For what reason were they set apart from others?
They were set apart for obvious reasons.
Well, what's the obvious reason?
Because the Germans didn't like the Jews.
Right. So
that's the first
the
obvious
Nazis
reason.
didn't like the Jews. I wouldn't say that all the Germans wouldn't like the Jews, but the Nazis wanted to separate them for a reason.
Yeah, but even in the beginning of the war, when they had the concentration camp, this is another thing. Even at Auschwitz, they had a swimming pool, they had soccer field. People were putting on plays, and even as to say that, well, okay, it was slave labor. Yeah, it was slave labor, but even despite that, if you actually, again, intellectually honest, look into the history of it, in the beginning, during the course of the war, things changed, whatever. But in the beginning, people were actually getting paid, like not getting paid real money, but they were getting paid money. That there was a store in the concentration camp where if you worked, you got paid, and you could buy cigarettes, you could buy whatever at the store, right? Whatever. So yeah, it was kind of slave labor, but it wasn't like complete slave labor.
Oh, so there's a difference between slave labor and complete slave labor, is there?
Well, yeah, well, slave labor to me means that you're not getting anything. So, okay, you were put in that place of basically a small city of.
Yeah, they had a factory workers camp. So that Auschwitz inmates were allowed to use what you could term as a swimming pool. They did play football. They put on plays, and they visited. Apparently, some Holocaust survivors have said they were able to buy beer and cigarettes, and even visit a brothel that was set up in the camp. So what? So what? They still killed them.
Well, you're saying they killed them? No.
Yeah,
okay.
They still. Whilst those.
Okay. Look. I just this is all I want to say because we could debate this till the end of the day because I don't have it facts in front of me. I can't present anything to you. So
there were occasional groups of Jews who were told to entertain Germans under duress, sing a song or get shot.
BS. I don't actually buy that.
Well, whether you buy it or not, there's documented evidence of these things that you keep waving away.
Documented by whom?
By the people that ran the camps that were still alive when they were interviewed. By people that were in the camps.
Yeah, but I mean, this goes into a long history of this stuff. The people who were there or whatever. It's like a thing like this. You know what? Perception is everything. So I could have sex with a girl and she thinks that was all good and well, but then the next day she thinks, well, I don't think I may have consented to that. Now it turns into fucking I raped her. It's all it takes is a change of perception of an event.
There'd need to be evidence for that, wouldn't there?
Well, evidence. Well, no, you have people just the actual evidence, physical evidence doesn't add up to anything that I've seen of what I've heard. Could there potentially have been guards in these camps that were fucking evil and bad and they did bad things to the people that were in the camps? Am I going to say that never happened? No, absolutely. I cannot say that. I'm sure that it happened, that people in the camps were abused. I'm not like this black and white kind of thing.
Do you really think the swimming pool was for the guards and the SS to use? It wasn't for the people, the prisoners to use.
Well,
a lot of them were forced to make sets of concrete steps because the SS wanted to use the pool. See, because there was a swimming pool on the site doesn't mean that they all had a nice time and were given rubber rings and armbands and.
Well, no, it doesn't mean that. Yeah.
It was used from the documented evidence I've seen. It was the officers that used the swimming pool, not the inmates.
You could say that, yeah.
Well, there's documented evidence that says that.
Documented by whom?
Oh dear.
The guys that won the war, right? The guys that won.
No, but the SS people, the ones that was the officers that survived, that have given their testimonies and statements as to what went on there. Facilities were for the use of the
So why would that be? Why would they put that in the camp? Why not outside the camp? Why would?
Because they lived there.
Yeah, but why? No, but I mean, if I was such a white supremacist, I would not. Like anything recreationally I did, I would want it to be outside the fucking camp. Whether it was a swimming
whether you wanted
pool or
that, that's not the way it was. That the pool and the facilities are there primarily for the people running it.
Yeah, and then you also know that this idea of 6 million Jews things was going on from the fucking early 20s. Newspaper article after newspaper article. It was put in the psyche of the fucking, especially the Americans.
Wow.
You also are aware of that too. The propaganda was going on for a long time.
There's propaganda used on both sides, but it doesn't change the fact.
No, but it changes the fact that whatever. I don't say that the so-called Nazis didn't kill any Jews. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Just what I'm telling you is I'm not saying that didn't happen. Now the numbers do matter. Okay. Now I'm saying if the Nazis even in a certain sense that even if they killed one innocent Jewish person. Is that wrong? Yes, it is wrong. But the whole idea is not about whether the Nazis killed 1,000, 10,000, or more Jews or whatnot. Now we're talking about millions, right? And that propaganda and the way that they systematically killed them and all this stuff in gas chambers, etc., etc. That stuff is a complete lie. And at least one thing, if you're going to be intellectually honest, there's not so-called a single fucking Führer order in fucking anywhere you can find that, oh, there was an order to exterminate the Jews. It doesn't exist. And then, yeah, people always make the argument, well, you know what, it was implied, it wasn't on paper or whatever.
So because we don't have a piece of paper signed by Adolf Hitler to say, kill all the Jews, that means it didn't happen.
So yeah, as in any government, yeah, you don't need any paperwork. It's just like,
no,
hey.
no, I'm asking, just because that one piece of paper doesn't exist now, or hasn't been found, that means that it didn't happen. Is that what you're seriously saying?
Well, somewhat, yeah.
Utterly ridiculous thing to say. Because we don't have Hitler's autograph on a piece of paper means that the Holocaust didn't happen.
I didn't even say that. I'm just saying you will not
You
find
did. You
evidence
said there wasn't
of that.
any orders from the Führer that we have, which means that it didn't happen. That's exactly what you said.
Well, I don't think I said that. All I said was, as far as that goes, and at the time, if you're looking back at history, well, why wouldn't you find evidence of that? If Hitler's final solution was to kill the Jews, whatever, why wouldn't he fucking proclaim that? Why wouldn't he put that in writing? I mean, what's the deal with that? Why not? Oh, he was worried. I mean, if Germany thought they were going to take over the world and everything else and blah blah blah, and they were going to
Have you not watched any Hitler? Listened to any of Hitler's speeches?
Yeah, I think a lot of them were great, actually.
So you just said that Hitler didn't ever say anything about killing the Jews, and yet there are several of his speeches where he meant.
Well, look. If you look at history, when you look at the transfer agreement, you know about.
No,
that,
I'm
right?
asking you to back up what you just said, that Hitler didn't make any speeches, didn't say anything about getting rid of the Jews.
Yeah, he said a lot of things about getting rid of the Jews.
So he did then. So he did say it. You said he didn't earlier. And then you said that his speeches were great.
I mean, maybe. Okay. Well, with all due respect, again, the same thing. Like you say, well, give me a link, okay? He did talk about getting rid of the Jews. I haven't heard any speech where he said to exterminate the Jews. Getting rid of them, now those are two different things. In my way of looking at it. But if you can, again, like you said to me, provide me with something. Now, if you want to give me a link to a speech where he said exterminate the Jews, like as in kill them.
I think he made a speech to the Reichstag in September 1942 that mentioned it. Who concerns themselves about our men, it is good if preceding us is the terror that we are exterminating the Jews. The attempt to found a Jewish state will fail. He said that in 1942. And used the word exterminating, said that.
Okay, well, I with all due respect, I have not heard that speech, but yeah. So.
Well, then you need to go and listen to it and then realise that you're wrong.
Well, I don't think I'm wrong anyways, but...
Well, I've just provided evidence that you are. He made the speech in September of 1942 to the Reichstag and mentioned exterminating the Jews, which is what you said he didn't say.
Can you give me a link to that speech? I don't know if you did. Maybe I missed it. Because I'd like to listen to it. I'm open to that.
This criminal race has the 2 million dead of the First World War on their conscience.
Well, no,
and now I'm just reading the speech to you. And now hundreds of thousands, let no one say to me, we cannot send them into the mire. Concerns himself about our men. It is good if preceding us is the terror that we are exterminating the Jews. The attempt to found a Jewish state will fail. Adolf Hitler, September 1942. It's in the sidebar.
I haven't read that, so I'm gonna have to plead ignorance on that. But
Well, I've just provided it for you, so.
So
12th of December 1941, 5 days after Pearl Harbor, Adolf Hitler made a revealing speech in Berlin, where he said, with regard to the Jewish question, the Fuhrer is determined to make a clean sweep. He prophesied that if they brought about another world war, they would experience their annihilation. This was no empty talk. The world war is here. The annihilation of the Jews must be the necessary consequence. This question is to be viewed without sentimentality. We're not to have sympathy with the Jews, but only sympathy with our German people. If the German people has again now sacrificed 160,000 dead in the Eastern Campaign, the instigators of this bloody conflict will have to pay for it with their own lives. In that very speech he mentions the word annihilation, clean sweep. We are not to have sympathy with the Jews. So how can you possibly say, in all intellectual honesty, that he didn't?
yeah, but then again, it goes back to this thing when that having been said, so yeah, okay, that's a speech, all right.
But he did say, in contrary to what you said, that he was very clear about what must happen to the Jews. So there.
Yeah, but the
fact that we don't have a piece of paper with his fucking signature on that says do this, do that, it's irrelevant.
Okay, but look.
No, we talked about intellectual honesty 2 minutes ago, and I've just provided you 2 speeches that you said didn't exist.
But there's
Where
also
he clearly says the Jewish must be annihilated. We must get rid of them. We must kill them. That's what he said.
Yeah,
and clear.
then before that, fucking not even 10 years before that, he made a deal with them with the transfer agreement, right?
Well,
so, I mean,
no,
and also
he didn't make a
like,
deal with them. He simply.
Well, he had to. The Jewish power was already.
But by 1941 and again in 1942, he clearly said that they will be exterminated and we will do it, and they did.
No, they didn't. I mean, you know what? As much as I say that I'm anti-Semitic, if truthfully that really happened in history, I will tell you. Not saying I wish anything different, whatever. You're gonna tell me that history like that had happened, the Nazis exterminated 6 million Jews. I will only tell you I wish that was true, but it's not. That's the fucking problem. It
is true. Whether you
it is not
you deny it all you like, that's the
not true. I don't deny anything. I wish it was true, but it's not. It's absolutely.
You have no evidence to the contrary. Nothing.
There's lots of evidence to the contrary.
No, there is not.
It just. I guess you know what it comes down to is what you want to look at, right?
I've looked at all the evidence because it was a hobby. Amongst other things.
There's no evidence. I mean, if you look at, I mean, even honest fucking Jewish people that have.
Why build extermination camps if they were just a? You know,
they were not extermination.
Oh, you're going to tell me they were fucking holiday camps? Is that what you're going to tell me?
No, I'm not going to tell you they were holiday.
So they build camps with.
They were not holiday camps. They were not. I'm not telling you they were holiday.
Why would you build crematoria in a camp?
Oh, good gravy! Because you know when you round up fucking 50,000 people in a fucking place, people are gonna die. Obviously, it's gonna happen from whatever.
So you build what? 6 crematoria.
There were only from Auschwitz. There were only 5.
Oh, right, 5. So you build 5 crematoria. I mean, how many people you think are gonna die? That you need to burn them with 5 crematoria.
Out of fucking 50,000 people, well.
But you said they were all being well fed and they had swimming pools and plays and. So why would you think they were going to die if you're going to feed them well? It's clearly not what happened. They didn't feed them well. They worked people to death. They shot the others. They gassed the rest. There's evidence for it, whether you like it or not.
In the beginning, when the war started out, people got rounded up. No.
So they separated the Jews from the others for what reason? What? Dressing up?
Well, because I mean.
Why did they separate them? Why not just keep them all together?
Because they were the enemy. They were the enemy.
The Jews were the enemy.
Yes, absolutely.
Were they?
They are my enemy to this very fucking day.
Wow.
And I'm not a Nazi. But when Jews, the rabbinical Jews, The rabbinical Jews are saying that they have to fucking exterminate the white race because we're like their biggest enemy. And if you just do some research into that, what they believe,
I'm not a fan of Zionism by any means, at all. I think it's just as appalling.
But when you look at the idea of what's happening in real life, they want to brown out the white race. They want to fucking basically exterminate us. We're their biggest enemy.
Hey.
That's what they feel. Anyways.
Hey,
whatever.
I'm telling you, everybody's just got to keep fucking everybody else so we're all the same color.
I'm just saying it's what they believe. Okay, like as
Who's
far
they?
as
Who's they?
The rabbinical, the rabbis. Actually, I'm not saying every
Rabbis.
Jew believes this. I don't put this blanket statement on anybody that says they're Jewish, but the rabbis, the religious, because all of this stuff comes from them, right? It's
where?
Yeah,
so they've declared
religious
war.
rabbis.
So these rabbis have declared war on the white people of the earth, and someone hasn't noticed.
Absolutely.
Someone hasn't noticed. I mean,
well, people have noticed. I've noticed.
We're at war, are we?
Yeah, we are absolutely at war.
No,
look at wherever you live. Yeah, if you don't think you're at war, then I guess you're pretty blind to that. Yeah, they believe in that. Now, again, I don't say I had a very good friend, one of my best friends. He was Jewish, whatever. He wasn't my enemy or whatever, but
he wasn't your enemy.
No, he wasn't my enemy.
Well, he's a Jew. You just said they were your enemy.
I said the religious rabbinical Jews are my enemy because they have an agenda, and it's a religion to them, and they are whatever you want to call it, Luciferian, and their whatever agenda. Now, does that apply to everybody that's Jewish? No, it doesn't. But at the heart of the matter, that's where they're at, and that's what their belief system is.
There's just a few rabbis you've got a problem with them.
Well, they're not few, but
how many are there?
There are a lot.
How many are there?
Well, for example, I mean, they can fill fucking what do you call it? What's that stadium in New York? You can find pictures where that stadium is full of Hasidic rabbis. I don't know.
Ballpark figure. 50,000. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just in New York, though. I'm saying.
And and they're the people we're at war with, are they?
Yes, absolutely. Because it's an ideology, and it's not even so much of a racial war. Like like what are Jews? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I look at people that somebody tells me, oh, that person's Jewish or whatever, and I look at them and they don't look Jewish or whatever. I might stereotypically think of them as Jews. I don't know who is a Jew and who is not. The point is, an ideology.
Well, the Nazis clearly worked out who it was. That's the reason they separated them with little uniforms and nice little stars on.
Okay, well, no. Now you're going back to that. No, I'm saying to you in what it is. It's about an ideology. It's what people believe, right? Like you can't honestly. Again, being intellectual honest. I mean, in Israel, as a Jewish person, it's against the law for you to marry somebody that isn't Jewish.
Right.
I mean, could you say that in England, if you live in England and somebody in the government said, well, you know what, as a British person, it's against the law for you to marry, even though you have non-English so-called people in the country, but it's against the law. It's against the law for you to marry a non-English person.
Do you know how laws are worked? How laws work? I mean, the majority of the people in the UK wouldn't vote for anyone advocating.
Okay, but okay, yeah. Okay, I don't care what you're telling me. I'm telling you what the law in Israel is.
Right. So how does that affect the rest of the world? That's their law.
Okay, so they're allowed to be super racist, whatever, and nobody says anything, right? But now I express my points of view, and now I'm racist and whatever. How am I any different, let's say, from a Jewish person that believes in sticking together with their own kind?
Where did I say I agreed with what their laws are?
I didn't say you said that.
Well, then I just said.
I'm just saying when you're gonna tell me is like don't say that, you know, on the one hand that they have these belief systems, and I actually have the same belief system as the hardcore Jews in Israel do. I actually don't disagree with them in a certain sense. I'm totally with keeping my race fucking clean.
If you want to marry a non-Jew in Europe, there is nothing that that hinders them in doing that.
Yeah, no, in Europe, no, yeah, there isn't. Absolutely not.
Yes,
You're right.
yes. So what's the problem?
In Israel, though, there is a difference.
Yeah, it's another country with other laws.
It's not a country. It's not a country. It's an occupied land. It's not a country. But anyway, again, digress with that.
Do you think it's? Do you want Jews to be deported from Canada? Do you think that is okay, or your Indian colleagues that they keep their race and go back to their own country? Do you think that is a good solution? Be honest now. Do you think that is a good solution?
Like when you're talking about Native Americans?
Your Canadian Indian employers or
East Indians you're talking about.
Yeah. Do you think it's a good solution that they go back to their own country?
Yeah, actually, I do.
Yes. Okay. Okay. You answered the first question. Second question: if the majority thought like you and voted for laws that said was for this and wanted them to leave the country and they didn't, what then?
But then, well, nothing.
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 So you think it's right that if the majority think like you, and they meant that they should leave the country and live in their own country and flourish there, and if the majority was in that opinion and they didn't want to leave, what then?
Well, for example, for the people that were already here, I wouldn't do anything about it.
And how would you determine which country they go back to?
I didn't. What did you not just hear what I said?
I don't think you are honest. I don't buy you.
Well, I am honest. I am honest.
I don't buy you. I think the situation would be like we have to take actions. You know, if they don't want to leave of free will, that was also happening in Hitler Germany. Of course, we want you to leave. We are nice people. Go back to your country, and they wanted them to leave, but they didn't leave.
No. See, now you're projecting something upon me, which I don't actually appreciate.
We're digging a bit deeper, considering that you class yourself as an Aryan.
Yeah, I do.
You really have got this idea that there is a master race that should be ruling the planet.
No, not a master race. No. Now you're putting words in my mouth.
Okay, well, what do you believe then?
I just said, all I said was, when I brought up the point of, you know, dogs being different, having different traits, I didn't say one particular breed of dog was better than another breed of dog. That wasn't my point. I mean, I was saying, oh, German Shepherds are better than Huskies or whatever. That wasn't my point. My point
why did you use earlier? You said to me that when I went against your Aryan thought, you said to me that just let your race degenerate. Why do you use the word degenerate? What's the meaning of that? Isn't degenerate with something getting back more in the wrong direction? Is that not what do you mean with that? That my culture getting degenerated or my race? What's the meaning of that word? Degenerated.
Well, degenerated means I'm not even talking about necessarily genetic.
You have used it. You used it 2 times, and I mean that's what the Nazi, of course, degenerated. The gays were degenerate the society, the Jews, and all kind of the gypsies. So why do they use the word degenerated?
Well,
degenerated.
Well, I don't remember using that term, but if I said it, okay, all right. Degenerated. What I mean by that, basically, I mean, as far as I was made to believe, and I was made to feel for probably most of my life ashamed, basically, to be white. Like, white people are bad. We colonized. We whatever. We were racist. We oppressed the blacks. We did fucking so many things. As if I want to associate as being white, the Germans, whatever, in World War II, we killed the Jews. We are like, I should be so fucking guilty for being a fucking white person, because the white people have just done all these just evil things in the world, So yeah, I lived most of my life looking at myself that way as a white person. And you know what? And after like looking at things and trying to understanding my heritage, whatever, looking at the alternative ways of looking at things, I realized that all of that was fucking bullshit. And maybe you guys are, as white people, are still caught in that paradigm, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But I've come to realize that, yes, the reason there are Aryan people in the Middle East, at one time, and there are cultures, the Aryan people were considered a noble race of people that were spreading knowledge, culture throughout the world, actually. That was what was really happening. Now, when I look, having said that, when I look at the white culture today, compared to something like that, it's a fucking disgrace. The white culture is a fucking disgrace. No matter what I say or what I view, I actually look down on white people more than I actually, believe it or not. And again, you could say I'm a hypocrite or whatever, but because white people aren't proud of who they are, they're not whatever, they have no fucking connection to their heritage. And other people of other races have a much better connection to their heritage and their culture.
This
Aryan race thing is only a theory.
And Americans are very proud of who they are.
As American,
this Aryan race thing is a theory.
What do you mean? It's not a fucking theory.
Well, it's a former name. I mean, of people that were said to have spoken archaic language, and in prehistoric times were thought to have settled in what we now ancient Iran and the northern Indian subcontinent. But the theory of an Aryan race didn't appear till the mid-19th century.
Yeah, the theory.
Yeah. So the hypothesis was that there were probably light-skinned Aryans with a group who invaded and conquered ancient India. But this idea
concept is just bullshit. I mean, it's
this.
There are no Aryan race. I mean, it's
exactly. It's the theory.
Yeah, it's just a theory. I don't exist. I'm just a theory. So,
there's no. It was a theory. The Aryan race thing was a theory.
You're a Magyar, not an Iranian.
Yeah.
Yeah, Magyar. I'm a Magyar. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you're a Hungarian. You're not. Or do you have ancestors that lived in ancient Iran?
I don't know. I never traced my ancestry.
So you call yourself an Aryan, or mostly Aryan, but you have. It seems to me everything you've said is based on very little research, very little education, just something you've got in your head.
Well, I just look in the mirror. I don't know. Whatever. Maybe I'm fucking half black. All right. Whatever. Fuck. I don't know. Whatever. That's possible. Fuck. Who knows? Maybe I am talking out my ass. So when I look in the mirror, I don't see what I see. But who knows? I could be wrong about that.
This idea of a white white superior race probably emerged around the 1850s.
This is not again. You use the word superior. I don't think I've ever used that word. Like
no, I said the notion of a white superior race emerged. I'm talking about history now. This notion of a race of people that were superior in any way didn't emerge to the 1850s. And I think it was Chamberlain who first used the term Aryan for the white race. Members of this so-called.
Actually, you're wrong about that. But anyways.
Well, it was the
area. No, I mean it was necessarily not Aryan as modern day you think of it. Arya was a term. It's been around a long time. It's been in India.
Yes, but I'm
whatever.
talking about the theory. As I said, you need to keep up that the theory about this race didn't emerge until the 1850s, and propagated that, or that said that there were this race that benefited humanity, who supported, supposed to be superior to Semites or Yellows or Blacks, and the belief in Aryanism came to regard Nordic and Germanic people as supposedly pure members of this race. But it's all been repudiated by anthropologists.
Yeah, don't worry about being half black, because George Bush doesn't care about black people.
George Bush doesn't care about fucking anybody. Never mind black people, but anyways.
He's in bed with the bankers. He signed the 1996 Bankruptcy Act.
Look at Katrina.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of scholars have rejected this Aryan invasion hypothesis, and the use of the term Aryan as a racial designation. I mean, the Sanskrit term, I think it's Arya, which means noble or distinguished, which is the linguistic root of the word, was actually a social rather than an ethnic epithet. The term is used strictly in a linguistic sense.
Yeah, no, I know that.
So it's not this, 6'4", blue-eyed, blonde-haired.
No,
Arnold Schwarzenegger lookalike.
I never. Yeah, I don't think I've ever said that either.
No, I didn't say you did. I was just pointing out where it's nonsense.
I understand that too. It's hard to having a chat. I mean, just you and I about that. I'd like to gather my shit together and present things, or arguments, and having it written down or so on and so on. And now I'm fucking. It's 7 in the morning for me here. I'm fucking pretty drunk, so obviously I'm gonna just be honest with you. I'm not gonna be too fucking articulate at this point in time, So just being honest, right?
To be honest, I don't think you'd be much better if you were sober.
Okay, well, fair enough. That's fine. I don't even have a problem with that. I think I might be a little bit better, but maybe not much.
No, I still think you'd be a bigoted, racist asshole whether you were sober or drunk. But there you go. That's
okay, no. Hey man, you know what? Thank you. I appreciate your honesty. At least I fucking hate fake people.
I know that I did catch a bit where Fabio had said that people like you shouldn't have a voice. Well, I do disagree with that slightly. I think people like you should be dragged into the light and shown up for what you really are.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I look, and I ain't got no problem with that. Absolutely not. I am who I am. I am what I am. I am honest. Whatever. You think I'm a bigoted asshole? Whatever. I'm cool with that. Just like me, I think you're entitled to your point of view or your opinion or whatever.
Do you have similar views in relation to LGBT issues?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you've already shown that what you feel in relation to Jews, and I don't know what your thoughts are on blacks
as far as that goes, I mean, whatever people, as far as sexual preference, for me personally, because like I said, I'm also kind of, I am an anarchist really at heart. I know that shit will never work in this world, but as far as people deciding that whatever sexual preference they have, whatever they do, to consenting people want to do whatever they do, what can I say about that? Nothing. I don't really care. As long as they're not shoving that in my face, then I get a little offended by that. As long as people do what they do, that's cool. I have nothing. What can I say about that? Nothing.
I just wanted to see whether your bigotry stretched right the way through the spectrum.
No, it doesn't stretch that far because to consenting people, if whatever their preference sexually is. I have no right to say anything about that.
There isn't a second party to. The only man I ever castrated was myself.
No, but yeah, no. As far as people's sexual preference, I think that's their choice. They're welcome to do whatever. I don't in a way. Like, oh, I might disagree with it, but I think they have a right to do it.
But you say that you are against mixed race, so you are lying again. It's not their choice. You don't want to see it.
What are you talking about? Well, you know what?
No,
everything
it's
is a choice. Okay, so we're going to get into a different philosophical debate where if you're saying, well, it's not people don't have a choice to do what they do. They can't help themselves. So then I can stretch the point. If you're gonna tell me that, then I can say, well, maybe pedophiles don't have a choice of what they do. They were born that way. They got a fucking thing for kids. I don't know. Maybe they weren't born that way.
Probably doesn't make.
So
I would agree.
you know, I mean, you know, where does this, you know, philosophical? I just said people that, you know, make a choice to have a certain preference, and when it comes to even intermixing racially, well, maybe people are attracted. Some people are attracted to a different race, whatever, and yeah, but at the same time, I'm not saying they don't have a right to do what they do. If they want to,
if it was up to you, you wouldn't allow it, would you? If it was up to you, you wouldn't allow it.
No. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would allow it. You know what? Because
you'd allow interracial marriage?
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, if I think something is wrong, I would not allow it. I mean, drunk driving, I think it's wrong, so I don't want to allow it. I don't say, oh, drunk driving, yeah.
Where the fuck do you get off in saying that people, you know, like this is the thing. Either okay, when you say that you don't allow drunk driving, then it's the same thing. Is that it depends who's making the rules, right?
Yeah, but if I find something is wrong, I will vote for the party that goes against this thing. But you are just cheating, you know, and it's dishonest. You say something is very wrong, and then you say no. If it was up to me, I would let them do it.
Wait, no, when I say wrong, I would say I disagree. I disagree with that. I have my point of view, and I disagree with it. But at the same time, having said that, no matter how strong my point of view is, whether I disagree with race mixing, etc., I disagree with, you know, let's say the homosexual agenda. Let's say I disagree with those things. However, I don't feel that I have a right as an individual. I have a right to my opinion, but do I have a right to impose my will upon anyone else? I do not. And that's where I think maybe you guys don't kind of understand me. I think is that I know I have no right to impose my will. I know that I am entitled to my views, my opinions, however racist or whatever homophobic you might think my views are, but at the same time, having said that, I don't feel that I have a right to impose my will on anyone. So, I don't know, I just kind of leave it at that to clarify my point of view. And hopefully that makes sense. I don't know, or maybe I'm contradicting myself again. I don't know.
What do you mean by right then? What do you mean by right here? You were so obsessed about this right thing. What do you mean by right? You have no right.
Well, it's pretty simple. I look at it this way. I don't feel that anyone else has the right to impose their will upon me. And so therefore, if I believe that, then that has to go the other way, meaning that I have no right to impose my will upon anyone else either. You know, it's like a two-way street.
The problem is, you might be a genius, it can be, but I don't believe you. I just don't believe you. You might be a very genius person with a extreme mix of views, but just I can't believe. I just don't believe you. That's the problem.
Well, no, that's cool. I'm not asking you to believe me, Holy Stretch. If you have a question mark beside me, that's cool. Again, I have no problem with that either. That's fair. And you shouldn't. I mean, shit, this is the internet. Why the fuck should you believe anybody? Really? I mean, truly.
The reason why I don't, it's the experience that we have see everywhere, and the historical experience, and also, I mean, today. So that's why I just cannot believe you. It can be that you're genius with that you say no. If it was up to me, I wouldn't impose anything on anyone. They could. But I don't believe you. That's just the way. I think you would really like to impose this kind of regulation on people. If you had some, if there were a way to do it, I think you would really like that.
Okay.
No. Alright.
We got like 2.5 minutes, so should hop over to the next one.
All right. Well, it's been nice chatting with you guys. It's 7 in the morning here. I gotta go to work tomorrow, so I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Well, I enjoyed the conversation, anyways. Even if people think I'm a shill or a troll or whatever. But anyways, I still like talking to you guys. So
all right,
take care, everybody.
And stop being a racist bigot.
I'll do my best. Anyways, have a good night, guys. Take care.
Okay. Fingers crossed, everybody will make it over. Maybe not. Okay, there's Mark. There's John. Art, Balthazar, and Simon, or Sausage Simon. Okay, Balthazar, I know you have issues, so. Will it help if I leave it on a comment on one of your own videos? Well, let's try.
Sorry, I was not there. Did you say something to me, Nadia?
Yeah. I'll try leaving it as a comment on one of your own videos.
Comment my own videos?
Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, in for the next hangout, yeah.
Right. Well, I'll have to figure out what on earth hit us. Why is that guy camping out in my hangouts? Is Holocaust... Go ahead.